Chapter 3047. The sky was turning bright in the east. When the sky turned bright, Yong Kai returned to Fu Chi's spiritual island. The night was full of ups and downs. He found out about what happened to Zhu Qing a month later, captured Fu Ling, planted the divine soul brand in her mind, and controlled her life and death. Yong Kai suppressed the anger in his heart. He knew that it was useless to be angry now. The right thing to do now was to think of a way to save Zhu Qing a month later. It was a dragon race wedding. By then, all the members of the dragon race would be present. The elders would definitely not be absent. The great elder and second elder were existences comparable to the great emperors. With his current abilities, would he be able to save Zhu Qing right under their noses? The possibility of success was close to zero. Unless he could find a way to get the great elder to stand on his side and let him deal with the second elder, only then would he have a chance of success. This was not nonsense, but it was very practical. From what Zhu Lai said, the great elder was more gentle, while the second elder was more incorruptible. The great elder probably did not approve of this marriage. However, he could not object to it because of the clan rules. Thus, he maintained a tacit attitude. What should he think of to get the great elder to help him? The Dragon Island order might be a good choice, but it was not a safe choice. Yong Kai only hoped that Fu Ling could help him find out some useful information. Otherwise, he might really die a month later. Subduing Fu Ling was a good choice. At the very least, he had placed a pawn in the Fu dragon race. If this pawn was useless, then so be it. However, if it was useful, it might bring about unexpected results. He pondered all the way back. When he returned to the spiritual island, Lu Sanyang and her daughter were still waiting on the beach. Seeing that Yong Kai had landed, Lu Sanyang quickly welcomed him. Brother Yang, you are back." Her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. She did not know what Yong Kai was doing, but she guessed that something big must have happened. Seeing Yong Kai's gloomy expression, he didn't dare to say anything more. Lu Yuqin was still young. She had witnessed the events of the previous day with her own eyes, especially the tragic deaths of several people in front of her eyes. She seemed to have yet to recover from the shock. Her small face was pale as she tightly snuggled into her mother's embrace. Yong Kai stood in place and thought for a while. Only then did he sort out his chaotic emotions. What he needed to do now was to ensure that he could see Zhu Qing in a month. If he couldn't even see Zhu Qing's face, how could he take her away? He took a deep breath and had a plan. He looked sideways at Lu Sanyang and tried to say in a calm tone, "Where is Yuanwu's space ring?" "It's here." Lu Sanyang hurriedly handed over a few rings. "Madame Hua and the others' rings are also here." Yesterday, when she took Lu Yuqin to bury Yuanwu and the others, she had collected the space rings. She didn't want to secretly hide them. Now that Yong Kai asked, she naturally took them out. There were a total of 5 space rings. 4 of them were owned by Yuanwu and the others. The other one was given to him by Fu Chi a few days ago. It stored rare materials used to build the palace. Yong Kai scanned it with his divine sense and took the space ring that belonged to Dragon Island. He returned the remaining 4 to Lu Sanyang. Lu Sanyang hesitantly took them. "Keep them," Yong Kai said, and flew towards the island. The place where the temporary imperial residence was located was bustling with noise and excitement. In just a few days, there was already the shape of a palace. While only the foundation had been built, for such a large-scale creation, this kind of progress was very good. About 200 people were busy here. No one dared to slack off. After all, this was a task given to them by the dragon race. There was also a rank 8 lightning dragon living on the island, who could guarantee that they would not be noticed if they slacked off. So everyone was very attentive and worked day and night. Only when they were tired would they take some lingdan to recover. Such a rare guest. Why has Brother Yang come? An enthusiastic voice called out as the monkey-like Wu Chen greeted Yang Kai with a smile. When the surrounding cultivators heard this, they all raised their heads and glanced at Yang Kai with displeased looks on their faces. The cultivator that came here had all been given different missions by Yuan Wu. No one was idle. Even Lu Sanyang and her daughter had gone into the sea to search for luminous pearls. Only Yang Kai seemed to have nothing to do and was very leisurely. This kind of treatment naturally caused dissatisfaction in people's hearts, but Yang Kai's methods were very strange. He had easily crushed Yuan Wu before. Even if people were dissatisfied, they were not willing to easily start a conflict with him. So, after glancing at him, those people continued to work. Brother Wu. Yang Kai nodded. Wu Chen frowned and walked next to Yang Kai. He said, "Right, Brother Yang. Have you seen Master Yuan? I heard that Master Yuan went to your place. Why is he not back?" "Yuan Wu is dead." Wu Chen stilled and looked blankly at Yang Kai. The surrounding cultivators also turned to look at Yang Kai again, each of their faces filled with disbelief. Wu Chen's mouth twitched. He said hoarsely, "Dead? How did he die?" "He offended the dragon race and was killed by the dragon race." Hiss, a series of gasps could be heard, and everyone's expression changed. Previously, Fu Qi had brought everyone here and handed everything to Yuan Wu. Everyone had thought that he was valued by the dragon race. But in just a few days, he had died. And he had died at the hands of the dragon race. The dragon race was unpredictable and treated human lives like grass. This caused people's hearts to beat fast. They secretly warned themselves not to make any mistakes on Dragon Island. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Wu Chen was silent for a moment. He seemed to grieve for the death of a rabbit. He asked, "Then what do we do now? Without Master Yuan to manage the palace here, I'll leave it to you." Yang Kai tossed the space ring over as he spoke. "Me?" Wu Chen was stunned. He caught the ring in a hurry. He smiled bitterly. "Brother Yang, don't joke around." "How can I? Someone has to manage." "Brother Wu, you don't have to decline. I am only responsible for conveying the dragon race's message. If anyone dares to disobey, just tell me. The dragon race will take care of him." As Yang Kai spoke, his gaze swept across the cultivator who was looking over. His cold expression made everyone silent. The information revealed in these words was not small. They had no choice but to reevaluate Yang Kai. Wu Chen seemed to understand something. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Yang, are you in contact with the dragon race? You can rest assured. Within the time limit, this palace must be built. Otherwise, everyone will die." Yang Kai did not answer him directly. Instead, he said ambiguously, in fact, he was not wrong. He was in contact with Xu Lai. Now that he had subdued Fu Ling, if anyone was not convinced, he could call Fu Ling over to suppress them. Wu Chen's expression turned serious. He nodded and said, "I understand, Brother Yang. There will be no mistakes here." "That would be for the best." Yang Kai reached out and patted him on the shoulder. He then turned and left. If he wanted to see Zhu Qing, he had to ensure that the palace was completed on time. Otherwise, if there was no palace on the day of the wedding, how could there be a wedding? When the time came, he might not even be able to see Zhu Qing. He originally wanted to personally oversee the construction of the palace, but this matter was too sullen. How could there be a man in the world who would worry about his woman's marriage with someone else? If he really had to do it himself, he might lose his temper one day and directly destroy the palace. Therefore, he made a prompt decision and pushed this matter away when he saw Wu Chen. Out of sight, out of mind, he could take advantage of this period of time to cultivate and strive to make a breakthrough in his strength and realm. When the time came, he would have a better chance of taking Zhu Qing away. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai returned to the beach again. After informing Lu Sanyang, he went straight to the sea. An hour later, he reached the depths of the sea. The surface of the sea stretched as far as the eye could see. There was no other scenery in sight. Yong Kai released his divine sense to investigate. After confirming that there was no one around, he dove into the sea. After reaching a depth of a few thousand meters, Yong Kai suddenly summoned the sealed world bead. His figure flickered, and he hid inside the sealed world bead, while the sealed world bead fell straight to the bottom of the sea. Next to the medicine garden in the sealed world bead, Yong Kai sat cross-legged, calming his mind and breathing in the world energy. After spending a full 4 hours, he finally calmed down and threw away all the distracting thoughts in his heart. Summoning the purple origin furnace, he took out various spirit flowers and rare grasses and placed them in order. Finally, he carefully took out 3 spirit flowers that were as red as blood. Dragon blood flower. In this world, only Dragon Island could produce such a rare flower. It looked similar to Li Jiao's dragon blood flower, but in terms of quality and size, it was incomparable. This was a dragon blood flower cultivated on Dragon Island, so it was naturally not comparable to Li Jiao's half-baked dragon blood flower. In comparison, Li Jiao's dragon blood flower was like a weed on the edge of a field. There were not many dragon blood flowers, only 3. These were obtained from Fu Ling. It was not an exaggeration to say that he stole them. When Fu Ling handed over these 3 dragon blood flowers, her face was full of bitterness and heartache, but under the effect of her soul brand, she had no way to resist Yong Kai's request. Although a dragon race member could be allocated a fixed share of dragon blood flowers every year, the number was not too many. For a 6th-order dragon vein like Fu Ling, being able to get 20 dragon blood flowers per year was already the limit. And this also depended on the maturity of the dragon blood flowers. If one was unlucky, it was possible to only get 10. Dragon race members did not like to cultivate because they had a long lifespan. As they grew older, their bloodline would slowly become purer and improve, and finally stop after reaching a certain peak. In addition, they would consume dragon blood flowers, which were a shortcut to their growth. This year was not the time to distribute dragon blood flowers. Last year, Fu Ling received more than a dozen, but they were almost all used up, leaving only these 3, and now they were all in Yong Kai's hands. She regretted it. If she had known this would happen, she would not have saved them. Swallowing them whole was more cost-effective than giving them to Yong Kai. Chapter 3048. The dragon blood flower was also divided into different grades: lower grade, middle grade, and upper grade. The highest grade was the best grade dragon blood flower. Even on the Dragon Island, the best grade dragon blood flower was something that could only be chanced upon but not sought after. This was not something that could be born just by the accumulation of medicinal age. There was still a trace of natural factors involved. Of the 3 dragon blood flowers in Fu Ling's hands, 2 were low grade and 1 was middle grade. According to this classification, Li Jiao's dragon blood flower could only be regarded as an inferior grade, not even comparable to the low-grade ones. At that time, that dragon blood flower was refined into a dragon blood pill by Jiying. Yong Kai took it and combined it with the dragon transformation secret art to cultivate a half-dragon body, benefiting him a lot. Now that he had 3 dragon blood flowers of higher grades, Yong Kai naturally could not waste them. He wanted to refine it into a dragon blood pill and stimulate his own golden holy dragon's origin power so that it could fuse better with him. To deal with the dragon race, the best way was to start with bloodline suppression. Otherwise, Yong Kai had no chance of winning at all. Yong Kai had never refined a dragon blood pill before, but after many exchanges with Jiying, he was very familiar with the process of refining a dragon blood pill. He even knew the pill recipe like the back of his hand. His attainments in the alchemy Tao were very deep, so there should not be any big problems. With everything ready, Yong Kai changed his hand seals, and a raging flame ignited inside the purple origin furnace. Herb's spirit array engraving fire control As the medicinal liquids of the herbs were condensed, a faint fragrance gradually drifted out of the purple origin furnace, making people feel refreshed. With the improvement of his strength, Yang Kai became more and more proficient in the alchemy Tao. Although he had not done it for a long time, his movements were smooth and without the slightest awkwardness. Back on Watermoon Star, the grand alchemic Tao Tone had taught him the art of alchemy, so as long as he was in the right state, alchemy was almost an instinctive reaction. When Yang Kai threw a low-grade dragon blood flower into the pill furnace, the pill fragrance became even stronger. Yang Kai's movements were meticulous and his expression was solemn, as if he was not performing alchemy, but the most solemn thing in the world. Half a day later, Yang Kai displayed the 9 heavens profound pill method. This pill collection technique was also imparted by the great alchemy Tao Tone. It was a unified technique, but it was in accordance with the laws of the heavenly Tao. It was extremely mysterious. Boundless phantoms flashed past, and a series of crisp, jingling sounds came from the alchemy furnace. It was extremely pleasing to the ears. The fire in the furnace was extinguished. Yang Kai's expression was as calm as an ancient well. As he lifted the lid, he stretched out his hand and patted it. 2 blood-red spirit pills flew out from the furnace. Yang Kai was already prepared for this and directly put them into a jade bottle. After taking a closer look, Yang Kai showed a trace of dissatisfaction. Although the dragon blood pill had been successfully refined, its quality didn't seem to be very good. It was only slightly better than the one Ji Ying had refined. The dragon blood flower that he used today was much better than the one that Ji Ying used, but the quality of the dragon blood flower did not meet his expectations. Thinking about it this way, his refining this time was not as good as Ji Ying's. The number of completed pills was also not ideal. There were only 2 pills, not to mention pill veins and pill clouds. They were nowhere to be seen. If this matter happened to any other pill emperor, they would have long since forgotten their place. Although pill emperors could refine emperor-grade spirit pills, they could not guarantee a 100% success rate, not to mention refining something like the dragon blood pill. Among all emperor-grade spirit pills, the dragon blood pill was one of the most difficult to refine. The main ingredient was the dragon blood flower. Other than Ji Ying, no other pill emperor had the fortune to refine it before. This was Yang Kai's first time refining the dragon blood flower, and he had already refined 2 pills. Such a result was extraordinary for any pill emperor. Naturally, it was something to be happy about. However, Yang Kai couldn't bring himself to be happy. These dragon blood pills were related to the major event that would happen 1 month later. Of course, he wanted the higher the quality, and the more the quantity, the better. Tidying up his mood, Yang Kai did not rush to open the furnace again. Instead, he took out some spirit pills and consumed them to recover his strength. 2 hours later, Yang Kai opened the furnace again. This time, he also used a low-grade dragon blood flower. Half a day later, a series of clinking sounds rang out. Yang Kai raised his brow and slapped the furnace. Although he didn't check, Yang Kai could tell from the sound that there were more than 2 pills this time. Sure enough, 4 blood-red spirit pills flew out from the furnace and were once again stored in a jade bottle. The second batch of dragon blood pills was indeed better. Whether it was the quality or the color, they were much better than the first batch. The medicinal efficacy should also be stronger. Alchemy was indeed a job that practice made perfect. This time he didn't rest and directly started refining the 3rd batch of dragon blood pills. Another half a day later, the 3rd batch of dragon blood pills was successfully refined. The quantity remained the same, still 4 spirit pills. However, the quality had increased by a level, and it was an extremely obvious improvement. Of course, Yang Kai was familiar with the process, but more importantly, it was the contribution of the only mid-grade dragon blood flower. In alchemy, the skill of a pill master was important, but the materials were also the key to the final pill's quality. For the same pill master, The better the materials, the higher the grade of the spirit pills refined. 3 batches of spirit pills, a total of 10 pills. Such a result could only be described as outstanding. If it were any other pill master, they wouldn't dare guarantee they could achieve such a result. Even Jiying, perhaps only the great emperors of wondrous pills could guarantee a 100% success rate. Once everything was ready, Yang Kai began to cultivate without stopping. Because this was the small sealed world, his territory, he didn't need to worry about anything. No matter how much of a commotion he caused, the outside world wouldn't be able to notice. Dragon transformation. With a shout, Yang Kai's figure expanded, and with a series of crackling sounds, dragon scales covered his body. 2 bulges on his forehead bulged slightly, and his pair of big hands transformed into sharp dragon claws. Even his 2 feet changed shape. Even sitting cross-legged on the ground, Yang Kai appeared extremely tall and powerful, his pair of eyes as large as copper bells, exuding a terrifying and ominous light. Holding the small jade bottle in his hand, it was as imperceptible as a speck of dust. Yang Kai opened his mouth and took a deep breath, his chest rising and falling as a dragon blood pill was sucked into his mouth and swallowed. Immediately, a burning pain spread from his lower abdomen, as if what he swallowed was not a dragon blood pill, but a stream of magma that could kill. Yang Kai breathed out hot air from his nostrils, closed his eyes, and circulated the dragon transformation secret art with all his might. His flesh and blood wriggled, as every pore on his body seemed to open up. The dragon blood pill instantly dissolved in his abdomen, its medicinal efficacies flowing through his limbs and bones. The golden divine dragon source that had been hidden in his physique for many years seemed to be stimulated by some kind of force and quickly turned into a golden light, flowing through his body along with his emperor chi. Yang Kai's meridians relaxed like a hungry traveler, greedily devouring the dragon race source that passed by, giving off the feeling of plucking feathers from a wild goose. Kacha. His bones seemed to be cracking as intense pain spread all over his body. Coupled with the burning sensation in his lower abdomen, Yang Kai instantly felt like he was better off dead. Letting out a muffled groan, Yang Kai guarded his mind, unaffected by external forces, and continued to circulate the dragon transformation secret art. Kacha. A series of cracking sounds rang out as all the bones in his body seemed to be broken and then reassembled. Every time the dragon transformation secret art improved, it was a process of rebirth. Only by enduring this unimaginable pain could one be reborn. Although it was difficult to persist, Yang Kai was extremely happy in his heart, because since the last time he obtained the power of Zhu Qing's primordialine, his strength had improved somewhat, but he had not made any progress in his dragon transformation for a long time. In other words, the progress was so slight that it was almost imperceptible, and his 4-meter-long dragon body had not changed much. After all, he was just a human who had obtained the golden divine dragon source by chance and had lived together with it for so many years. Now that he wanted to integrate this dragon race source into his own bloodline, he must pay a corresponding price, and this process would definitely be extremely long. If there was no external help, it would probably take hundreds or even thousands of years to complete the task. However, the medicinal efficacies of the dragon blood pill allowed Yang Kai to offset this time cost, allowing him to better integrate the dragon race source in a short period of time. Cracking sounds continued to ring out as the dragon scales covering Yang Kai's skin began to gradually change color. Yang Kai could even feel an itch on both sides of his head, as if something was about to break out. And this itch was precisely where his dragon horns were located. The medicinal efficacies of the dragon blood pill lasted for an hour. After an hour, the continuous cracking sounds gradually subsided, and Yang Kai's ferocious expression softened again. It was not until the medicinal efficacies had completely disappeared that he opened his eyes. His body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of water, but his expression was one of extreme joy. Although he did not examine himself carefully, he knew that he must have undergone some changes now. Recovering a little, Yong Kai inhaled a second dragon blood pill from the jade bottle into his mouth. Ooh! Inside the small sealed world, Yong Kai did not stop for a moment. Constantly taking the dragon blood pills, he refined and cultivating the dragon transformation secret art with the assistance of these emperor pills. Although the dragon blood pill had the effect of improving one's dragon race bloodline, its biggest use was to stimulate the dragon race source, making it purer and more powerful. Yong Kai's situation was different from that of the general dragon race. All dragon race bloodlines and source were gradually matured. But Yong Kai was different. His golden divine dragon source was fixed and had no room for growth, making it easier to stimulate and integrate. Today's Yong Kai was like sitting on a mountain of treasures, but he could not use all of its power. He could only plunder the wealth of this mountain bit by bit to gradually fill his pockets. 2 days later, the last dragon blood pill was completely refined. Yong Kai opened his eyes abruptly, his pupils flashing wildly as an unparalleled dragon pressure spread out from him. Yong Kai let out a long roar similar to a dragon's roar, shaking the world. Yong Kai's mountain-like body slowly stood up and breathed out a mouthful of hot air. The whole world seemed to be shaking. Sweeping his body with his divine sense, Yong Kai smiled. The 10 dragon blood pills really had some effect. Yong Kai's dragon body was now 15 meters long. This kind of improvement could be described as extremely significant. One had to know that when he obtained the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, he had only grown from 15 meters to 40 meters. These 10 dragon blood pills had allowed him to grow another 10 meters. This result made Yong Kai extremely satisfied. Chapter 3049. Time flew by, and 3 days later, Yong Kai opened his eyes from meditation with a gloomy expression on his face. He had already consumed all the dragon blood pills which allowed his 4-meter-long dragon body to grow to 5 meters, but after 3 days of continuous cultivation, there was no progress at all. He also knew that his cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and without some special opportunity, it was impossible to break through to the second-order emperor realm, but Zhu Qing's wedding was imminent, and he was eager to improve his strength, so he couldn't help but try. He had wasted 3 days in vain. He couldn't improve his cultivation, and he had consumed all the dragon blood pills. Was there really nothing he could do now? The golden divine dragon source in his body was a huge treasure, and if he had more dragon blood pills, he would be able to fully develop the potential of the dragon race source. He didn't need too many, as long as he could grow to 10 meters. Yong Kai was confident that he could leave Dragon Island with Zhu Qing. 10 meters, that was easier said than done. He had cultivated the dragon transformation art so far, and with the help of Zhu Qing's primordial yin, and more than a dozen dragon blood pills, he had only grown to 5 meters, which was only half of the way to his goal of 10 meters. If 10 dragon blood pills were used to increase his height by 1 meter, he would need 50 dragon blood pills to reach 5 meters, and at least a dozen dragon blood flowers. This was not even taking into account the increased difficulty in the later stages of growth. If he were to calculate, he would need at least 20 dragon blood flowers. Where would he get 20 dragon blood flowers? Thinking about it, Yong Kai suddenly froze, slapped his head, and secretly scolded himself for being an idiot. Dragon blood flowers were indeed rare. But where was this place? This was Dragon Island, the only place in the world that produced dragon blood flowers. As long as he could find the cultivation site of dragon blood flowers on Dragon Island, would he need to worry about not getting 20? Sure enough, it was dark under the light. He was really stupid. If he had thought of this earlier, he wouldn't have wasted 3 days. The test was imminent, and every day was extremely precious. The 3 days he wasted were very likely to be the key. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated and directly left the sealed world bead. The sealed world bead had already sunk to the bottom of the sea. As soon as Yang Kai appeared, he felt a huge pressure pressing down on him from all directions, as if it wanted to crush him into powder, circulating his emperor chi. Yang Kai barely managed to form a protective barrier around his body to offset the terrifying sea pressure, put away the sealed world bead, and rushed straight to the surface. Half a day later, on the island where Zhu Lai had met up with Fu Ling, a purple light quickly flew over and landed on the island. A graceful figure appeared. It was Fu Ling. She carefully looked around, but didn't find anything suspicious. She couldn't help but call out softly, "Brother-in-law, brother-in-law," sneakily, as if he was doing something shameful. "I need the dragon blood flower." Yang Kai's voice suddenly sounded from behind her. Fu Ling was startled and turned around, only to find that Yang Kai had already appeared. Hearing this, Fu Ling's face turned bitter. "No, I gave you all my dragon blood flowers last time. If you don't believe me, I can let you search." Today, when she received Yang Kai's summons, she was a little uneasy. Who knew that Yang Kai would make such an excessive request as soon as they met? Yang Kai had robbed her of her remaining 3 dragon blood flowers, which made her very resentful. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would actually ask for more? However, her life was in his hands, so even if Fu Ling was dissatisfied, she didn't dare to show it. As soon as she said this, Fu Ling was shocked again. "What about the 3 dragon blood flowers? Don't tell me you used them all." Yang Kai said, "3 is a lot. It's not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth." Fu Ling gasped, her eyes bulging as a look of disbelief appeared on her face. "Fill the gaps between your teeth?" For a 6th-order dragon vein cultivator like her, a low-ranked dragon blood flower would take about 10 days to completely refine, and a mid-ranked dragon blood flower would take at least 20 days. In other words, if she used those 3 dragon blood flowers, she would be able to last for at least a month. But in just a few days, Yang Kai actually used them all. Am I the dragon race, or are you the dragon race? You have the ancestral dragon source, so you can be so heaven-defying? She couldn't help but click her tongue in wonder. She sized up Yang Kai as if it was her first time seeing him. Yang Kai said unhappily, "I need dragon blood flowers, more dragon blood flowers." Fu Ling spread her hands and said, "I really don't have any more." "Oh, right, you can ask Zhu Lai for more. He should still have a few left. Do you want me to help you contact him?" "What's the use of a few?" Yang Kai curled his lips and said, "I need the dragon blood flowers on the dragon island." Fu Ling was startled for a moment. She didn't understand, but soon her expression changed and said softly, What do you mean?" "You should know what I mean. There's no time to lose. Quickly lead the way." Yang Kai snorted coldly. Fu Ling took a few steps back. She shook her head and said, "Impossible. If the elders know about this, I will definitely be banished to the dragon's tomb. This guy is too daring. He even dares to covet the dragon blood flowers on the dragon island. And he even asked me to lead the way? Isn't this pushing me into a fire pit? How can you do things like this?" Yang Kai squinted his eyes and said, "Banishing to the dragon's tomb might give you a chance to live, but if you dare to refuse, I should know what will happen to you." Fu Ling's expression changed. She looked at Yang Kai pitifully and said, "Brother-in-law, everything can be discussed, except for this." Before she finished her words, she suddenly felt a heart-wrenching pain in her mind. She couldn't help but hug her head. She screamed miserably, and her delicate body trembled. Yang Kai's expression was cold. He formed a seal with his hands, and his divine sense surged. Fu Ling's screams became more and more mournful. She had already knelt on the ground. Her waist bent like a shrimp. She screamed and whispered, "Brother-in-law, spare me." Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to her. He changed his seal again. Fu Ling roared towards the sky. A purple light exploded. She suddenly turned into a purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long. She shook her head and wagged her tail. like a headless fly, she suddenly rushed into the sea. In the blink of an eye, she rushed out of the sea again, bringing along a sparkling and translucent splash. The dragon's roar shook the sky. It was incomparably mournful. Her dragon body suddenly turned into human form, then back into dragon form. The unimaginable pain and torture made Fu Ling unable to maintain her human form and dragon form. She kept switching between the two forms. In her sea of consciousness, her soul seemed to be grabbed by an invisible hand. It was ruthlessly squeezing, as if it was going to crush her soul. Fu Ling couldn't even beg for mercy. She felt as if she was going through the most severe torture in the world. She kept sinking in pain and despair. Every moment was a torture that made her feel like she was better off dead. After the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Yong Kai stopped his seal. He lowered his head and looked down with a cold expression. Fu Ling crawled beside his feet. Her delicate body was drenched in sweat. Her clothes were sticking to her body, outlining her beautiful body. Her body was convulsing. Her eyes were lifeless. Saliva kept flowing out from the corner of her mouth. Her beautiful hair was scattered like a chicken's nest. The torture on her soul. Even a dragon race like her couldn't bear it. She felt that she was walking on the edge of death countless times. This experience would become an eternal nightmare. This is a lesson for you. You won't be so lucky next time. I know. Fu Ling gasped for breath. Her plump chest was heaving up and down violently. She was lying there like a pile of mud. After being tortured by Yong Kai like this, she also recognized the reality. Although what she did might offend the interests of the entire Dragon Island, if the elders were to find out, the only ending waiting for her would be banishment to the dragon graveyard. But if she didn't do it, then the only thing waiting for her would be death. This cheap brother-in-law of hers didn't have any gentlemanly demeanor. He also didn't treat her as a family. He didn't show any mercy when torturing her. After comparing, she naturally knew what choice she should make. The recovery ability of the dragon race was really something. Even though Fu Ling looked like she was half dead, she recovered in the time it took to brew a cup of tea. She tidied up her clothes, wiped off the saliva, and looked at Yong Kai timidly. Are we really going? After experiencing what happened just now, she had a kind of instinctive fear toward Yong Kai. This kind of fear was something she never had before. Although she also knew that her life was in the hands of Yong Kai, it was only a vague concept after all. But now she knew Yong Kai could really make her die in an instant. He could even make her experience something even more painful than death. Yong Kai turned his head and stared at her with an unfriendly expression, looking like a fiend. Fu Ling didn't waste any more time. She immediately flew out. I will lead the way. Brother-in-law, you follow me. If we meet other dragon race members on the way, you should hide as soon as possible. Yong Kai didn't say a word, nor did he do anything. His body swayed, and he flew side by side with Fu Ling. Fu Ling seemed to be a little resentful about what just happened. She didn't say a word along the way. She didn't have the excitement and passion from a few days ago, occasionally glancing at Yong Kai with eyes full of fear. Where are the dragon blood flowers planted on Dragon Island? Yong Kai asked. Although Fu Ling was full of resentment, she had to answer. It's also on an island. That island specializes in growing dragon blood flowers. It's one of the most important places for our dragon race. How many dragon race members are guarding it? 1. Fu Ling said shyly. What rank bloodline? Rank 6. Rank 6 dragon bloodline. But just like Fu Ling, Yong Kai wasn't afraid of anything. He pondered for a moment and said, when we reach there, you attract the attention of the guard. I will take care of him. We can't give him time to react. Fu Ling said awkwardly, brother-in-law, there's no need to go through so much trouble. What do you mean? Fu Ling pointed at herself and said, I am that guard. Yong Kai looked at her in shock. The corner of his eyes twitched. Then he couldn't help but laugh. This was really what they meant by traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by chance. It seemed that all his previous plans were completely useless to be able to encounter such a coincidental thing. It seemed that Dragon Island deserved to be plundered by him. Seeing him laugh, Fu Ling also laughed along, looking very awkward. "You Dragon Race members are too arrogant." Yang Kai chuckled. This unexpected gain made his mood very good. He couldn't be bothered to argue with Fu Ling. There's only one Dragon Race member guarding such an important place, and from the looks of it, you don't seem to be very attentive. Chapter 3050. Fu Ling shook her head and said, "It's not that we, the Dragon Race, are arrogant. It's just that on this Dragon Island, no one dares to trespass into the breeding grounds of the Dragon Blood Flower. Furthermore, there are only a limited number of Dragon Blood Flowers there. Only the elders have the right to harvest them. Normal Dragon Race members can't even touch them. That's why there's no need to guard that place." She paused for a moment and said, "Furthermore, the Dragon Race members are very few in number. It's impossible to place a few guards there. We usually take turns to guard it. It's my turn this year. Otherwise, I wouldn't have gone to pick up those bastards a few days ago." Yang Kai nodded after hearing that. A while ago, he came to Dragon Island with Li Jiao and the rest of the dragon descendants. It was indeed Fu Ling who brought them away. It seemed like this was also one of Fu Ling's duties as a guard. Furthermore, no matter which part of the Dragon Island, the defense was extremely lax. This was something that Yang Kai had experienced a few days ago. He went to so many spiritual islands and only exposed his whereabouts at Fu Ling's place. It could be seen how lax the defense of the Dragon Island was. In his opinion, this was the embodiment of the Dragon Race's arrogance. Because of their arrogance, they didn't need to guard against anything. The Dragon Race also had the capital to be arrogant. They would never have thought that there would be a human who was so daring to have designs on the Dragon Blood Flower. During the journey, Yang Kai suddenly thought of a question. When does the Dragon Race usually harvest the Dragon Blood Flower? Fu Ling said, "It's still early, at least 2 months." "That's good." Yang Kai was relieved. 2 months. By that time, he might not be on the Dragon Island anymore. It wouldn't matter even if the matter was exposed. He definitely had to interfere with Zhu Qing's wedding. This was enough to completely offend the Dragon Race. With this psychological preparation, Yang Kai didn't have any psychological burden to plunder the Dragon Island's Dragon Blood Flower. Since he was destined to offend them, he might as well go all the way. He might as well get some Dragon Blood Flower to strengthen his capital. The spiritual island that nurtured the Dragon Blood Flower wasn't too big, but the spiritual energy was extremely dense. It seemed like there was a good vein there. Moreover, the entire island was bright red, as if it was made of fresh blood. When one approached the island, one could clearly smell the scent of blood. Yang Kai and Fu Ling landed on the island together and scanned the island with their divine senses. They immediately detected the presence of living beings on the island. These creatures gave off a very weak feeling. Their life force was like a candle flame in a storm that could be extinguished at any moment. There were quite a few of them, at least 200 of them. Dragon descendant. These creatures were all dragon descendants that were brought to Dragon Island. The Dragon Race was using their blood to create the Dragon Blood Flower. Yang Kai frowned as his divine sense locked onto a familiar aura. His figure flickered and disappeared. Li Jiao had been very miserable these past few days. After parting ways with Yang Kai, he was brought to this island. Then, under the arrangement of Fu Ling, he sat in a formation. When the formation activated, Li Jiao immediately felt his blood essence being sucked out, turning into a blood mist that filled the island. The entire island was shrouded in a layer of red mist. This mist was the blood essence of the dragon descendants. He wanted to resist, but he couldn't walk out of the formation. Under the continuous operation of the formation, his essence blood was constantly being sucked out. This was the first time he had encountered such a thing. Although he had been mentally prepared, he still turned pale with fright. The formation wasn't sucking his blood essence fast, but if this continued, his cultivation would definitely fall. He might not even be able to keep his third-order, low-rank dragon vein. This was simply unacceptable to him. He finally understood why the cultivation of the dragon descendants was generally lower in Half-Dragon City. They were used as nourishment for the dragon blood flower. So how could they raise their cultivation too high? The ruthlessness of the dragon race terrified him. In order to ensure that his cultivation didn't fall, Li Jiao could only sit cross-legged in the formation and circulate his secret art. Even so, he couldn't make ends meet. He felt that he wouldn't be able to hold on for long. At most, in 10 days, his cultivation would fall to the second-order Emperor realm. If that was really the case, it would be harder for him to cultivate back to his original level in the future. He continuously swallowed pills and even consumed a lot of high-rank source crystals. One could imagine how much resentment he had for the dragon race. He had always yearned for Dragon Island. He wanted to see the place where his bloodline was born. This had almost become his greatest wish in his life. Now, his wish had come true, but the result was so cruel. If he could turn back time, he would rather be free and unrestrained in the Fire Dragon Palace than get involved in this muddy water with Yang Kai. He didn't know if he would be able to leave Dragon Island alive. Every time he thought of this, Li Jiao would feel extremely sorrowful. Suddenly, he seemed to have sensed something and furrowed his brow. When he opened his eyes, a smiling face appeared in front of him. "Brother Yang!" Li Jiao was overjoyed. He stood up excitedly and said, "You came to save me?" His belly full of complaints towards Yang Kai disappeared in an instant and were replaced by incomparable gratitude and kindness. Li Jiao suddenly felt that he was really cheap. He had fallen into this state because of Yang Kai, so it was only right that he came to save him. Why was he so grateful? "Brother Li, you're doing well," Yang Kai chuckled. Li Jiao's face turned bitter. "Brother Yang, don't joke around. Let's hurry up and save me. I don't want to stay in this damned place any longer." With a rustling sound, a graceful figure appeared in front of Li Jiao's eyes. Turning his head, Li Jiao's face changed drastically as he shouted, "Not good, the dragon race is here. Brother Yang, be careful." Fu Ling walked over with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, he curled his lips. "Let him out." Yang Kai turned his head and ordered. Li Jiao could not help but be stunned. He looked at Fu Ling in astonishment, then looked at Yang Kai. Clearly, he did not understand what was going on. It seemed that this dragon race did not have any hostility towards Yang Kai. Moreover, wasn't Yang Kai's tone too casual? What was going on? Something that Li Jiao could not imagine happened. After hearing Yang Kai's words, the woman from the dragon race actually formed a seal with her hands and slapped in his direction. In the next instant, the formation that had been operating suddenly stopped. Li Jiao felt his body lighten, and he no longer had to endure the pain of his blood essence being extracted. "Brother-in-law, you know each other?" Fu Ling glanced at Li Jiao curiously. Yang Kai nodded. Brother-in-law?" Li Jiao's eyes widened. He moved closer to Yang Kai and asked in a low voice, "This master is Miss Qing's younger sister?" "It's a long story." Yang Kai did not explain further, and Li Jiao naturally did not ask further. He only said with a grateful expression, "Brother Yang coming to save me. This Li will remember it in my heart. Saving you was just a matter of convenience. I came here for another matter." "What is it?" "This Li can also help." Li Jiao took the initiative to ask, "Steal the dragon blood flower." Li Jiao was stunned for a moment. Then sweat fell like rain. "So timid?" Fu Ling curled her lips and looked at Li Jiao with disdain. "Are you really from the dragon race?" Li Jiao wiped his sweat and looked at Fu Ling. It was too strange. Even if she was Miss Qing's younger sister, she would not help Yang Kai steal the dragon blood flower, right? If this kind of thing was known by the dragon race, what good would it be? Therefore, Li Jiao did not even dare to think about it. However, Yang Kai looked as if it was a matter of course. What was even stranger was this dragon girl's attitude. Fu Ling sneered and said, "If I'm not from the dragon race, then are you? Although I don't want to steal the dragon blood flower. Since it is brother-in-law's order, then I am naturally duty-bound." "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and do it," Yang Kai said as he walked to the side. There was a bright red spirit flower there. It was the dragon blood flower, and judging from its size and color, it was clearly a mid-rank dragon blood flower. He carefully reached out and picked it, putting it into his space ring. He was excited. A single dragon blood flower was at least 4 dragon blood pills. This would be of great help to his cultivation of the dragon transformation art. Seeing this, Fu Ling smiled and said, "Brother-in-law, can I just watch?" Although she had made a big mistake and would definitely not have a good ending, she was still a little afraid of stealing the dragon blood flower. Embezzlement and being forced into helplessness were 2 different things. Even if the elders were to pursue the matter, she would still have an excuse. Yang Kai did not speak, so Fu Ling took it as a silence. She followed closely beside him and did not take action. 1 stalk, 2 stalks, 3 stalks, the dragon blood flower grew very scattered. Yang Kai went all the way and picked any flowers he saw. In less than half an hour, he had already picked 10 stalks. Most of them were low-ranked dragon blood flowers, and there were only 2 mid-ranked dragon blood flowers. It seemed that even on the Dragon Island, there were not many mid-rank dragon blood flowers. Li Jiao did not dare to take action, and just followed behind Yang Kai. Seeing him happily picking the dragon blood flowers, his eyes could not help but turn red. He had spent hundreds of years to cultivate a single dragon blood flower, and regarded it as a treasure. In the end, Yang Kai benefited from it. Just thinking about it made his heart ache. 1 stalk was already so valuable, and this was the island where the dragon blood flowers were cultivated. It was hard for him not to be jealous. His heart was restless. Picking 1 stalk was enough to upgrade his bloodline, but no matter what, he was not as bold as Yang Kai. Fu Ling was also the same. Although these dragon blood flowers were considered the wealth of the entire dragon race, she also had a share. Yang Kai plundering like this was equivalent to snatching away the benefits that belonged to her. Fortunately, she realized that Yang Kai also had his own principles. He did not touch those dragon blood flowers that were not ripe, and all the dragon blood flowers that were already ripe. There were more than tens of thousands of dragon blood flowers on the entire island. However, about 90% of them were not ripe. Therefore, even if Yang Kai really swept away all the ripe dragon blood flowers, it would not destroy the foundation of the dragon blood flowers. After another 10 to 20 years, there would be more dragon blood flowers that would mature. 10 stalks, 20 stalks, 30 stalks in a short 2 hours. Yang Kai had already plucked over 100 dragon blood flowers. His original target was 20 stalks, but this target had already been tossed far away. Plundering 20 stalks was stealing. Plundering 100 stalks was also stealing. Since he had already done it, there was naturally no need to hold back. Over 100 dragon blood flowers, 80% of them were low-grade, and there were only a dozen or so mid-grade. What made Yang Kai excited was that he had actually plucked a few high-grade dragon blood flowers. With a single glance, one could tell that the high-grade dragon blood flowers were very different from the mid-grade and low-grade dragon blood flowers. The medicinal power contained within was incomparably shocking. If it was refined into a dragon blood pill, it would definitely be very different from before. Chapter 3051. Half a day later, there were more than 1,000 dragon blood flowers in Yang Kai's space ring. He had almost walked through the entire spiritual island. Li Jiao also picked a few under Fu Ling's watchful eyes. His hands were trembling nonstop as he was excited or scared. He felt extremely excited. Suddenly, Yang Kai looked in a certain direction and was attracted by the 2 dragon blood flowers. Those 2 dragon blood flowers were obviously slightly different from the ones he'd gathered earlier. Both flowers were crystalline and translucent, and their blood-red color was round and pure. Moreover, the dense red chi that suffused them actually showed signs of transforming into WIRMS that were extremely lifelike. Supreme-grade dragon blood flower? Yang Kai narrowed his eyes. Although he had never seen a supreme-grade dragon blood flower before, he could recognize the 2 flowers the moment he saw them. Brother-in-law, these 2 flowers... Fu Ling was anxious. Supreme-grade dragon blood flower was something that one could only come across by chance on the Dragon Island. Only the elders were qualified to consume them. The 2 supreme-grade dragon blood flowers were already taken. They would be given to the Great Elder and Second Elder after 2 months. Now that they were targeted by Yang Kai, how could they keep them? Even though Fu Ling knew that she couldn't keep them, she still tried to persuade him. Get lost! Yang Kai pushed her to the side and walked to the 2 dragon blood flowers with burning eyes. Reaching out to pick them, the red dragon shadow on the flowers let out a faint roar. Fu Ling sighed as she knew that she was done for. After the incident here was exposed, the only ending that awaited her was to be banished to the dragon's graveyard. Another 2 hours later, all the mature dragon blood flowers on the spiritual island were swept clean by Yang Kai. Stay on the spiritual island. I will call for you whenever there is an opportunity. Try not to let the incident here be exposed. Yang Kai instructed Fu Ling when he walked out of the spiritual island. Got it? Fu Ling dealt with it listlessly. She wanted to slap Yang Kai to death. After creating such a huge mess, he still expected her to clean up after him. He was simply too unreasonable. Yang Kai nodded and flew away with Li Jiao. Although Li Jiao was a little weak because Yang Kai had rescued him in time, his foundation was not damaged. He only needed to rest for a while to recover, and there was no risk of his cultivation base and realm falling. Along the way, Li Jiao repeatedly hesitated to speak. San Yang is fine. Yang Kai knew what he wanted to ask, so he took the initiative to speak. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression was somewhat complicated. In the end, he still said, "Thank you, Brother Yang, for taking care of me." Yang Kai nodded. San Yang is a good person. What happened back then wasn't her fault. Li Jiao said, "I know, but he sighed heavily and shook his head continuously. Although Lu Sanyang was innocent in what happened back then, no man would be able to let go of such a thing easily. Yang Kai understood his feelings, so he just casually said a few words and didn't mention it anymore. After thinking for a while, he said, "You are a dragon descendant, so you are too obvious a target. If other members of the dragon race find you, it may cause some accidents. You should go to a safe place." Li Jiao asked suspiciously. "Where?" Yang Kai stopped, turned around, and slapped him, shouting, "Don't resist!" Li Jiao was startled and instinctively wanted to resist, but after hearing Yang Kai's words, he immediately relaxed. He believed that Yang Kai would not harm him. A wave of dizziness came, and Li Jiao found that he had entered a very strange world, returning to Fu Chi's Soul Island. Yang Kai found Lu Sanyang and her mother. Without explaining anything, he put them into the small sealed world bead and let them meet with Li Jiao before flying towards the depths of the sea. Just like last time, after rushing into the sea, Yang Kai directly summoned the sealed world bead and hid in the small sealed world bead. There wasn't much time left, about 20 days at most, so he didn't want to waste a moment. After checking his herbs, Yang Kai took out all the auxiliary herbs needed to refine the dragon blood pill and piled them up beside him. Although he had a lot of spirit flowers and herbs on hand, and refining the dragon blood pill was not a problem, he had collected over 1,000 dragon blood flowers. If he really wanted to refine them, he could refine over 1,000 furnaces of dragon blood pills. But there weren't that many auxiliary herbs left. At most, he could refine another 20 furnaces of dragon blood pills before running out, so he had to calculate carefully. Among the thousands of dragon blood flowers, there were 100 to 200 mid-rank flowers, 20 to 30 high-rank flowers, and only 2 extreme-rank flowers. In order to ensure that the medicinal effects were maximized, he directly used high-rank dragon blood flowers to refine the dragon blood pills this time. Refining the pill furnace, controlling the fire, carving the spirit array, adding the herbs. After an hour, the first furnace of dragon blood pills had been refined. The result was just SOSO. 4 dragon blood pills were not too many, but the quality was much better than before. After all, these pills were refined from high-rank dragon blood flowers, so the previous ones couldn't be compared. Yang Kai's expression was calm as an ancient well. After calming himself down, he directly began refining the second furnace of spirit pills. Then the third furnace, the fourth furnace. Practice makes perfect, and the quality of the dragon blood pills refined after that seemed to have improved. By the time he reached the 10th furnace, he had produced 5 pills, which was 1 more than the previous furnace. This was a good improvement. 1 more dragon blood pill meant 1 more guarantee, so Yang Kai was naturally happy. However, 5 dragon blood pills seemed to be the limit. After refining 20 furnaces, the number of pills did not increase, but the quality of the dragon blood pills seemed to have reached a limit. The medicinal efficacies contained in these spirit pills were simply incomparable to the ones he refined at the beginning. Calming his mind, Yang Kai sat cross-legged and circulated his secret art to restore his strength. A day later, Yang Kai opened his eyes and opened the furnace once again. He still had the last 2 batches of materials to refine the dragon blood pill, and these last 2 batches would naturally be refined with the 2 dragon blood flowers as the main ingredients. He had great expectations for these 2 batches of elixirs. All the procedures were easy to follow. After refining 20 furnaces of dragon blood pills, Yang Kai knew what to do even with his eyes closed. There was not the slightest mistake or flaw. When the first batch of spirit pills was refined, Yang Kai couldn't help but look forward to it. Putting away the spirit pills and taking a closer look, he suddenly beamed with joy. His luck was pretty good. He had used the dragon blood flower to refine a total of 6 spirit dawn, and 2 of them had even formed pill veins. These 2 spirit dawn were densely covered with veins, and they were extremely complex, just like the meridians of the human body. The value of a spirit pill with pill veins and a spirit pill without pill veins naturally could not be compared. This was also the standard to test whether an alchemy grandmaster was skilled or not. Although some alchemy grandmasters knew how to refine pills, they would never be able to refine a spirit pill with pill veins. This was because these alchemy grandmasters only followed the scriptures and did not have their own unique methods and insights. In other words, they did not have any spirituality when it came to alchemy, and everything was very rigid. Yang Kai was naturally different from those alchemists, simply sorting out his mood. Yang Kai opened the furnace again and prepared to refine the last batch of spirit pills. This time, his condition was even better than before. After the pills formed, Yang Kai did not need to carefully examine them. He knew that the results would not be worse than before. The result was as expected. Of the 6 spirit pills, 3 had formed pill veins. At this point, Yang Kai was finally done with his alchemy. If he were to include the dragon blood pills that he had refined previously, he had refined a total of 25 batches of spirit pills without a single failure. Such a result would probably be praised by the great emperors of wondrous pills. He had close to 100 dragon blood pills, each of which was better than the previous one. Among them, 5 had even formed pill veins. He admired his masterpiece for a while. Without stopping, Yang Kai began his alchemy grandmaster plan. With a low roar, his body suddenly expanded and became as tall as a mountain. Taking out a dragon blood pill, he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. Yang Kai activated the dragon transformation skill, and the dragon breath spread out. Just as Yang Kai was consuming dragon blood pills like eating candy on a spirit island in the Sea of the Dragon Palace, this spirit island was a little different from the other spirit islands. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the cold air was oppressive, and the entire spirit island seemed to be frozen. There was even a thick layer of ice on the sea beside the island. This was actually an ice island. Everything on the ice island seemed to be frozen. There were no birds chirping or flowers fragrant. There was also no lush greenery, other than the rich spiritual energy. The entire spirit island seemed to be filled with an extremely uncomfortable aura. It was extremely dull. Even in the dragon race, this ice island was not a place that could be approached casually. This was because this was the territory of the dragon race's second elder, Fu Sui. No matter which dragon race it was, no matter if it was the Fu faction or the Zhu faction, they were all in awe of the second elder. Especially after the incident that happened more than 10 years ago, this awe had almost increased to the level of fear. More than 10 years ago, the second elder had personally banished that person into the dragon tomb. In the entire dragon island, no one had the closest relationship with the second elder than her. The two of them were almost as close as mother and daughter. Even so, the second elder was merciless in his punishment. At that time, all the members of the dragon race knew that the second elder's iron blood was ruthless. At this very moment, Zhu Qing was under house arrest on this ice island. In the center of the ice island, there was a 10,000-year-old ice bed. Zhu Qing was sitting cross-legged. Her cultivation was suppressed, and her dragon vein was sealed. The current Zhu Qing did not have the slightest bit of strength. Only her physical body was slightly stronger. However, under the erosion of this 10,000-year-old ice bed, her entire body would occasionally shiver. Her small face was pale, and the breath she exhaled was dense and a fog. She knew that this was the punishment the second elder gave her, so she did not complain. She only silently endured it, recalling the bits and pieces between her and Yang Kai. She felt a burst of pain in her heart. In this life, she did not know if she would have the chance to meet him again. She had fallen to such a state. Even if she had the chance in the future, she was afraid that she would not have the face to see him again. Before returning, she had already mentally prepared herself. She knew that the matter between her and Yang Kai would definitely be greatly hindered. However, she was part of the dragon race and had no choice but to return. If she really stubbornly stayed by Yang Kai's side, she would definitely cause a huge trouble for Yang Kai. Therefore, she returned to Dragon Island with the hope of persuading the second elder. Chapter 3052. But what welcomed her was an unimaginable storm. Her cultivation was sealed, her dragon vein was suppressed, her marriage was bestowed to Fu Qi, and the wedding was to be held in a month's time. Everything happened so suddenly. She would rather be banished to the dragon tomb to fend for herself than marry another dragon race. There were not many dragon race members, and she knew what kind of person Fu Qi was. Since a long time ago, this guy had thoughts about her and had repeatedly requested the elders to bestow a marriage, harassing her nonstop. Zhu Qing had never paid attention to him, but she didn't expect him to succeed this time. She secretly made up her mind that if she really had no choice, she could only fight to the death. Rustling footsteps were heard. Zhu Qing opened her eyes to look, and there was a beautiful woman in white in front of her. This woman looked to be less than 30 years old. Her figure was full and round, and her appearance was stunning. Her silver hair was like snow-white silk, tied up in a woman's bun behind her head, but her beautiful face was like ice that wouldn't melt for 10,000 years, giving people a cold feeling just by looking at it, causing people to involuntarily feel apprehensive. Second elder. Although Zhu Qing resented her arbitrary behavior, she still had the necessary etiquette. Fu Qi said indifferently, "Have you thought it through?" Zhu Qing said with a calm expression. Second elder knows Qing, Er's thoughts. Why ask? Fu Qi said, "That's fine. The wedding is in a dozen days. You still have time to slowly think about it. When you have thought it through, great elder, and I will release the seal for you." Zhu Qing frowned. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why does second elder have to force Qing? Like this. You're smart. Qing is not willing. Fu Qi said, "The reproduction of the dragon race is the most important thing. So, what if it's a little romantic? Furthermore, you actually dared to find a human. You're bringing shame to the dragon race." Zhu Qing said, "That's Qing Er's personal matter. What does it have to do with the dragon race?" Fu Ti's expression turned even colder. "Since the bloodline of the dragon race flows in your body, then your words and actions are related to the reputation of the dragon race. I cannot allow you to do whatever you want." Zhu Qing said sadly, in second elder's eyes, "Is there nothing else other than the reproduction of the dragon race?" Fu Shi flicked his sleeves and said, "The dragon race is already rare, and the ratio of males to females is extremely unbalanced. If everyone doesn't listen to teachings like you, the dragon race will be destroyed very soon. As a dragon race, you have to think more about the dragon race." Zhu Qing laughed at herself. I didn't expect Qing to shoulder the heavy responsibility of continuing the dragon race. Qing is really flattered. "I know you resent me in your heart, but that doesn't matter. As long as you can give birth to a dragon child, what's the harm in being scolded by you?" Fu Ti looked at her and said, "Don't have any unrealistic thoughts. Before you and Fu Qi's dragon child are born, I will not give you the chance to kill yourself. Since I have said so, you should think more about it. Rather than suffering in the future, it's better to think it through earlier." After saying that, he turned around and walked out. Zhu Qing's body trembled slightly. She suddenly gritted her teeth and shouted, "Second elder, don't you have any regret for what happened more than 10 years ago? She is still suffering in the dragon tomb. It's not too late to let her out. If it's too late, it will be too late even if you regret it." Second elder's footsteps paused slightly. He said without turning his head, "You can only enter the dragon tomb, but not leave. She only has herself to blame." Second elder's figure disappeared from her sight, and a bitter smile appeared on Zhu Qing's face. This time, she really realized second elder's heart of stone. She deliberately mentioned what happened more than 10 years ago, but it had no effect at all. Zhu Qing knew that she couldn't persuade second elder no matter what. A few li away, a well-built figure came up with a fawning smile on his face. He cupped his hands and said, "Greetings to second elder." Fu Ti frowned and looked at Fu Qi. "What are you doing here?" Fu Qi said carefully, "I came to see how Qing is doing." "You just met her. What did she say?" Fu Ti said, "Why do you care what she says? She will be yours in 10 days. Fu Qi chuckled. "That's right. Second elder, can I go in and see Qing? If I talk to her, she might change her mind. Her temper is not good now. If you go see her, it will only backfire." Fu Ti brushed past him and said, "Instead of spending time on her, you should prepare yourself." "Yes," Fu Qi responded respectfully. After being rejected by second elder, he didn't dare to insist. He came here today to see if he could see Zhu Qing and see if her attitude had changed. But after hearing second elder's words, he immediately understood that Zhu Qing was still the same. He couldn't help but feel annoyed. He was from the dragon race, an 8th rank lightning dragon. How could he not be compared to a human? Not only did that bitch Zhu Qing reject the marriage arranged by the elders, She was still thinking about that human. That human seemed to be called Yang Kai. Fu Qi secretly remembered this name and prepared to find trouble with that Yang Kai when the time was right. He hated Yang Kai for taking Zhu Qing's virginity. Zhu Qing was different from Fu Ling. She had a good reputation on Dragon Island, and because of that, he liked Zhu Qing a lot. He had chased after Zhu Qing many times before, but he didn't manage to win her heart. He didn't expect that she would get together with a human after going out for a trip. This made Fu Qi feel hatred. But it didn't matter now. The wedding was in 10 days, and Zhu Qing would become his woman. Moreover, second elders seemed to have said that as long as he and Zhu Qing didn't give birth to a dragon child, he wouldn't release Zhu Qing's seal. So, even if Zhu Qing had a ninth-order dragon vein now, he wasn't afraid. After the wedding, he could do whatever he wanted to her. Although there were many toys on the island, how could those ants compare to Zhu Qing? Fu Qi was looking forward to the wedding in 10 days. After hesitating on the ice island for a while, he immediately flew back to his spirit island. In order for the wedding to go on as scheduled, he had to ensure that the construction of the palace was completed. In the small sealed world, Yang Kai opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with dragon pressure. Over 100 dragon blood pills had been consumed, and even the mid-rank dragon blood flowers were eaten clean. Now, only low-rank dragon blood flowers were left in his ring. Counting the days, it was almost time. Yang Kai stopped the dragon transformation art and returned to his human form. Sweeping with his divine sense, he found Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang somewhere in the small sealed world. The two seemed to want to bury the hatchet and were standing together talking. Lu Yuqin was hiding in the distance, timidly looking at them. When Yang Kai suddenly appeared, Li Jiao and Lu Sanyang were startled. Both of their expressions became a little unnatural. After all, being caught red-handed in front of a flower under the moonlight was a little embarrassing. Lu Sanyang's face turned red. Li Jiao was even more speechless. Brother Yang, what is this place? He had stayed here with Lu Sanyang and his daughter for a few days, so he was very sensitive to the fact that this was a small sealed world. He was secretly shocked. It was also at this time that he understood why he was able to avoid the corrosion of the demonic qi in the reincarnation world. In the reincarnation world, Yang Kai had knocked him out many times, and every time he was knocked out, the world principles would change. At that time, he should have been thrown into this small sealed world by Yang Kai, so he could avoid the misfortune of being infected by the demonic qi. Now that he thought about it, Yang Kai should not have trusted him at that time, so he knocked him out many times. But now he had obviously gained Yang Kai's trust. Yang Kai did not answer, but asked instead, "I'm going to teach Fu Qi a lesson." Li Jiao was stunned for a moment, then gritted his teeth and said, "I'm going to help Brother Yang." He did not know who Fu Qi was before, but after interacting with Lu Sanyang many times, he learned about the culprit who had harmed Lu Sanyang back then. He had long held a grudge against Fu Qi, so when he heard Yang Kai say this, how could he hold back? He and Fu Qi had a grudge that was equivalent to stealing his wife, so how could he not take revenge? Fu Qi was a rank 8 Thunder Dragon, so he had no chance of winning. Just a bloodline suppression was enough to make him helpless. But if he had Yang Kai's help, then the situation would be different. He did not expect to be Fu Qi's match, and only hoped to bite off a piece of Fu Qi's flesh to vent his anger. Lu Sanyang's expression changed greatly when she heard this, and she shouted, "You can't!" Li Jiao looked at her, and his expression softened as he smiled. "Wait for me. I'll take revenge for you. You can't go." Lu Sanyang's beautiful face turned pale. She went up and grabbed Li Jiao's arm, looking like she would not let go even if she died. Li Jiao could not bear to attack her, so he could only turn to look at Yang Kai. Yang Kai understood and raised his hand to point at Lu Sanyang. With a poke, Lu Sanyang fell limply to the ground. "Mother!" Lu Yuqin ran over from afar and exclaimed, holding Lu Sanyang in her arms, "Your mother is fine." Li Jiao patted her head and sighed. "Take good care of your mother. It's fine if I can come back, but if I can't—" He paused for a long time before saying, "Ask your mother to bring you back to Ru Isect." Uncle Li. Lu Yuqin clearly sensed something and looked at Li Jiao with red eyes. Although she did not know what the relationship between Li Jiao and her mother was, she had seen the events of the past few days. She had never seen her mother so happy before. So she knew that this Uncle Li must be a very important person in her mother's heart. This scene of life and death almost made her cry. Li Jiao smiled. "Next time you see me, remember to call me father." Life and death were uncertain, and the future was full of troubles. Only at this moment did Li Jiao truly untie the knot in his heart. His heart was calm and clear, and he felt refreshed. Her vision blurred, and Li Jiao and Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Lu Yuqin was slightly absent-minded. She had a father? She sat on the ground in a daze, holding her mother in her arms. After a long time, she cried and laughed. "Mother, I also have a father. Wake up, Chinair also has a father." If anyone else heard this, they would find it ridiculous. Who didn't have a father in this world? This was the most sincere desire of a little girl for more than 10 years. Chapter 3053. On the spiritual island, it was very lively. The palace stood tall and majestic. Although it was only a month's time, the 500 mortals still completed the palace before the deadline with astonishing perseverance and courage. After all, countless rare materials were used to build the palace. The entire palace was dazzling and richly ornamented. Whether it was Yang Kai or Li Jiao, they had never seen such a large palace before. Wu Chun was directing the mortals to decorate every corner of the palace. Today was the last day of the deadline. Tomorrow was the wedding day of the dragon race. No one dared to be careless. Hundreds of people were moving in and out, constantly placing small objects in the palace, making the spacious palace rich and colorful. "Brother Yang, we haven't seen each other in a while." Seeing Yang Kai come over, Wu Chun greeted him with a smile. He didn't ask where Yang Kai went these days. After all, the two of them weren't very close. It was taboo to talk too much when they weren't close. However, Li Jiao's appearance puzzled him. He didn't know why there was a dragon descendant here. If he didn't remember wrongly, this dragon descendant should have been brought to cultivate the dragon blood flower. "Tomorrow is the wedding day?" Yang Kai asked calmly. Wu Chen's expression also became serious. He nodded and said, "That's right. It's tomorrow. Fortunately, we made it in time. Otherwise, all of us would have died." "Brother Wu has worked hard and contributed greatly." Yang Kai nodded. Wu Chen smiled and said, "It can't be helped. This is a mission given by the dragon race. I don't want to die." "Oh, right, Brother Yang, since you're here. Don't leave." Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. Wu Chen explained, "The dragon race's wedding is a big event. Naturally, it has to be festive. However, you also know that the dragon race only has a few people. Therefore, we were specially allowed to stay and watch the ceremony." Yang Kai's eyes flashed. He nodded and said, "That's what I was thinking." Previously, he was still thinking about how he could stay. If the dragon race really kicked him out at this time, he could only quietly hide and wait for tomorrow to come. He did not expect that the dragon race would allow hundreds of mortals to stay and watch the race, which saved him a lot of trouble. With the permission of the dragon race, he could openly wait here for Zhu Qing's arrival. "I'm afraid there will be a good show tomorrow." Wu Chen chuckled. "Yes." Yang Kai nodded, then suddenly frowned and turned to look at Wu Chen, asking in surprise, "Brother Wu, you actually made a breakthrough?" This Wu Chen was only a second-order Emperor Realm Master before, but today he had already reached the Third Order Emperor realm. Previously, Yang Kai hadn't paid much attention to it, but when he found out, he couldn't help but be surprised. Breaking through from the Second Order Emperor realm to the Third Order was not a simple matter. It was more than 10 times more difficult than breaking through from the Dao Source realm. Yang Kai didn't know how Wu Chen did it. Wu Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Brother Yang, you don't know how this Wu survived this past month. I narrowly escaped death many times, and only managed to make a breakthrough by chance. If there was even the slightest mistake during this period, this Wu wouldn't be able to stand here. This Wu's luck was quite good, but many of the other brothers, let's not talk about them." He shook his head repeatedly, a look of lingering fear on his face. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment. His divine sense spread out like a tide, and after a moment, his expression changed slightly, because he found that there were only about 300 people here. One had to know that when Fu Qi brought them here a month ago, there were 500 people, but now this number was reduced by nearly 40%. The palace had already been built, so there was no need to go out to mine for materials. In other words, the 40% who were missing were probably dead. Was the construction of a palace actually so dangerous? Yang Kai knew that mining icy soul snow jade could cost one's life. Previously, Lu Sanyang had also said that a few people had been frozen to death, but with so many people here, it was impossible for all of them to be frozen to death, right? Following this, he discovered something strange. There were very few cultivators in the Emperor realm, and there wasn't a single third-layer Emperor realm cultivator. And these people, regardless of gender or age, regardless of their cultivation, seemed to be extremely afraid of Wu Chen. They all stayed far away from him, not daring to approach. Just what had happened during this past month. Why did Wu Chen have such a strong deterrent effect in these people's hearts? Brother Yang, how about you go rest first? We'll come back tomorrow to watch the show. Wu Chen patted his chest and said, "Leave everything here to me. Don't worry, I guarantee that everything will be well prepared." Yang Kai nodded. That's fine too. He wouldn't interfere with the palace's matters. Staying here made him want to tear this palace apart. So how could he take the initiative to help? Thus, he simply found a place with Li Jiao to rest. "That Wu Chen isn't simple," Li Jiao said with a frown. "What did you see?" Yang Kai looked at him and asked. Li Jiao shook his head. "I didn't see anything. I just felt that this person is a little strange. Brother Yang, you must be careful of him." "I know," Yang Kai said indifferently. "As long as he doesn't stop me, everything will be fine. If he dares to make an enemy out of me, I won't show any mercy. By the way, Brother Yang, what grudge do you have with that Fu Qi?" Li Jiao asked, puzzled. Previously, when Yang Kai said that he was going to teach Fu Qi a lesson, he didn't think too much about it. Now that he had calmed down, he thought about it, and from the looks of it, the grudge between Yang Kai and Fu Qi wasn't any smaller than his. Tomorrow is the dragon race wedding between Fu Qi and Zhu Qing. Li Jiao was stunned for a moment before nodding. "I understand. Wasn't it the same as him? They both hated each other for snatching their wives, but one was a fact, and the other was something that was about to happen." In an instant, Li Jiao and Yang Kai had a common enemy. It was a quiet night. The next day, the sky was clear, and the water was the same color. The entire Dragon Palace seemed to be filled with a festive and lively atmosphere. Some beautiful women came to the palace early in the morning, adding a touch of liveliness to the huge palace. These women were all Fu Qi's exclusive property. Needless to say, even if they couldn't be compared to Lu Sanyang and the deceased Madame Hua, they were still top-notch beauties. There were more than 100 of them, shuttling back and forth in the palace, inspecting everything. Wu Chen accompanied them by the side, nodding and bowing as he led the way. Today, they were mainly in charge of welcoming the bride, so they naturally couldn't be careless. They knew that Fu Qi was going to marry their future mistress, and their life and death would be in the other party's hands. Therefore, they were especially attentive. Even if there was a speck of dust in the palace, they would reprimand Wu Qin and order her to clean it up immediately. They were busy for 4 hours, and Wu Qin was so busy that she was disoriented. Many cultivators complained incessantly, but no one dared to complain under the tyrannical power of the dragon race. 4 hours later, all the preparations were complete. More than 100 women walked out of the palace and lined up neatly. They waited quietly, and the air was filled with all kinds of fragrances. The 300 cultivator also neatly spread out to the 2 sides. The scene was solemn and quiet. The 300 cultivator was mainly here to join in the fun and didn't have any other mission. Yang Kai and Li Jiao were mixed in the crowd and didn't move. Perhaps because he was nervous, Li Jiao looked very anxious. He wanted to chat with Yang Kai to relieve the pressure, but he saw that Yang Kai had been resting with his eyes closed, and he didn't want to disturb him. In a flash, a thunderbolt suddenly appeared, and an unparalleled dragon's might filled the air. A figure sped over from the other side of the island and landed in front of the palace. Fu Qi wore a bright red robe today, which made him look very festive. Paired with his handsome face and unruly demeanor, the bright red color did not make him look tacky, but instead made him look even more charming. The 100 or so women were all in a daze, and the 300 martial artists also had serious expressions on their faces. The main character of today's wedding had appeared, and they naturally had to be alert. Master, a woman in palace attire standing at the front, quickly greeted with a faint smile, but her expression was a little reserved. She wasn't as favored as Madame Hua, so she couldn't be at ease in front of Fu Qi. Fu Qi glanced over and nodded slightly. "How are the preparations?" That woman said, "Everything is ready. Now, we just need to wait for the bride to come." "Very good." After Fu Qi finished speaking, he didn't pay attention to that woman anymore. That woman wanted to say something, but hesitated a few times. But in the end, she silently retreated. Li Jiao lowered his eyes, and Yang Kai closed his eyes. The 2 of them didn't look at Fu Qi. It wasn't that they didn't dare, but the inadvertent hostility in their eyes would reveal flaws and arouse others' vigilance. A group of people waited in front of the palace. After a short, while one dragon race cultivator after another arrived and congratulated him, Fu Qi warmly received them. Not long after, 6 or 7 dragon race cultivators gathered in front of the palace, talking loudly and laughing loudly. After another hour or so, a few high-pitched dragon roars suddenly came from the distance. The clouds in the sky were tumbling, and a huge cloud was rapidly advancing. "It's here!" A dragon race cultivator pointed at the cloud and said with a smile. Everyone looked over. Fu Qi tidied his clothes and put on a gentle smile on his face. The cloud was getting closer and closer, and the dragon roars were getting louder and louder. Suddenly, the cloud surged, and a giant figure appeared from within the cloud. It was a crimson dragon that was more than 200 feet long and covered in dragon scales. The crimson color was like a burning flame. It shook its head and wagged its tail as it rushed over. There was a burst of exclamations. Facing the true body of a dragon at such a close distance, no matter who it was, they would feel tremendous pressure. This was not the end. After the crimson dragon appeared, a green dragon that was not inferior to the crimson dragon in size also appeared from the side and flew side by side with it. The 3rd dragon race also appeared. The 4th 4 dragons flew together, and the scene was so spectacular that everyone held their breaths. Behind the 4 dragons, there was a luxuriously decorated sedan. The sedan was also red and looked very festive. In the sedan, there was a graceful figure sitting inside, motionless. The gauze curtain prevented people from seeing her face, but everyone knew that the person in the sedan must be today's bride. Chapter 3054. The Palanquin, and the person in the palanquin were the main characters today. The 4 dragons that appeared earlier were merely the palanquin drivers. Beside the palanquin stood 2 dragon ladies. One of them had fluttering purple hair, and it was Fu Ling. She was originally guarding the dragon blood flower, but today was the grand day of the dragon race, so she was naturally summoned back. The other dragon lady didn't look special. Other than her outstanding looks, she was no different from an ordinary human. The 2 dragon ladies held flower baskets and stood on the palanquin's left and right. When they flew over, the flower petals in the baskets flew out, creating a pleasing flower rain in the sky. It was extremely beautiful. The flower rain wasn't an ordinary flower rain. The petals of various colors exploded in the sky, and the colorful lights dazzled everyone. Just the scene alone was enough to make everyone unable to take their eyes off it. They secretly exclaimed that the dragon race was indeed a dragon race. Even a grand wedding could be played with so many tricks. Such extravagance wasn't something that ordinary people could compare to. Not long later, the palanquin arrived. The 4 dragons stopped and floated a few hundred feet away from the palace. Everyone looked at the palanquin, and a heartfelt smile appeared on Fu Chi's face. After today, the dragon lady in the palanquin would be his, and it was naturally a joyous occasion for Fu Chi. Swoosh, 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 3 figures abruptly appeared. One was a middle-aged elder with a skinny figure and red hair. He had a dignified expression. Although he didn't reveal any aura, anyone could feel the immense pressure from him. That kind of indescribable pressure was something that even the 4 dragons that had revealed their true forms could not compare to. Beside the middle-aged elder was a silver-haired woman in palace attire with a cold expression. The aura that she exuded made everyone shudder. Everyone only took a quick glance at her and didn't dare to look at her again. It was as though their bodies and minds would be frozen if they looked at her too much. The last person wasn't very old. He was a man and looked like a young man. He had a gentle smile on his face as he stood there reservedly. Once the 3 of them appeared, Fu Chi, and the others became serious. They bowed and said, "Greetings to the 3 elders." The arrogance of the dragon race was only targeted at creatures of other races. In front of the strong of the same race, even the most arrogant head would have to bow down. Hearing Fu Chi and the others' exclamations, the 300 cultivators' expressions changed slightly. They quickly lowered their heads and exclaimed in their hearts, "So these are the 3 elders of the dragon race. First elder Zhu Yan, second elder Fu Tu, 4th elder Zhu Kong." The 3 of them were overlords in the entire dragon island, especially the great elder and second elder. Both of them were rank 10 dragon veins and were invincible on the dragon island. Although that Zhu Kong did not have a rank 10 dragon bloodline, she was still a rank 9. Normal dragon race members would not be able to match her. It was said that in the past there were 4 elders on the dragon island. There was also a 3rd elder who also had a rank 9 dragon vein. However, for some unknown reason, the 3rd elder did not appear this time. However, this kind of secret was not something that an ordinary person could come into contact with. The 300 cultivators had been living in half of the dragon city for a long time. Naturally, they were not clear about the internal situation of the dragon island. In front of the temporary imperial residence, there were more than a dozen dragon race members gathered. This could be said to be the power of the entire dragon island. Other than the grand wedding of the dragon race that happened once in 10,000 years, it was very difficult to have so many dragon race members gathered together. First elder Zhu Yan's expression was as calm as an ancient well. Second elder Fu Tu had a naturally cold expression. The 2 did not say much. Only the smiling 4th elder, Zhu Kong, nodded towards Fu Chi. "Congratulations." Fu Chi respectfully said, "Fu Chi is extremely grateful for the elder's love." Zhu Kong said, "After the grand wedding, I hope that the two of you will treat each other with respect and love." Fu Qi quickly said, "Fourth elder, don't worry. Fu Qi will definitely not treat Qing unfairly. I will also give birth to a dragon child for the Dragon Island as soon as possible and continue the bloodline." Zhu Kong smiled slightly and did not comment. Fu Tu frowned and said, "Enough with the nonsense. Help Xu Qing down." With her order, the dragons naturally did not dare to disobey. The 4 dragons in front of the sedan parted to the sides. Fu Ling and another dragon girl reached out and lifted the curtain, softly saying, "Elder Sister Qing, it's time to come down." Zhu Qing did not move and sat as steadily as a mountain. Fu Ling timidly sized up the second elder. Seeing that her expression was becoming colder and colder, she softly said a few words of persuasion, but it was to no avail. Fu Ling could not help but break out in a cold sweat. She naturally knew that Zhu Qing was not satisfied with this marriage. The entire Dragon Island knew, but the elders were here. Even if she was not willing, what could she do? If this matter was not handled properly, it would definitely become a joke. The smile on Fu Qi's face slowly disappeared, and he could not maintain his expression. Fu Tu's expression also became cold as he turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan looked down and remained indifferent. Fu Tu could not help but snort coldly in his heart. Just as he was about to personally get Zhu Qing out of the sedan, a figure suddenly flashed past. In front of the sedan, a young man leisurely appeared. Most people did not notice how he had appeared, but the elders of the dragon race narrowed their eyes and looked towards that person. Fu Jin frowned and shouted, "Chase him away." What was this person doing? He actually ran out in this kind of situation and blocked the front of the sedan. Was he seeking death? If it was any other time, Fu Tu would have already killed him, but today was the wedding of the dragon race. It would be best if there was no bloodshed, so she endured for a while. A resounding dragon's roar rang out as the 200-foot-long red dragon coiled its body around the palanquin. It raised its head high and stared at the palanquin with its eyes wide open. It looked like it was going to protect the palanquin. The other 3 dragons were immediately blocked outside. "Julai, what are you doing?" Fu Qi frowned as she looked at the red dragon pulling the sedan. The dragon opened its mouth, and Julai's voice boomed like thunder. "Nothing, please wait for a moment." Zhu Yan, who had been calm the entire time, finally looked up. After seeing the back of the figure blocking the front of the sedan, he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Zhu Kong also had a surprised expression. Even if his cultivation was not bad, he was still a little confused at this moment. Under everyone's gazes, Yang Kai gently took a deep breath and looked at the person in the sedan with the red veil on her head. Reaching out, he gently smiled and said, "I've come to pick you up." With these words, everyone was shocked. The 300 cultivator all looked at Yang Kai's back in shock, crying out in grief in the depths of their hearts. What was this? Acting so presumptuously in front of more than a dozen members of the dragon race, and even saying such words to a dragon girl who was about to get married, this was crazy. If something similar happened in human territory, it would definitely be a case of bride kidnapping. But what kind of place was this? This was Dragon Island. Today was the wedding day of 2 members of the dragon race. This guy shouldn't have lost his mind, right? Had he brought the bride kidnapping to the dragon race? The group of dragon race cultivators had strange expressions. It was clear that they had not yet recovered. Fu Qi was the same. He still had not realized what the scene before him meant. But in the next moment, his face suddenly turned ashen. Because after that human said those words, Zhu Qing, who had been sitting in the sedan the entire time, suddenly trembled. Pulling off the red veil on her head, she looked forward in shock and cried out, "Why have you come?" She simply did not dare believe her eyes. Yang Kai had actually appeared before her, looking at the face that she had been thinking about day and night. Zhu Qing even thought that she was dreaming for a moment. But the person before her was so real. That familiar aura and smell told her that this was not a dream. Yang Kai really came. He appeared in front of all the dragon race cultivators without any hesitation, and on such a day that made her despair. The person in front of her was like a burning sun, his bright light sweeping away the haze in her heart. To pick you up. Yang Kai winked at her. Zhu Qing's eyes immediately reddened. She shook her head and said, "You shouldn't have come." She was happy, but more than that, she was worried for Yang Kai. If Yang Kai did not come today, she would only be suffering alone. But since Yang Kai was here, how could he escape? The dragon race could not stand humiliation. After today, Yang Kai would most likely become the enemy of the entire dragon race. There was no hope for him to leave here alive. So it's like that. Yang Kai lowered his head and thought for a moment. Then he turned around and said, "Then I'll be leaving. You dare." Zhu Qing panicked. She hurriedly stood up and rushed out. She grabbed his arm and glared at him as she said, "You're already here, and you want to leave?" Yang Kai grinned. "It looks like you don't want to get married." "That's good." Zhu Qing grabbed his arm, and her expression suddenly dimmed. "We'll die. In life, we'll share the same bed. In death, we'll share the same cave. That's not a bad thing." Ooh. Zhu Qing's eyes were a bit wet. She leaned against him. In a short moment, she had thought it through. Yang Kai was already here, so it was not realistic for him to leave. The only thing she could do was to face the storm of the dragon race with him. She slowly turned her head and looked at her clansmen. She saw countless pairs of incredulous eyes. There were not many things in the world that could shock the dragon race, but the scene in front of them was definitely one of them. At the dragon race's wedding, there was actually someone who dared to steal the bride. The one stealing the bride was actually a human. Zhu Qing was actually very close to that human. The dragon race cultivators were all dumbfounded. If the dragon race was like this, then there was no need to mention the humans and beasts. They were all dumbfounded. Of the 300 cultivators that stayed to watch the ceremony, many of them did not like Yang Kai. After all, in the past month, they had worked hard, but Yang Kai did not need to do anything. Naturally, they felt that it was unfair. Only now did they realize that this person was so fierce. They did not know what kind of bear heart or leopard guts he ate to actually dare to steal the bride of the dragon race. Compared to this, what did the past month of slacking off count for? There were many strange things in the world, but today's matter was an eye-opener for everyone. Fu Qi's expression was especially ugly. The person he was going to marry was actually holding onto another man's arm, looking like they were in love. They even said that they would share the same bed if they were born and share the same cave if they died. What did this put him in? Once this matter was out, no matter how it was resolved, Fu Qi, would lose face. Fu Ling had tried to persuade her several times before, but Zhu Qing did not move at all in the carriage, making him feel awkward. Instead, this human just said a few words, and Zhu Qing actually took the initiative to rush out. Chapter 3055. This was simply a great humiliation to him. Not only was this a humiliation to him, but it was also a humiliation to the entire dragon race. His eyes were extremely cold as he looked at Yang Kai as if he was looking at a dead man. Where did this blind fool come from? How dare he be so impudent? He was furious as he roared. His wedding was disrupted by someone else, and his dragon lady was in someone else's embrace. No matter how good Fu Qi's self-control was, he still couldn't tolerate it. Zhu Qing stared at him coldly and said, "Fu Qi, you better watch your mouth. This is my man. Your man." Fu Qi's eyes popped out as he staggered. He suddenly came back to his senses and looked at Yang Kai with resentment. "It's you?" He knew that Zhu Qing was having an affair with a human outside. If it wasn't for that, he wouldn't have had the chance to get the marriage arranged by the elders. He originally wanted to subdue Zhu Qing after the wedding, then leave the Dragon Island to find trouble with that human, who knew that this guy actually came to the Dragon Island by himself, and even acted so impudently on his wedding day. Fu Chi's face immediately turned green, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. He had already put Yang Kai on the list of people he must kill, so it was natural for his eyes to turn red when he saw his enemy. "That's right, I am her man." Yang Kai smiled faintly, hugged Zhu Qing, and kissed her forehead. His posture was unrestrained, as if there was no one around. Fu Chi's face became even more unsightly. His bride was kissed by another man in front of so many people, and not only did she not reject it, she even revealed a blushing and blushing expression. The anger in his chest was like a volcano that was about to erupt, and even the breath he exhaled became hot and heavy. On the other side of the three elders, Zhu Yan looked at Yang Kai in amazement. He only just realized Yang Kai's identity, so he wasn't angry and was even a little surprised. He didn't approve of the marriage between Zhu Qing and Fu Chi, but Zhu Qing did make a mistake, and the dragon race needed to continue their bloodline. Since the second elder was determined to do it, he couldn't interfere too much and could only let the situation develop. In his opinion, after Zhu Qing and Fu Chi got married, she might forget about that human after a few hundred years. At that time, it wouldn't be too late to make further plans. Who knew that such a scene would happen today? Fu Chi glanced at Zhu Yan coldly and snorted, "Do you know something? How could Dragon Island be entered and exited as one wished? As early as 10 years ago, Dragon Island had strengthened its defenses. Even if the great emperors came personally, the dragon race would sense it. When the time came, the entire race would move out, and the great emperors would not be able to barge in." She suspected that the reason why Yang Kai could enter Dragon Island was because of the great elder. Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "What can I know?" Fu Chi snorted coldly, feeling puzzled. If this matter had nothing to do with the great elder, how did this person appear on Dragon Island without anyone knowing? Could it be that the arrangements made over 10 years ago were ineffective? A trace of uneasiness suddenly surged in his heart, and Fu Chi frowned. This guy's courage is not small. The fourth elder, Zhu Kong, looked at Yang Kai with interest and said with a smile, "No wonder Qing is so loyal to him. I just don't know how his luck is. If today's matter was not handled well, he and Zhu Qing would face a great disaster." The impartial second elder did not have any human feelings. Hearing this, the great elder's expression could not help but become solemn. "May I ask, which one is the second elder?" Yang Kai turned his head and looked at the three elders. Although he asked like this, his gaze was fixed on Fu Chi's face. Among the three elders, the great elder and the second elder were both 10th order dragon veins, so it was easy to distinguish them. The elderly man was older than this cold-faced woman, so the leader of the elders was naturally the great elder. Therefore, even if it was the first time Yang Kai saw the second elder, he could recognize her at a glance. He was cursing in his heart. This woman's cold face was like ice that would not melt even after 10,000 years. Who knew who she was showing this expression to? He did not have the slightest good impression of this second elder, and even felt some resentment towards her. This woman was simply too bored. He did not know what was wrong with her brain, but she actually took the initiative to bestow Zhu Qing to Fu Chi. Although he was unhappy, Yang Kai did not want to shed all pretense of cordiality with Dragon Island. It would be best if today's matter could be resolved peacefully. If it really could not be resolved, then he could only fight. He was already mentally prepared that he would rather die than live in dishonor. No matter what, he would take away Zhu Qing today, even if he had to turn this place upside down. "Let go of her." The second elder coldly spat out this sentence. Her tone was filled with an unquestionable feeling. She did not answer Yang Kai's question. Yang Kai stared at her and said with a calm expression, This junior Yong Kai greets the second elder. I came here abruptly today because I had no other choice. I hope the second elder can be magnanimous. I know who you are. Fu Qi stared at him coldly and said indifferently, if you want to live, let go of Zhu Qing. Yong Kai shook his head and said, Qing, and I are in love with each other. The second elder should be well aware of this matter. Seeing that she is in trouble today, I specially came to save her from the fire and water. I am not holding her hostage, so how can I let her go? Did the second elder make a mistake? I said, let her go. The second elder shouted in a low voice. The surrounding temperature plummeted, and the laws of heaven and earth became chaotic. Those hundreds of cultivator, regardless of their level of cultivation, were all trembling. When a powerhouse comparable to the great emperor's was angry, not many people present could withstand it. They looked at Yong Kai as if they were looking at a monster. They thought to themselves, even the second elder of the dragon race is so angry, yet you still dare to talk back to her so wantonly. You must be tired of living. The anger in Yong Kai's heart surged, and his face turned gloomy. He didn't want to make things too tense with the dragon race. It wasn't that he was afraid, but Zhu Qing was also a dragon race. If he didn't have a good relationship with the dragon race, it would only put Zhu Qing in a difficult position. That was why he kept lowering his attitude and spoke sincerely. But he didn't expect the second elder to be so arrogant and order him around. He took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said in a low voice, I hope the second elder can give this junior and Qing a chance. We, husband and wife, will be eternally grateful. Husband and wife. Fu Yun's beautiful eyebrows suddenly jumped up, and she said in a cold voice, Zhu Qing is getting married to Fu Qi today, and her husband is only Fu Qi. Who do you think you are? How dare you speak so arrogantly and ruin the reputation of our dragon race? Zhu Qing immediately retorted, the second elder is wrong. Qing-er's husband is only him, whether the dragon race recognizes it or not. In this life, Qing-er is his. How dare you? Fu Yun shouted. Her dragon power almost materialized and instantly shrouded Yong Kai and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's face turned pale, and she collapsed in Yong Kai's arms. Her dragon vein was sealed, and her cultivation was suppressed. She was the first to bear the brunt of the second elder's anger. How could she bear it? If it wasn't for her strong body, she would have lost her life. Yong Kai also suddenly felt dizzy. His head buzzed, and he was overwhelmed with shock. The anger of the great emperors. This was the anger of the great emperors. With his current strength, he was still too weak to face it head-on. Zhu Qing's resistance had undoubtedly completely enraged Fu Yun. She looked at Yong Kai coldly and said, Today is a joyous day for the dragon race. I didn't want to kill, but since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless. As she spoke, her killing intent was like a tide. Everyone's expression changed. Even if they weren't targeted, the hundreds of cultivator had difficulty breathing. They felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on their chest, and they were about to vomit blood. It was as if they could die at any time. If they were like this, then what about Yong Kai, who was targeted? Yong Kai's situation was naturally not good. When the killing intent shrouded him, he felt a clear sense of death that he had never felt before. His whole body turned ice cold, and his blood was almost frozen. Fu Qi stood at the side and watched coldly. He was delighted to see the situation. Yong Kai's previous words made him burn with anger and lose face. If it wasn't because the elders were here, he would have already made a move on Yong Kai. It was just that he didn't dare to be too presumptuous in front of the elders. Now that he saw the second elder was really angry, he immediately rejoiced in his misfortune. In the entire Dragon Island, no one didn't know the second elder's temper. She always meant what she said, and no one dared to disobey her. Yong Kai being so stubborn, he was destined to not have a good ending. As this thought flashed through his mind, he stared at Zhu Qing, who was nestled in Yong Kai's arms with resentment. He secretly made up his mind that after the marriage, he would definitely dote on this slut. How hateful! This slut's primordial een was actually taken away by that human. A dragon lady's primordial een was a great supplement, and this was true for both the dragon race and humans. He was an 8th rank thunder dragon. If he could get the help of Zhu Qing's primordial een, he might have a chance to break through to the 9th rank. Unfortunately, thinking of this, Fu Qi couldn't help but feel a little depressed. He glanced at Yong Kai with hatred. Wait! Yong Kai suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted, the veins on his forehead bulging. The second elder looked at him coldly and didn't move at all. She raised her hand slightly, and in the center of her fair palm, the law surged and a chill spread out. She looked like she was going to kill him. Yong Kai flicked his wrist, and a token suddenly appeared in his hand as he shouted, "The Dragon Island token is here!" Fu Qi's movements paused. The head elder, Zhu Yan, who had been silent the entire time, also took a serious look at the token in Yong Kai's hand and nodded, saying, "Not bad. This is indeed the Dragon Island token." Zhu Kong said, "Oh, the final Dragon Island token is actually in your hands? This really is interesting." The Dragon Island token was something that came out of the dragon race, and there were only 10 of them. Over the countless years, the dragon race had put in a lot of effort, but they had only managed to retrieve 9 of them. The final one was still outside, and there had been no news of it. The last time Zhu Qing left Dragon Island, her main mission was to find this final Dragon Island token. Unfortunately, although she had found out that the Dragon Island token was in Yong Kai's hands, she was unable to retrieve it successfully. Through various coincidences, she had developed an extremely close relationship with Yong Kai. For Yong Kai to take out this Dragon Island token and show it to others, his intentions were very clear. Chapter 3056. When the Dragon Island medallion appeared, everyone was in an uproar. The few hundred cultivators had been living in half of Dragon City for a long time, so they were naturally familiar with the Dragon Island medallion. However, they had only heard about it, and this was the first time they had seen the real thing. In an instant, a few hundred pairs of eyes looked towards the Dragon Island medallion, unable to take their eyes off it. Fu Qi sneered and said, "You casually took out a medallion and called it a Dragon Island medallion? Do you really think that the dragon race is easy to fool?" He was really angry at Yong Kai, so he mocked him. Yong Kai looked at him as if he was looking at an idiot. "Great Elder already said that this is a Dragon Island medallion. Do you have better eyesight than Great Elder? Or do you not trust Great Elder?" Fu Qi was startled and said with an ugly expression, "Brat, don't slander me." Even if he was a rank 8 lightning dragon, he could not take the label of not trusting Great Elder. He quickly looked towards Zhu Yan and said, "Great Elder, that's not what I meant." Zhu Yan waved his hand slightly, then looked at Yong Kai and said, "Although I also feel that the aura of this Dragon Island medallion is pure, I still need to check if it's a real Dragon Island medallion. If it's convenient, can you let me take a look?" Yong Kai lowered his head and looked towards Zhu Qing. Seeing Zhu Qing nod, he smiled and said, "Then I'll leave it to Great Elder." He extended his hand and tossed the Dragon Island medallion towards the Great Elder. Great Elder received it, formed a seal with his hand, and tapped on the medallion with his finger. In an instant, the dragon image on the medallion suddenly moved, and a loud dragon roar was heard. 4th Elder Zhu Kong nodded and said, "That's right, it's a Dragon Island medallion without a doubt." Actually, when they saw the medallion, the few elders were already 80% sure. However, this was a serious matter, so it was more appropriate to verify it. Yong Kai smiled faintly. I heard that the holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a request to the Dragon Island. Speaking up to this point, his expression suddenly changed. He said in shock and anger, "What are you doing?" Just as he was speaking, the second elder suddenly extended her hand and grabbed the Dragon Island medallion in the great elder's hand. Her movement was extremely fast. Her white hand turned into a series of afterimages and swept toward the Dragon Island medallion. The great elder obviously didn't expect that Fu Jin would suddenly make a move. He turned his wrist to avoid it. Unexpectedly, the second elder was already prepared and followed him like a shadow. The two great elders of the dragon race didn't move, but their hands turned into countless afterimages as they silently clashed. After a loud bang, everything returned to normal. Zhu Yan frowned, while Fu Tin's expression remained cold. Zhu Kong looked at Zhu Yan, then at Fu Tin, letting out a long sigh. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the Dragon Island token in the great elder's hand suddenly turned into a pile of fine powder. It fell through the gaps between his fingers and disappeared completely in the blink of an eye. What is the second elder's intention? Yang Kai had a sullen expression as he gritted his teeth and looked at Fu Tin. He never thought that this woman would actually destroy his Dragon Island medallion in public. This was simply shameless. He found it hard to imagine that a powerhouse comparable to the great emperors would actually do such a thing in front of so many people. Previously, he didn't really trust this woman. That was why he gave the Dragon Island medallion to the great elder after consulting with Zhu Qing. However, he didn't expect that he still miscalculated. Zhu Yan also turned to look at Fu Tin, as if waiting for her to give an explanation. Fu Tin said indifferently, "This one doesn't need to explain too much to you, since the great elder and the fourth elder both believe that it's the Dragon Island medallion. This one naturally won't go back on my word. Let's just say that it's the Dragon Island medallion for now." Let's just say the veins on Yang Kai's forehead throbbed. Wasn't she just lying through her teeth? How could she deny the authenticity of the Dragon Island medallion just by saying, "Let's just say," Fu Tin didn't continue to argue with him on this issue. She only said coldly, "You trespassed on the Dragon Island without the permission of the dragon race. This is your first crime. Pestering endlessly on the wedding day of the dragon race is your second crime. Tarnishing the reputation of the dragon race's dragon lady is your third crime. These crimes deserve to be punished. However, this one won't kill you today. Take that Dragon Island medallion as an exchange for your life. Quickly back off." Yang Kai refused to accept this and said, "Didn't I say that I want to exchange that Dragon Island medallion for my life? Isn't the second elder being too arbitrary?" He was really angered. He took out the Dragon Island medallion, but before he could state his request, it was destroyed by this woman. After that, she even said that she wanted to exchange the Dragon Island medallion for his life, as if it was a matter of course. She couldn't force a deal to this extent. "Not exchanging your life? You want to die?" Yang Kai straightened his neck and shouted, "I want your Dragon Island to release my people. Let me and Qinger leave this place." Wishful thinking, Fu Si sneered. Zhu Qing said with a pained heart, "Second elder, according to the dragon race's rules, the holder of the Dragon Island medallion can make a reasonable request to the dragon race. Although you are the second elder, you can't ignore the teachings of your ancestors." Yang Kai turned his head and looked at Zhu Yan. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. "Great elder, I need an explanation." It was impossible to reason with Fu Si. This bitch was like a piece of stubborn ice that couldn't be melted. No matter how much he said, it would be useless. It would only make him angry. Yang Kai could only shift the focus to Zhu Yan. The Dragon Island medallion was destroyed in his hands. No matter what, he couldn't escape the responsibility. Zhu Yan nodded his head and said, "That's right. There is indeed such a rule in the dragon race." Yang Kai's expression turned serious. He cupped his fist and said, "If that's the case, I have no other request. I only hope that the Great Elder can let me and Qing'er leave safely." Zhu Yan remained silent for a while. He shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't do. Great Elder." The hope in Zhu Qing's eyes dimmed. If the Great Elder didn't make the decision today, she and Yang Kai wouldn't be able to leave this place. Yang Kai sneered. "The dragon race is truly awe-inspiring. I have learned something today." The Great Elder shook his head and said, "It's not that I want to make things difficult for you. It's just that your request goes against the rules of the dragon race. I can't agree to it. The second elder is right. You have the Dragon Island medallion. We should fulfill your request. However, this request must be reasonable. If you want to leave with Zhu Qing, that's impossible. Therefore, you should leave by yourself." The Great Elder's words were within Yang Kai's expectations. Therefore, he wasn't too disappointed. Previously, he had asked Zhu Lai if he could use the Dragon Island medallion to exchange for Zhu Qing. At that time, Zhu Lai had rejected his idea. Taking out the Dragon Island medallion today was just a fluke attempt. Now, it seemed that Zhu Lai was right. Even if he had the Dragon Island medallion, the dragon race wouldn't agree to taking away a dragoness so easily. Zhu Kong also said, "That's right. You can leave. The dragon race won't make things difficult for you today." According to the dragon race's personality, if it was anyone else who dared to cause trouble today, they would have died without a burial site. However, Yang Kai did indeed have the Dragon Island medallion. Even if he was rude today, the Dragon Island medallion would be enough to protect his life. Of course, the prerequisite was that Yang Kai had to adapt to the situation. "Leave?" The second elder suddenly snorted. "Did I say that I would let him leave?" Hearing this, Yang Kai curled his lips and sneered. "Second elder, are you going back on your word and want to kill me to the last one? Very well, then let's see who's the real deal. If this young master doesn't have a good time, your dragon race can forget about having a peaceful time." "What arrogance!" Fu Qi coldly snorted. Many members of the dragon race also had gloomy expressions. Yang Kai's words had undoubtedly angered everyone. Daring to steal the bride during the dragon race's wedding, the dragons had long found Yang Kai an eyesore. Now that he was about to die, he still dared to boast so shamelessly. He really didn't know how high the heavens were. "Whether or not I'm arrogant depends on whether or not I'm capable." Yang Kai glanced at Fu Qi and secretly made up his mind. If he really wanted to make a move, he would be the first to make a move. This idiot actually dared to steal his woman. Yang Kai had to vent the anger that he had suppressed for a month. "Second elder." Zhu Yan looked at Fu Qi with a frown. "The dragon race is a man of his word. What do you mean by this?" The Dragon Island order had already been destroyed. What harm was there in letting him go? He could not understand why Fu Qi would go back on his word. This one naturally means what he says. Fu Qi indifferently looked at Yang Kai. "This one said that I won't kill him, so I won't kill him. But when did I say that I would let him go? If I don't leave behind the dragon race's source, he can forget about leaving Dragon Island." Once this was said, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong's expressions turned serious. They immediately knew what Fu Qi was planning. Yang Kai possessed the ancestral dragon source. Since he had walked right into their trap, they naturally could not let him go so easily. The ancestral dragon source was very important. If they could obtain it, the strength of the entire dragon race would increase by a large amount. Zhu Yan previously wanted Zhu Qing to invite Yang Kai to Dragon Island because of the ancestral dragon source. Therefore, after realizing the second elder's intentions, Zhu Yan could not refute him. Based on what he knew, Yang Kai was proficient in the laws of space. If he really was allowed to leave today, who knew if he would have a chance to find him in the future? He let out a long sigh and immediately shut his mouth. "Second elder, don't go overboard." Zhu Qing was so angry that her entire body was trembling. You dare to speak to me like this? Fu Qi's gaze turned sharp. What are you shouting for? Yang Kai's gaze was even fiercer than Fu Qi's. Qing is speaking to you like this. So what? Brat, you're pushing your luck and don't know when to stop. You're courting death. When had Fu Qi ever been offended like this? In her anger, she could no longer hold it in and raised her hand to slap Yang Kai. Her palm instantly turned into ice crystals as if it was carved out of jade. The unparalleled ice laws turned into a whirlpool and swallowed Yang Kai. Her palm rapidly enlarged in front of Yang Kai's eyes as if it could cover the sky. Yang Kai shouted in a low voice, "Is your dragon race going overboard? Or am I pushing my luck?" While speaking, he pushed Zhu Qing away. Under everyone's flabbergasted gaze, he did not retreat and went straight for the second elder. Roar! At the same time as a furious roar was heard, Yang Kai's figure suddenly expanded and turned into a huge monster that was 80 feet tall. There were short horns on his head and scales all over his body. His flesh and blood wriggled rapidly, and a series of crackling sounds came from his bones. His hands also suddenly turned into sharp dragon claws. Unparalleled dragon's aura spread out, and 2 streams of boiling hot air came out from his nostrils. Dragon transformation secret art. A series of exclamations sounded. Many members of the dragon race were dumbfounded. Dragon transformation secret art was the dragon race's secret art. They were naturally familiar with it, but it was also the first time they saw someone use dragon transformation secret art to such an extent, a body of 80 feet. Even though it was only half a dragon's body, it gave people an extremely strong sense of oppression, especially that dragon's breath that was incomparably pure. Chapter 3057. Some of the 6th and 7th ranked dragon race members secretly compared themselves. Even if there was no bloodline suppression, they would not be able to gain any advantage against such a guy. Their faces could not help but become more dignified, and they no longer had their previous contempt and arrogance. Revealing his half-dragon body, Yang Kai immediately urged his dragon pressure to cover Fu Zhen. Fu Zhen's expression did not change, and the jade-like hand that he sent out became more and more crystal clear. In a flash, the two had already exchanged blows, under everyone's watchful eyes. Fu Zhen's hand easily broke through all of Yang Kai's defenses and lightly pressed against his chest. Silently, Yang Kai's spacious chest suddenly caved in, as if it had been hit by a huge rock. His back bulged out in an instant, and a shock wave visible to the naked eye exploded behind him, shaking his soul. Kacha! Only at this time did a sound come out, but it was the sound of countless bones breaking, which made people shudder. After a slight pause, the half-dragon body that was more than 80 feet tall was sent flying, like thunder and lightning. In the blink of an eye, he flew thousands of feet away, and golden blood splattered along the way, drawing a golden straight line. Overestimating himself, many dragon race members looked at Yang Kai, who was sent flying, and this thought emerged in their minds. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong looked at each other and secretly shook their heads. Although Yang Kai had the power of the golden divine dragon source, and his strength was not weak, the second elder was a powerhouse comparable to the great emperors after all, and he also had a 10th rank dragon vein. He urged his dragon pressure at the first moment, but it did not cause any bloodline suppression on the second elder. Without the advantage of bloodline suppression, how could Yang Kai resist the power of the second elder's palm? This light palm immediately made Yang Kai realize the gap between himself and the great emperors. He did not even hurt a hair on Fu Zhen's head just now. The scene was quiet, and only a bone-chilling aura shrouded the surroundings. Fu Zhen coldly stared at Yang Kai, who was barely able to stop himself with an indifferent expression. Suddenly, her eyes narrowed. She slowly turned her head and looked to the side. Her eyes slowly narrowed as she said calmly, "Zhu Qing, do you know what you are doing?" Hearing her say this, everyone suddenly came back to their senses and looked in that direction. At first glance, everyone was dumbfounded. It was unknown when Zhu Qing had come to Fu Qi's side. Her dragons might emanated and shrouded Fu Qi. Her jade-like hand had already transformed into a dragon claw and clasped onto Fu Qi's head. She stared at Fu Qi as though she was facing a great enemy. She did not have much of a reaction when Yang Kai was injured. It was not that she did not care about Yang Kai's life or death, but she did not dare to be distracted. In front of the great emperors, the slightest bit of carelessness was enough to cause Yang Kai's plan to fail. Therefore, she did not even dare to think of looking back to check on Yang Kai's injuries. That sharp dragon claw had already pierced into Fu Qi's flesh. It was as though she could kill Fu Qi on the spot with just a slight push. Fu Qi obviously did not expect such a thing to happen. He was just mocking Yang Kai for being an ant trying to shake a tree. When he saw Yang Kai suffering under the second elder's hand, he was secretly happy. He could not wait for the second elder to take Yang Kai's life with that palm. Before he could finish his thoughts, a figure flashed in front of him. Zhu Qing appeared behind him. Immediately, he felt the suppression of the rank 9 dragon vein and felt the pain coming from his head. Fu Qi's face immediately turned ashen. It was as ugly as it could get. The suppression of a rank 9 dragon vein against a rank 8 dragon vein was not too harsh. If they really fought head-on, Fu Qi would be able to hold on for a while. However, Zhu Qing was already prepared and took the initiative. Now, she could completely control Fu Qi's life and death. Everyone's expressions were brilliant in an instant. The scene in front of them was really strange. Today was supposed to be the wedding day of Fu Qi and Zhu Qing. They were wearing bright red clothes for both days. They should be a pair in heaven and a pair on earth. But at this very moment, the bride was actually looking like she wanted to kill the groom. This scene was very awkward, no matter how one looked at it. Zhu Qing did not answer. All of her attention was placed on Fu Qi. "Your seal has actually been undone." Zhu Kong frowned, feeling a little incredulous. When did this happen? It had to be known that Zhu Qing's dragon vein had been suppressed and her cultivation had been sealed. However, looking at her now, she did not look like she had been suppressed or sealed at all. She had clearly recovered, which was why she was able to catch them off guard. So that's how it is. A look of understanding flashed through Zhu Yan's eyes. He was secretly shocked as he looked at Yang Kai, who was holding his chest and shaking his head as he flew back. "Look at what you've done." Fu Qi angrily glared at Yang Kai and shouted. There was no reason for Zhu Qing's seal to be undone inexplicably. From beginning to end, only Yang Kai had come into contact with Zhu Qing. If there was anyone who could unseal Zhu Qing without anyone noticing, it could only be Yang Kai. How could he have this kind of ability? That seal was something that she had personally used. You guys are allowed to do this, but this young master is not allowed to do it? What kind of logic is this? Yang Kai's expression was a little ferocious. There was still some golden blood at the corner of his mouth that had not been wiped clean. His chest had also not completely recovered and was still somewhat caved in. Fu Qi's palm strike had not been easy to bear. Even if it did not take his life, it had shaken his blood and qi, causing several of his bones to break. His 80-meter-tall figure stepped through the air and stood in front of Zhu Qing like a small mountain, facing the pressure of the 3 great elders of the dragon race head-on. Seeing that he was full of energy and was not seriously injured, Zhu Qing, who had been on tenterhooks, finally breathed a sigh of relief, her nervous expression becoming much calmer. Qing did well. Yang Kai praised without even turning his head. In the end, they were husband and wife and had a tacit understanding. He did not have time to explain his plan to Zhu Qing in detail, but Zhu Qing had still made the most correct choice at the crucial moment. creating a diversion. Zhu Kong raised her eyebrows. She also wanted to understand what had happened in that short moment. Yang Kai had used the dragon transformation art to transform into 8 dragon bodies to fight with the second elder. It seemed extremely reckless and did not know the immensity of heaven and earth, but in reality, it was just to attract everyone's attention. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone's attention was on him, Zhu Qing, who was being blocked by his huge body, had the space to act as she wished. Reality proved that this move was very effective. Originally, Yang Kai was just a fish on the chopping board. In a place like Dragon Island, he was completely at the mercy of the dragon race. It was impossible for him to have any strength left to resist, but now the situation was a little different. Zhu Qing's seal had been broken, her strength had been restored, and Fu Qi was also in her hands. She looked like she was going to perish together with him at any moment. Enduring the second elder's thunderous attack, Yang Kai had already grasped a bit of the initiative. Such deep scheming, such a bold plan. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong were slightly moved, secretly feeling that if today's matter could not be resolved perfectly, Dragon Island would most likely have to make a powerful enemy. Zhu Qing, do you want to rebel? Why haven't you released Fu Qi yet? What a scandal! Fu Qianni's expression was ice cold, and his voice was similarly bone-chilling. Zhu Qing's expression did not change, only replying, I will listen to Yang Kai. If he says to release, then I will release. Fu Qianni was furious. Don't forget that you are a member of the dragon race. You are a member of Dragon Island. The crime of harming your own race, you should know what kind of punishment you will receive. Seeing that she was really angry, many members of the dragon race trembled with fear. They had not seen the second elder completely angry for a long time. The last time was more than 10 years ago, and the result of the second elder's anger was that her favorite person was sent to the dragon tomb. And that person was the third elder of the dragon race at that time. Zhu Qing now had a rank 9 dragon vein. Logically speaking, she could become the 5th elder of the dragon race. But so what? Even the third elder was personally sent to the dragon tomb by the second elder. How could Zhu Qing be spared? Harming your own race? Yang Kai snorted coldly, turning his hand and grabbing. A huge palm directly grabbed Fu Qi, enveloping Fu Qi with his dragon might. Fu Qi cried out in alarm. A feeling of fear actually emerged from his bones. He was only rank 8. Zhu Qing's rank 9 dragon vein could already suppress him, not to mention Yang Kai's golden divine dragon source. If it was Yang Kai a month ago, even if he used the dragon transformation ability, he would not be so afraid, but in this 1 month, Yang Kai's dragon transformation ability had improved tremendously, and the fusion of the golden divine dragon source with his own body could not be compared to before. Fu Qi only felt the dragon yuan in his body stagnate in an instant, almost unable to circulate. This was not the most unbearable thing for him. The most unbearable thing was that he, a rank 8 lightning dragon, was actually being held in Yang Kai's hand, like a toy under the gaze of hundreds of eyes. He immediately felt ashamed and resentful. You bitch. You sealed Qing Er's cultivation, suppressed her dragon vein, knowing that her heart belongs to someone. Yet you still forced her to marry someone of the dragon race she doesn't like. Isn't this harming your own race? In my opinion, the one who should be punished the most should be you. The group of people of the dragon race suddenly had sweat on their foreheads. Even the great elder and 4th elder's eyebrows were twitching. This guy was too daring. He actually dared to speak to the second elder like that. Fu Qi's face twitched. He gritted his teeth and said, What did you call me? Bitch, 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 bitch. Yang Kai opened his mouth and scolded many times. He opened his mouth wide. Spittle flew everywhere, almost spraying onto Fu Qi's face. Fu Qi's face turned from green to white. His delicate body trembled. That terrifying killing intent had almost condensed into a substance. I advise you not to think of killing me. Yang Kai looked down at him. A mocking smile appeared on his face. "That's right, if you really want to kill me, I'm afraid I won't have the chance to escape, but I am a rather timid person. I can't be frightened if I can't control my strength and accidentally crush this little reptile. Then this matter will not be easy to deal with." As if to prove that he was not lying, he slightly exerted strength in his hand. Fu Chi immediately cried out miserably. He felt that all the bones in his body were dislocated. He gritted his teeth, large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. His eyes were filled with resentment. When had he ever been humiliated like this? His hatred for Yang Kai couldn't be washed away by the entire Dragon Island seawater. But now that he had fallen into Yang Kai's hands, he couldn't even muster up the strength to resist. "I heard that your dragon race has very few members. Any dragon race member is an extremely precious clansman. I wonder what kind of position an 8th rank Thunder Dragon has in the Second Elder's heart?" Fu Chi gritted his teeth. He shouted word by word, "My dragon race and you, today, we will not rest until one of us is dead." Zhu Qing's face instantly turned pale. Chapter 3058. Fight to the Death. As soon as the Second Elder said this, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly changed. If someone else said this, it might just be a threat, but since it came from the Second Elder, then it really was a fight to the death. She was completely enraged, and only Yang Kai's blood could wash away the shame of the dragon race. Zhu Qing's face turned pale. She thought that by capturing Fu Chi, she would have room to negotiate with the elders. But who knew that the Second Elder would be forced to say such words? She panicked and did not know what to do. She could only look at Yang Kai's tall back. "You still dare to threaten me?" Yang Kai's face turned ruthless, and without any explanation, he grabbed one of Fu Chi's arms. The huge difference in size made it seem like he was pinching a toothpick. "What are you doing?" Fu Chi was shocked. After saying this, Yang Kai suddenly exerted force. Chi blood splattered. Fu Chi was stunned for a moment, then let out a miserable howl. That arm was torn off by Yang Kai, and the cut was uneven. Fresh blood gushed out, and drops of pure dragon blood spurted out like a fountain. Every drop was sparkling and round, and it dripped onto the ground, instantly dyeing it red. Dragon blood was an extremely precious thing, and every drop was priceless. It could be used to refine pills, and it could also be consumed directly, especially for a descendant of the dragon like Li Jiao. Dragon blood was even more effective than dragon blood flowers. But at this moment, this extremely precious dragon blood was gushing out like it was free. The blood-red color impacted everyone's mind, causing them to tremble in fear. Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard. Everyone looked at him absent-mindedly, and their eyes were filled with shock and horror. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong took a step forward together, and their faces suddenly became serious. Unparalleled dragon pressure enveloped Yang Kai. Previously, they did not say anything because Yang Kai had not done anything that would harm the interests of Dragon Island. They did not want to bully the weak out of respect for Zhu Qing. But now, the situation was different. An 8th rank Thunder Dragon's arm was torn off by him, and as the Great Elder and 4th Elder of Dragon Island, they naturally could not sit by and do nothing. "You dare." Yang Kai turned around and glared at Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong before grabbing Fu Chi's other arm. His expression was as ferocious as a beast that could devour people at any moment, and his eyes were emitting a terrifying light. Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong stopped, and the Great Elder said, in a deep voice, "You are too much." Yang Kai shook his head. "It's your Dragon Islands too much. Right and wrong are in the hearts of the people. Let Fu Chi go, and we can still talk." Yang Kai said without hesitation, "There is nothing to talk about with you. Let me and Qing'er leave, and I will let him live. Otherwise, we will all die together." If what he said before was just a weak threat, then it now carried a lot of weight. He pulled off Fu Chi's arm without saying anything, and it was clear that he was prepared to perish together with Fu-Chi, the great elder and second elder of the dragon race. No matter who it was, had the ability to take his life, but at the same time, Fu-Chi would definitely be buried with him. There were not many dragon race members, and they could not afford to lose them. Let him go. The second elder gritted his teeth and shouted. Yong Kai did not say much, and only sneered and exerted more force. Fu-Chi's other arm was also torn off. Yong Kai casually threw it to the side, and his eyes stared at Fu-Chi, full of provocation. You threatened me, and I pulled off one of Fu-Chi's arms. You yelled at me, and I pulled off one of Fu-Chi's arms. Even without an arm, he still had a leg. Anyway, the dragon race had strong vitality, and this injury was not fatal. Didn't you want to betroth Zhu Qing to Fu-Chi? I will kill Fu-Chi first and see how you are going to betroth him. Facing the dragon race, one could not show any weakness. If you are ruthless, I will be even more ruthless. Fu-Chi's face was green with anger. Even the things that happened more than 10 years ago did not make her so angry, but this time, Yong Kai's actions had undoubtedly caused her anger to rise to a new height. Both of his arms were torn off, and Fu-Chi was in so much pain that his face was pale and his body was trembling. He was a member of the dragon race, and his body should be incomparably strong. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for anyone to tear off his arms like this. But Yong Kai had transformed into an 8-zhang-long dragon and was extremely strong, not to mention Fu-Chi. Even if the great elder and second elder fell into his hands, he would be able to tear them off for the world to see. He lowered his head, and his eyes were full of hatred. I will give you 10 breaths to consider. You can make your own decision. Yong Kai's gaze swept across the 3 great elders of the dragon race, and he started counting. He was obviously the weaker party, but his attitude was extremely high, as if he had everything under control. It was as if he was the ruler, and this made everyone feel uncomfortable. 10, 9, 8. His voice was very calm, and there was no trace of nervousness in it. His face was also filled with determination. Zhu Qing flashed out from the side and stood beside Yong Kai. She took a deep breath, and her expression was also very determined. The husband and wife sang together, and they would share joys and sorrows and live and die together. Zhu Qing did not say a word, but she had already expressed her attitude. 1. Yong Kai finished counting, and the 3 dragon race elders still did not say anything. It was not that they did not care about Fu-Chi's life, but the dragon race could not back down from today's matter. Otherwise, the reputation of the entire dragon race would be damaged. Yong Kai's strength forced them to give up on Fu-Chi. Zhu Yan sighed inwardly. He did not expect things to develop to this point. Now that he thought about it, the most important reason was that Yong Kai's actions were too extreme. But if it was anyone else who encountered this situation, they would not be able to get the best of both worlds. This was destined to become the tragedy of the dragon race, and Yong Kai was destined to die. Yong Kai lowered his head and stared at Zhu Qing, a grin appearing on his face, but combined with his half-dragon appearance, this grin became somewhat ferocious. It looks like we'll have to share the same fate here today. Zhu Qing's hair fluttered in the wind, and she smiled slightly. With a companion on the road to hell, no one will be lonely. Good, Yong Kai shouted, and his expression suddenly became serious. Complicated and mysterious syllables suddenly came out of his mouth. These syllables were extremely strange. The few hundred mortals only felt that it was strange when they heard it, but when these syllables entered the ears of the dragons, their hearts beat wildly, and their dragon blood started to boil. Dragon race secret technique. Fu-Chi's expression changed. He gritted his teeth and shouted, "You actually learned the dragon race's secret technique?" Yong Kai stared at her and did not reply. His voice gradually became louder and louder, like a true dragon's roar. It spread to the 9 heavens. The ancestral dragon's origin inheritance. Zhu Yan revealed a look of realization. His face was filled with shock. The inheritance of the Holy Spirit was not passed down orally. It was hidden in one's bloodline. When the bloodline awakened, to a certain extent, this inheritance would also be awakened. The dragon race was the head of the Holy Spirits. They naturally could not avoid this rule. The pure-blooded dragon race would gradually grasp some secret techniques that could only be used by the dragon race along with the improvement of their bloodline. Yang Kai was currently using the dragon race's secret technique, and it was an extremely high-end secret technique. From the looks of it, he had obviously obtained some inheritance belonging to the dragon race, and the origin of the inheritance was naturally the ancestral dragon's origin in his body. Zhu Yan was shocked because of this. Yang Kai had obtained the dragon race's inheritance. Didn't that mean that he had already obtained the acknowledgement of the ancestral dragon's origin? No wonder. No wonder he was able to undo Zhu Qing's seal without anyone noticing. Zhu Qing's seal was planted by the second elder, and he had also used the dragon race's secret technique. From Yang Kai's current performance, he indeed had the ability to undo the seal. If that was the case, then he was no longer a human. He could be said to be a member of the dragon race, and an extremely important member. Zhu Yan understood this matter. So how could Fu Qi not think of it? She couldn't help but be in disbelief. She had previously planned to keep Yang Kai and find an opportunity to take away the ancestral dragon's origin in his body. But now it seemed that this idea could no longer be realized. The prerequisite for taking away was to be complete. Now that the ancestral dragon's origin had already acknowledged this human and had even fused with him, how could she take it away? Even if she was lucky enough to succeed, there would still be some missing parts, and this would be an unacceptable loss to the entire dragon race. Only the dragon race could use the dragon race's secret technique, and this was an unbreakable iron rule. The syllables that came out of Yang Kai's mouth were extremely ancient dragon language. Others might not understand it, but how could the dragon race not understand it? In an instant, all the members of the dragon race were shocked, and the three elders were in a daze. Before they could react, Fu Qi, who had been held in Yang Kai's hand, suddenly screamed. His entire body trembled violently, and his red robe was drenched in sweat. His originally resentful eyes suddenly became absent-minded, as though he had been struck by some kind of evil spell. Immediately after, a bolt of lightning swam, and a crackling dragon shape suddenly appeared above Fu Qi's head. The lightning dragon opened its mouth and roared, as though it was unwilling to leave Fu Qi's body, but under Yang Kai's dragon language, it had no choice but to be pulled out inch by inch. The dragon's eyes were filled with pain and fear, and in a short moment, the entire dragon's head was pulled out. This was clearly Fu Qi's dragon race origin. Once it left his body, he would lose the qualifications to be a dragon race member, and this was worse than death. Dragon's punishment. Many members of the dragon race were shocked, and their bodies turned cold, as though their blood had frozen. After the death of a dragon race member, their origin would not disappear, but would return to the dragon's tomb and turn into a chaotic origin power. When a female dragon was pregnant, the dragon race would hold a ceremony to communicate with the dragon's tomb, allowing the origin power in the dragon's tomb to be transferred to the new baby. In other words, although the death of a dragon race member was a loss, it did not destroy their foundation. However, if their origin was destroyed, everything would turn to dust. This was also the reason why the dragon race had always been rare, but not extinct. Every dragon race member that died would leave behind their origin, contributing their last bit of strength to the continuation of the dragon race. Losing a part of their origin might mean that there would be one less dragon race in the future. Chapter 3059. Dragon punishment was the most powerful method to destroy the dragon race's source. It was a taboo technique of the entire dragon race. If Yang Kai's threat to perish together with Fu Qi was still acceptable to the second elder due to her anger, then the current situation was something she didn't want to see at all. The dragon clan could die, but their source couldn't be destroyed. Stop! Zhu Yan roared, his face as dark as water. Yang Kai stopped as expected, and the words that had been jumping out of his mouth stopped. The lightning dragon that had been peeled off from Fu Qi's head was also no longer in pain. Great Elder, do you have any other advice? Yang Kai asked in a deep voice, but he was secretly afraid. Although he acted like a hooligan who would be willing to die if they were not forced into a corner. Fortunately, the Great Elder gave him face and jumped out at the crucial moment. Otherwise, he would not know how to continue. Since things had developed to this point, he had no way out. He could either negotiate with the dragon race and pay a certain price to take Zhu Qing away, or shed all pretense of cordiality and fight. The latter was not what he wanted to see, but if it was the former, he was mentally prepared to pay a sufficient price. Seeing Yang Kai stop the dragon punishment, Zhu Yan let out a sigh of relief. Since this young man had obtained the dragon race's inheritance and the ancestral dragon source, he could no longer treat him as an ordinary human. It was useless to put on the arrogance of the dragon race. He pondered for a moment, but just as he was about to speak, a sudden change occurred. A loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the distant horizon, and the whole world seemed to tremble. Then a beam of light burst out from a distant place, and the spiritual energy of the world surged and shook. It was bleak and restless. The three elders of the dragon race suddenly turned around and looked towards the source of the commotion. In the next instant, the three dragons' expressions changed. The second elder, Fu Tianyi, shouted in a low voice, "Not good." As soon as she finished speaking, her delicate figure flashed and flew in that direction like a bolt of lightning. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared without a trace. She didn't even care about what was happening here. This turn of events left the hundreds of mortals dumbfounded. Even Yang Kai had a look of surprise on his face as his eyes darted around in all directions. No one knew what the second elder was doing in such a hurry. Logically speaking, what happened here was related to the honor and dignity of the dragon race. After all, kidnapping the bride on the wedding day of the dragon race was really bad. The second elder had also shown an absolutely strong stance before, and even said that the dragon race and Yang Kai would not rest until one of them was dead. This could be said to be an irreconcilable enmity. What was it that could make such an expert like Fu Tianyi lose his composure? He couldn't even be bothered to deal with Yang Kai's kidnapping of the bride, and wanted to deal with it directly? Something happened on Dragon Island, and it was a big deal. This kind of incredulous thought appeared in everyone's mind. Sure enough, they saw that the Great Elder, Zhu Yan, and the Fourth Elder, Zhu Kong, both had serious expressions, as if they were facing a great enemy. When Yang Kai tore off Fu Qi's arms earlier, they did not reveal such an expression. Looking at the other dragon race members, they also had bewildered expressions, as if they had some guesses. Qing, what is that place? What happened? Yang Kai secretly transmitted to Zhu Qing. He was secretly excited, as he keenly sensed that this might be an opportunity. Among the three great elders of the dragon race, the second elder, Fu Tianyi, was the most difficult to deal with. If she had not been so unreasonable, Yang Kai would not have gone so far before. Now that she had actually left, Yang Kai was naturally happy to see this. Without the second elder as a huge obstacle, only the great elder, Zhu Yan, and Zhu Kong were left. If they tried hard enough, they might be able to sit down and talk peacefully. After all, these two elders were from the Zhu faction of the dragon race, so they were more or less biased towards Zhu Qing. This could be seen from the attitude of the two elders before. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Zhu Qing replied, "Dragon's tomb. That is the dragon's tomb." Something seems to have happened to the dragon's tomb. Dragon's tomb? Yang Kai raised his eyebrows. He naturally knew what the dragon's tomb was. It was a place where the dragon race members would definitely enter before they died. It was the forbidden area of the entire dragon race. Zhu Qing had gone to the frozen earth to search for the lost source of the dragon race. Her main purpose was to bring it back to the dragon's tomb. Since the dragon's tomb was the graveyard of the dragon race, what could have happened there? For the second elder to run away without even saying a word. This matter was really strange. Zhu Qing could not say why, but she knew that something must have happened to the dragon's tomb. While Yang Kai and Zhu Qing were communicating, the great elder and the fourth elder were also quietly communicating. It was unknown what the great elder said to the fourth elder, but Zhu Kong's expression suddenly changed, becoming extremely solemn. Yang Kai's eyes turned. Then he suddenly raised his head and said, "Great elder, fourth elder, this junior was in the wrong today, but there was no other choice. This junior was also thinking of Qing Er's happiness, which was why I acted so ruthlessly. I hope the two elders can forgive me." His conflict with the dragon race was basically concentrated on the second elder, Fu Tin. Now that Fu Tin had left, if he could take this opportunity to persuade the great elder and the fourth elder, he might be able to leave safely. It was just that he did not know if the dragon race would be willing to let him go. He was worried about his gains and losses, and was also a little apprehensive. Hearing this, Zhu Yan and Zhu Kong both looked at Yang Kai in amusement and anger. Previously, when he was facing the second elder, this brat had a firm and unyielding attitude, as if he could not wait to fight to the death with Fu Tin on the spot to prove his feelings for Zhu Qing. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had softened his tone. It seemed that he was someone who knew when to yield and when not to yield. With a solemn expression, Zhu Yan said, "Injuring my clansmen and humiliating my dragon race's reputation is not something that can be explained by saying that you had no other choice." Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and said in a low voice, "Then what does the great elder want? You have also seen Qing Er's attitude. A forcibly picked melon is not sweet. Why should the dragon race deceive themselves like this? Fu Qi is a dragon race, so is Zhu Qing not a dragon race? You should also think more about Zhu Qing." Xu Yan shook his head and said, "That may be so, but today's matter is destined to not end peacefully." Yang Kai's expression sank. Since the great elder has said so, this brat can only accept. "If I have offended you in any way, I ask for the great elder's forgiveness." His attitude towards the great elder was completely different from his attitude towards the second elder. He had already offended Fu Tin, so if there was still a chance, he was not willing to offend the great elder. Today's matter should be repaid with blood. Zhu Yan said in a low voice, then suddenly changed the topic. "But this old man does not want to bully the weak and ruin the reputation of my dragon race." Yang Kai's eyes lit up. What does the great elder mean? "If you let Fu Qi go, this old man will not make a move on you." Really? Yang Kai was happy after hearing that. In the entire Dragon Island, the people he feared the most were the great elder and the second elder. These two were existences comparable to the great emperors. Now that the second elder had left early for no reason, if the great elder also did not make a move on him, then this Dragon Island was so big that he could come and go as he pleased. It would be difficult for the fourth elder to make him stay. In a split second, Yang Kai felt that this great elder had become kind and amiable. Even his stern face had become much warmer. As expected of the dragon race, he was still biased towards Zhu Qing and wanted to make things easier for her in a roundabout way. Dragon race great elder's words carry enormous weight. This brat naturally trusts him. Yang Kai kept nodding with a happy expression, causing the few hundred mortals to roll their eyes. Just a moment ago, he was still doubting the other party, but in the blink of an eye, he was praising the other party. "Then let him go." Zhu Yan looked at him indifferently and said, Yang Kai did not waste any time and directly threw Fu Qi, who had been in his hand, out. Fu Qi had lost both of his arms and was in so much pain that his face had already turned pale. He originally thought that he was going to die here today, but who would have thought that he would be able to survive in such a hopeless situation? After being thrown out by Yang Kai, he immediately grabbed the two severed arms that Yang Kai threw away and quickly ran in a certain direction. He did not dare to stay here and only wanted to find a place to recuperate. Although his arms were torn off by Yang Kai, the vitality of the dragon race was tenacious. As long as he recuperated for a while, he would definitely be able to recover. Before he left, he glared fiercely at Yang Kai, looking like he was going to come back for revenge. He was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. If not for Yang Kai's surprise attack just now, it would have been impossible for him to be directly subdued by Zhu Qing. Now that he had suffered such a big loss, how could he swallow his anger? In front of so many people, he was injured and Zhu Qing was snatched away. If he could still swallow this anger, then he wouldn't be Fu Qi among the crowd. Li Jiao looked at the escaping Fu Qi with a gloomy face and a struggling expression. Previously, when Yang Kai taught Fu Qi a lesson and tore off his arms, Li Jiao was elated. If not for this bastard, how would San Yang have to suffer 200 to 300 years of pain? He wished that Yang Kai could kill Fu Qi directly. But now that Yang Kai and the great elder of the dragon race had reached an agreement and released Fu Qi, Li Jiao felt a little disappointed and a little relieved. He was disappointed that Fu Qi managed to escape, but he was relieved that Fu Qi did not die in the hands of Yang Kai. Enmity naturally had to be taken with his own hands to vent his anger. Thus, Fu Qi's narrow escape gave Li Jiao a chance to take revenge. But Fu Qi was a rank 8 lightning dragon. Even if he was heavily injured, Li Jiao knew that he was not his opponent. He only had a lower rank 3 bloodline. How could he win against a rank 8 dragon race dragon? Unless he could also raise his bloodline. Thus, he was hesitating and struggling. What should he do to kill Fu Qi? He was very clear about the consequences of killing a dragon race dragon, but as a man, there were things that could be done and things that could not be done. He had a scale that belonged to him. Just as he was hesitating, Fu Qi had already disappeared. Among the crowd, other than Li Jiao staring at Fu Qi, there was another pair of eyes that greedily stared in the direction that Fu Qi left. I have already released him. Great Elder must keep his word. Yang Kai turned to look at Zhu Yan. Zhu Yan nodded and said, "This old man will naturally not go back on his word." After saying this, he glanced at Zhu Kong, then turned around and left. Looking in the direction that he left, he was also going to the dragon's tomb. Furthermore, his speed was not slower than the second elder's. With a few leaps, he had already disappeared from everyone's sight. This discovery caused an uproar among the crowd. Chapter 3060. The second elder mysteriously heading to the dragon's tomb was already shocking enough, but now even the first elder had rushed over. What exactly had happened at the dragon's tomb that 2 powerhouses comparable to great emperors had to go over to handle it? Kai Yang also had a thoughtful expression on his face as he scratched his chin. Suddenly, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he hatefully said, "We've been tricked." "What?" Zhu Qing looked up at him suspiciously. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and said, "He really is a sly old fox." Inferring from what had just happened, something huge had indeed happened at the dragon's tomb, and the second elder could not handle it alone. So, the first elder had to rush over to help no matter what. In other words, regardless of whether Yang Kai released Fu Qi or not, the first elder could not stay here for long. Perhaps if he had just delayed for a while, he would not have needed to discuss any conditions with the first elder. At that time, with Fu Qi in hand, would it not be easy for him and Zhu Qing to leave Dragon Island safely? He believed that without the first elder and second elder, just the fourth elder alone would not be able to stop them. Now, however, he had accidentally fallen into the first elder's trap. With the hostage in hand gone, he had lost the initiative. But thinking about it, this might have been the best outcome. If he had not agreed to the first elder's suggestion earlier, it might have forced the first elder to personally take action and end things quickly. At that time, Fu Qi would not have a good ending, and he would not have a good ending either. Thinking like this, Yang Kai calmed down. Although he had been tricked by the first elder, this outcome was still acceptable. With the two elders leaving, only the fourth elder Zhu Kong and the many members of the dragon race remained in the temporary imperial residence. Yang Kai smiled and looked towards Zhu Kong. What does fourth elder want to say? Will you let us leave, or will we fight it out and see who's better? Today's situation had been unexpected, but everything was developing in a direction that was beneficial to him. Facing the dragon race that had lost the first and second elder, Yang Kai was full of confidence. Zhu Kong let out a long sigh. Today is an eventful day for Dragon Island. If possible, could you stay on Dragon Island for a few days and wait for everyone to make a decision? Yang Kai chuckled. Fourth elder, are you bullying me because I'm young and ignorant? If I don't take this opportunity to leave the Dragon Island today, what chance will I have in the future? Therefore, I cannot agree with fourth elder's suggestion. That's also true. Zhu Kong gently nodded. It was this elder who made things difficult for you. Zhu Qing took a step forward and sincerely looked at Zhu Kong, saying, Fourth elder, Yang Kai and I do not wish to become enemies with the dragon race. We just want to leave this place. Would fourth elder please allow us to do so? Zhu Kong shook her head with a solemn expression. You have also heard what the great elder said earlier. Today's matter is destined to not end peacefully unless you surrender yourselves. Then, let's fight. Yang Kai took a step forward, his huge body as towering as an iron tower. Monstrous dragon power rolled around him. The fourth elder squinted his eyes and said, There are only two of you. I fear that you do not have much of a chance of winning. I advise you not to resist. Just as he said this, a person suddenly appeared and stood next to Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing turned to look at him and furrowed her brow. Opening her mouth, she wanted to say something, but in the end, she did not say anything. Zhu Lai cupped his fists and said, Fourth elder, excuse me. The one who had stepped forward was surprisingly Zhu Lai. All of the dragon's expressions changed. Although Zhu Lai and Zhu Qing were siblings, Zhu Lai's actions still made him an enemy of the Dragon Island and the dragon race. To be able to make such a decision, it was not just due to familial ties. It also required a great deal of courage. Zhu Kong's expression did not change, as though she had expected this. Nodding, she said, It's nothing much. Any choice will require a corresponding price. I just hope that you will not regret your decision today. Zhu Lai solemnly said, I will not regret it. Yang Kai laughed loudly. Brothers in battle, father and son in battle. Good job, brother-in-law. The corner of Zhu Lai's mouth twitched. Every time he heard Yang Kai call him brother-in-law, he would have the urge to beat him up. At this moment, another person stepped out from the crowd and stood firmly by Zhu Lai's side. However, his performance was far inferior to Zhu Lai's. His expression was bitter and his body was trembling. It was obvious that he was afraid of something. You also came? Zhu Lai looked at Li Jiao in surprise. The corner of Li Jiao's mouth twitched. Young Master Zhu, it's been a long time. Zhu Lai did not say anything and only reached out to pat him on the shoulder. Li Jiao immediately had a flattered expression on his face. Although he had come into contact with Zhu Lai before and had even gone through life and death together in the reincarnation world for a period of time, Zhu Lai had never once looked him in the eye. Li Jiao could clearly sense Zhu Lai's disdain and disdain for him. He knew himself well and knew that as a descendant of the dragon race, it was impossible for him to be treated seriously by the dragon race. Until today, although it was just a simple action, it represented recognition and intimacy. Li Jiao did not know whether he should be happy or sad, although he had received Zhu Lai's recognition by standing up, and if he was lucky enough to not die, he would definitely gain many benefits in the future. However, in today's situation, he feared that he would most likely die. He did not know if he would have a chance to return to the Fire Dragon Palace. Descendant of the dragon race, the fourth elder frowned as he looked at Li Jiao, seeing through his identity at a glance. Descendants of the dragon race were too easy to recognize. The dragon blood in their bodies was not pure, and all members of the dragon race hated descendants of the dragon race because they did not like the aura they emitted. Any descendant of the dragon race would not be able to raise their heads in front of a true dragon race member. They would have a clear sense of inferiority and would not even have the courage to look them in the eye, let alone make an enemy out of them. However, this descendant of the dragon race's performance today was somewhat unexpected. Zhu Kong looked meaningfully at Yang Kai and knew that the reason this descendant of the dragon race had stood up was definitely because of Yang Kai. Did this brat have that much charm? He actually had a descendant of the dragon race work so hard for him, but this was of no use. Although this descendant of the dragon race's cultivation was not weak, his bloodline was too low. Against a true dragon race member, he would definitely suffer a great loss. Fourth elder, there are 4 of us. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward Zhu Kong. Although this number was still insignificant compared to the dragon race, it was at least double the original number of people. Zhu Kong faintly smiled, for is indeed not a lot. But what if we were added in? A clear and bright voice suddenly rang out, directly ringing in everyone's ears. Everyone became bewildered because when they looked around, there was no one around. Yet this voice strangely rang out. Yang Kai raised an eyebrow and looked toward a certain spot in the air with great surprise. Zhu Kong had clearly also noticed something as her eyes suddenly focused. This voice, in that empty space, a vortex had strangely appeared. The inside of the vortex was a chaotic void. It was like the mouth of a fierce beast that could swallow everything. A void corridor. Someone cried out in surprise and clicked their tongue in wonder. It was impossible for a void corridor to appear out of thin air. In addition to that person's voice, everyone immediately realized that a strong person had broken through the void and arrived. But who exactly was it that was so daring as to provoke the dragon race before they had even appeared? This was truly reckless. Who could easily endure the anger of the dragon race? Under everyone's watchful eyes, a small figure suddenly walked out of the void corridor. Everyone could not help but be stunned, because this person was truly too small. It was clearly a child, and it was a little girl. She looked to be around 7 or 8 years old. She was wearing a dress that was slightly oversized with long sleeves that almost reached her feet. Her hair was simply tied into 2 ponytails behind her head. Her small face was like carved jade, and she looked extremely cute. Not to mention the hundreds of mortals. Even the many members of the dragon race could not help but take a few more looks at her. Once the little girl appeared, her round eyes began to look around, sweeping across everyone as though she was looking for something. There was a clear look of excitement and anticipation on her face. Yang Kai let out a cry of surprise before breaking into a smile. The little girl's gaze finally landed on him. She was only stunned for a moment before flying over like lightning, stopping in front of Yang Kai. Everyone couldn't help but worry for her. Yang Kai's incomparably large body and the little girl's petite body gave off too much of a visual impact. Even if the little girl stood up straight, she was only the size of Yang Kai's nose, especially now that Yang Kai was grinning with his mouth wide open. It was as though he could swallow the little girl at any moment. Just as everyone was on edge, the little girl's clear voice rang out. Master, how did you become so big? Master? Everyone was dumbfounded, almost believing that they had heard wrongly. Zhu Kong's expression also became extremely strange. He could feel that this seemingly harmless little girl was hiding a huge power within her body. Moreover, that power seemed to be the power of the Holy Spirit. It could even be said that it was not weaker than the Holy Spirit of the dragon race. He had never heard of such a terrifying powerhouse before. What made him even more puzzled was that this little girl actually called Yang Kai master. The two had a master-servant relationship, but how was that possible? For the first time today, Zhu Kong felt a sense of uneasiness. It seemed that there would be a great change in Dragon Island today. This kind of uneasiness made his heart heavy. Moreover, the voice that inexplicably rang out just now was definitely not this little girl's voice. That voice sounded like, damn, you touched this old lady's, but just as everyone was in a daze, a delicate shout rang out. Immediately after, a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire rushed out from the void tunnel. That woman turned her head and glared in the direction of the void tunnel with a face full of anger. Under such a tense atmosphere, such a sentence suddenly popped out, causing everyone's expression to become strange. And with this interruption, that tense and austere atmosphere suddenly disappeared. What are you blocking here for? I did not do it on purpose. A third person's voice rang out. Everyone could clearly hear that it was the voice of the man who had spoken at the beginning. The void tunnel disappeared, revealing the figure of a handsome and elegant man. That man had a bitter smile on his face, and his expression was also a little awkward. And after he appeared, the void tunnel suddenly disappeared. Chapter 3061. When Yang Kai showed up to snatch the bride, all the dragons looked at him with disdain. When Yang Kai transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon, all the dragon race members exclaimed in amazement. When Yang Kai tore off Fuqi's arms, all the dragons were enraged. Their clansmen were being tortured and humiliated, so they naturally couldn't turn a blind eye. But when this man and woman appeared, all the dragon race members' expressions changed drastically, as if they were facing a great enemy. Even the fourth elder was the same, gritting his teeth with a solemn expression as he shouted, Zhou Feng, Li Wui. The two masters who suddenly appeared through the void corridor were Spirit Beast Island's Zhou Feng and Li Wui. Putting Zhou Feng aside, Li Wui was proficient in the Tao of Space and was known as the #1 master in the star boundary below the great emperors. For him, bringing a few people to the void corridor was not a difficult task. Looking at the expressions and attitudes of the other dragon race members, it seemed that there was some kind of grudge between them and these two. All of them were gnashing their teeth, as if they couldn't wait to pounce on these two and gnaw on their flesh. Yang Kai also asked in surprise, Seniors, why are you here? Li Wui glanced at him with a smile. You didn't forget the well digger, even when drinking water. Have you forgotten this king's kindness so quickly? Yang Kai was a little confused, not knowing what he meant, but soon his eyes lit up as if remembering something, and he asked in surprise, was that divine sense left behind by Senior? Li Wui smiled slightly. Yes. So that's how it is. Yang Kai suddenly understood and cupped his fists. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Previously, when he and Li Jiao broke into Dragon Island, they were trapped in the void labyrinth and couldn't find a way out for a while. In the end, they encountered a divine sense phantom in the void labyrinth. If it weren't for that phantom, he and Li Jiao would probably still be confused in the void labyrinth. He couldn't figure out who left that divine sense phantom, but now that he heard Li Wui's words, he realized it was Li Wui's divine sense. No wonder he felt that divine sense was a little familiar at that time. Li Wui waved his hand slightly. It's nothing. This king should be thanking you. Thank me? Yang Kai was confused. Li Wui, however, did not explain anything. He just looked at Zhu Kong and said, It's been over 10 years since we last met, but Fourth Elder's style is still the same. Zhu Kong coldly snorted. Faced with Yang Kai stealing the bride and injuring the dragon race, there was not much of a change in his expression, but when facing Li Wui, there was a clear trace of dread and vigilance in his expression. Without answering the question, he asked, With the two of you here, doesn't that mean that person has also come? Li Wui chuckled. Why else do you think the first elder and second elder would go together? Even though fourth elder had guessed this, his expression still changed when he confirmed this matter. That person? Yang Kai raised an eyebrow. The conversation between Li Wui and Zhu Kong sounded simple, but it contained a great deal of information. Thinking back to the hurried attitudes of the head elder and second elder, an unbelievable thought suddenly popped into his mind. He glared at the little girl in front of him. Lu Yan's divine sense surged as he secretly transmitted, The martial beast has come. Yang Kai's body trembled as a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. He finally understood why the first elder, Zhu Yan, and second elder, Fu Xiu, could not even attend to his own matters. It turned out that the martial beast had personally come to Dragon Island. Faced with the great emperors who had been famous for a long time, neither the first elder nor the second elder dared to say that they could easily win in a one-on-one fight. Only by working together would they be able to suppress him. Yang Kai was puzzled, saying, Why did the martial beast master come to Dragon Island? And why did he run over to the dragon tomb? Lu Yan replied, I don't know either. I just know that this matter is very important to him. Although Lu Yan had been living on Spirit Beast Island for the past 2 years, he had spent most of his time fusing with the Phoenix True Fire. After breaking out of his shell and being reborn, he had been cultivating the Phoenix clan's secret techniques. As such, he did not know much about the matters on Spirit Beast Island. This time, he suddenly received the news and rushed to Dragon Island with several masters. The martial beast, the dragon tomb, more than a decade ago. Many thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind one by one, and he felt that things were getting more and more complicated. But in any case, the current situation had changed, and he was no longer at a disadvantage. Originally, there were only 4 people on his side. Facing the entire dragon race, it was still a little difficult, but with the addition of the strong reinforcements from Spirit Beast Island, the balance had been slightly tilted towards his side. The attitude of Li Wui and the others had already made it clear that they were on the opposite side of Dragon Island. The enemy of my enemy is naturally my friend. Jiu Feng had not spoken since she appeared. Her pair of beautiful eyes turned, looking around with a smile. When she met Yang Kai's eyes, she even winked at him. She looked calm on the surface, but in fact, she was sighing in her heart. She still remembered the scene when she first saw Yang Kai. At that time, this boy was just a Tao Source realm cultivator, and she had stopped him on the way to Azure Sun Temple. At that time, he was just a junior with some opportunities in her eyes. Like Li Wui, he cultivated the Space Divine technique, and she could kill him with a snap of her fingers. But how many years had it been? Facing him now, Jiu Feng could no longer look down on him. His huge body contained unimaginable power, and it was a power that made her treat him as an equal. The speed of his growth was too fast. For the first time, Jiu Feng saw the shadow of the great emperors in a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Fourth Elder, there is no need to worry. And I can't intervene in the matters over there. Why don't we take this opportunity to continue the battle we started more than a decade ago? What do you think, Fourth Elder? Unlike the solemn expression on the Fourth Elder's face, Li Wui was always smiling with a calm expression on his face. Zhu Kong obviously understood this truth. Without reaching the 10th Order, one was not as good as the great emperors. Although he was also an elder on Dragon Island, his true strength was far inferior to the great elder and second elder. He really couldn't intervene in the battle over there, and neither could Li Wuyi, Jiufeng, and the others. If not, they wouldn't have come here. It was better to stay there and help. It was precisely because Li Wuyi and Jiufeng were self-aware that they wouldn't stay there for long. While they were talking, a loud buzzing sound suddenly came from the direction of the dragon tomb, and a violent energy fluctuation pushed towards them like an arrow released from a bow. Above the sea, the waves rolled, and the entire island seemed to be on the verge of collapse. They were already fighting over there. Yang Kai looked in that direction with some excitement, his heart itching as if it had been scratched by a cat. A battle between great emperors. This was a battle between great emperors. It couldn't be compared to the battle between Duan Hongchen and Ryukong that he had seen in the Shattered Star Sea. Back then, although Duan Hongchen and Ryukong had the titles of great emperors, their strength had been greatly reduced. It was definitely not as earth-shattering as today's battle. If he could observe such a battle with his own eyes, it would definitely be worth hiding away for a year. He wished he could grow wings and fly over there to take a look, although it was extremely dangerous. Who would want to miss such a battle? Master really is impatient. Li Wuyi glanced in that direction and slowly shook his head. When he turned back, he urged, if fourth elder feels that it's fine for everyone to sit down and chat, Thisly has no objections. It just so happens that Thisly has brought a few jars of good wine and would like fourth elder to taste. Zhu Kong gave him a deep look. You've always had so much nonsense to say. Jiufeng also curled her lips. I told you to talk less and watch more, but you just wouldn't listen. It's not like you haven't suffered losses before. You really can't change your ways. Li Wuyi rubbed his nose awkwardly and muttered, it's best not to fight if you can. Fourth elder isn't that easy to bully. Zhu Kong snorted lightly. You want to bully me? That depends on whether you have the ability or not. The two of them looked at each other, and suddenly, without any warning, they attacked together. Li Wuyi raised his hand and swatted towards Zhu Kong. The space principles instantly surged, turning into a void vortex that enveloped Fourth Elder. Fourth Elder remained unmoved. His expression was solemn as the phantom of a giant dragon suddenly appeared on the surface of his body, raising its head and roaring towards the sky. In the void, a transparent barrier seemed to appear, blocking the giant dragon, but Li Wuyi's hand was also suspended in midair, unable to descend. The space principles around him were in turmoil. The expressions of the two were extremely serious, and most people couldn't see what was going on. However, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly as he carefully sensed Li Wuyi's space principles and compared them with his own. For a while, he actually gained a lot. Ancient and obscure syllables rang out, and Zhu Kong quickly formed a seal with her hands. Facing Li Wuyi's attack, the syllables that came out of her mouth became faster and faster, eventually forming a line. Protection technique. Yang Kai frowned, instantly understanding what kind of secret technique Fourth Elder was using. Not daring to hesitate, he also chanted the dragon language and formed a seal with both hands. Zhu Kong took a deep look at him, a look of surprise flashing through the depths of her eyes. Yang Kai could use the dragon race's secret techniques. This was something that she already knew. Since he could use the dragon race's secret techniques, it meant that he had already received the acknowledgement and inheritance of the ancestral dragon. However, Zhu Kong never thought that Yang Kai would be able to communicate with the Dragon Hall. On Dragon Island, there were two forbidden areas. The first was the Dragon's Tomb, and the second was the Dragon Hall. The Dragon's Tomb was the burial ground of the dragon race, while the Dragon Hall was the place where the heroic spirits of the dragon race were protected. Both were the foundation of the dragon race, and neither could be missing. In order to communicate with the Dragon Hall, not only did one need an extremely pure bloodline, one also needed to pray for many years and perform an important ceremony. On the entire Dragon Island, only a few elders could communicate with the Dragon Hall. And the greatest benefit of communicating with the Dragon Hall was that one could quickly use the dragon race's secret techniques, eliminating some of the tedious methods. Aside from this, the greatest use of the Dragon Hall was to provide a kind of protection. This protection was the suppression of the dragon race's bloodline. Zhu Lai had previously told Yang Kai that the protection of the Dragon Hall could offset the suppression of the bloodline to a large extent. Thus, on Dragon Island, if the dragon race was prepared, Yang Kai's golden divine dragon's origin would not have such an obvious effect on the dragon race. The reason why Fu Qi had been so easily captured by Zhu Qing was because it had caught her off guard. Fu Qi never thought that Zhu Qing would recover her strength and attack him. The second reason was that Fu Qi had not received the protection of the Dragon Hall. However, the secret technique that the fourth elder had unleashed was clearly a protection technique. He understood better than anyone that the advantage of the dragon race was their numbers, while their disadvantage was their bloodline. Yang Kai alone was enough to suppress the bloodline of the dragon race, making it impossible for them to use their full strength. Chapter 3062. If Yang Kai really was allowed to unleash his might, the entire dragon race on Dragon Island might not be his opponent. Thus, before the battle began, the fourth elder needed to resolve the suppression of his bloodline. The protection technique was his only means. As the two dragon voices rang out, a series of dragon roars could be heard from the faraway and hidden dragon palace. Then, more than 10 beams of light shot up into the sky like a group of dragons emerging from the sea. They flew across the sky and arrived above the spiritual island in the blink of an eye and plunged downwards. Seeing this, the many members of the dragon race were naturally overjoyed and went forward to welcome them. Chi, 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 chi. The rays of light from the dragon palace entered the bodies of the many members of the dragon race, but they did not increase their strength. Instead, they became more confident. It was as though they had been reborn, and the fear from Yang Kai disappeared without a trace. Guide. Yang Kai gave a low shout, and one of the rays of light suddenly changed direction. Circling around a dragon race member, it landed next to Yang Kai and entered Li Jiao's body. Li Jiao's body trembled. He still did not understand what had happened, but after this ray of light entered his body, Li Jiao clearly felt a change in his body. The most obvious change was that the dragon's might from the dragon race did not seem to have much of an effect on him. The bloodline that had been suppressed had also regained its freedom, and the emperor's qi flowed happily through his body without any more hindrances. Li Jiao was dazed. Opening his hand to take a look, he was in disbelief. The protection of the Dragon Palace, Yang Kai casually replied. Shaking his head, he had a dissatisfied look on his face. According to his original plan, he wanted to intercept all of the protection from the Dragon Palace. If he could really do this, he would be able to win today's battle without even fighting. Just the suppression of the golden divine dragon's origin was enough to cause the members of the dragon race present to be restrained. It was likely that they would not even be able to use half of their strength, but in the end, he had still underestimated Zhu Kong's abilities. In the fight for the protection of the Dragon Palace, he was weaker than Zhu Kong. After all, Zhu Kong was truly the fourth elder of the dragon race. She was naturally very familiar with communicating with the Dragon Hall. Hearing Yang Kai's reply, Li Jiao's eyes flashed. Since the appearance of the dragon race, he had been in a state of suppression. Previously, he was able to stand out from the crowd and walk firmly to Yang Kai's side because of Lu Sanyang. If he wanted to avenge Lu Sanyang, he could only rely on Yang Kai. He didn't think that he would be of much help to Yang Kai by himself. Against a pure-blooded dragon race, he had no hope of winning. But now, this kind of suppression had been greatly weakened. Everyone seemed to be standing on the same starting line in terms of bloodline, and no one could suppress the other. Li Jiao's expression became stern as he stared in the direction that Fu Qi had left in. His eyes shone with a frightening light as he said in a low voice, "Brother Yang, this Li wants to go." Yang Kai knew what he wanted to do and agreed without waiting for him to finish. "I will return as quickly as possible." After Li Jiao said this, his figure flickered and he retreated. Under everyone's puzzled gazes, he disappeared from their field of vision. And in the short time that Yang Kai and Li Jiao were communicating, the space around the fourth elder suddenly became extremely distorted. That space looked grotesque and variegated, as though it could collapse at any moment. He tried his best to resist for a while, but was still unable to break through this spatial divine technique. He could only sigh and shout, "Since you want to insist, then as you wish." Li Wu-yi laughed and said, "Excuse me, fourth elder." Saying so, the big hand that had been suspended in midair suddenly slammed down. Without a sound, the fourth elder disappeared without a trace, as if he had never appeared. At the same time, Li Wuyi's figure also disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a layer of spatial fluctuations that spread out in all directions. Yang Kai raised his brow, keenly aware that this was a spatial divine technique. It seemed that Li Wu-yi had dragged the fourth elder into an inexplicable space. As expected of the strongest master under the great emperors, Yang Kai had never experienced how strong the fourth elder was, but he was definitely much stronger than an ordinary third-order emperor realm master. Even so, he was unable to break through Li Wu-yi's divine technique. Li Wu-yi obviously wanted to fight the fourth elder alone, and this was something that Yang Kai was happy to see. Without the fourth elder as a strong enemy, he did not fear any of the dragon race present. What's more, he was not fighting alone. "The loss I suffered at the hands of you reptiles more than 10 years ago, this old lady will pay you back today." Jiu Feng's beautiful eyes swept across the dragons as a sneer appeared on her lips. This sentence completely enraged the dragon race. The dragon race was the leader of all divine spirits, the leader of all living beings, so when had they ever been called reptiles? Even Zhu Lai frowned. Jiu Feng's words had undoubtedly scolded him and Zhu Qing as well, but then again, the two of them had indeed fought with Jiu Feng more than 10 years ago, so they knew how difficult this woman was to deal with. The faces of all the dragons sank, and although no one spoke, their expressions said everything. Yang Kai swept his gaze across the dragons and said in a deep voice, "Let me and Qing leave, and I won't make things difficult for you today." He did not want to completely fall out with the dragon race, so it would be best if these dragon race members could turn a blind eye and let him and Zhu Qing leave. "Hey, kid, aren't you being too immoral?" Jiu Feng glared at him. She did not expect Yang Kai to make such a proposal at this time. If Yang Kai left, wouldn't she have to fight alone? Even if she was strong, how could she have a good end if she was besieged by more than 10 dragon race members? "Senior, you can leave with us." Yang Kai lowered his head and looked at her. Jiu Feng said, "My spirit beast island came to Dragon Island today for an important matter. If I leave, what will happen to the others?" Yang Kai said, "The great emperors are omnipotent, so you don't have to worry about them. Senior Li's mastery of the law of space is above mine. If he really wants to leave, how can Dragon Island stop him?" Jiu Feng sneered. "What you said makes some sense, but these guys don't seem willing to let you leave." Yang Kai turned his head and saw many dragon race members with gloomy and silent expressions. Needless to say, Yang Kai already knew that it was impossible to resolve today's matter peacefully. He nodded slightly. Swords have no eyes. If you're hurt or die, don't blame others. As soon as he finished speaking, the 80-meter-tall figure suddenly became absent-minded and instantly disappeared on the spot. The law of space surged, and he had already pounced into the group of dragons. He was like a fierce tiger coming down the mountain, domineering and unhindered. He directly stretched out his huge palm and grabbed one of the dragon race members with a cold expression. Facing such a sudden change, the dragon's reaction was not panicked. Obviously, they were already vigilant when they saw him rushing over. They instantly scattered. However, the dragon race member that was targeted by Yang Kai suddenly felt that the surrounding space was extremely sticky like a swamp, and he could not help but stop. In this moment of delay, Yang Kai had already grabbed him in the palm of his hand. It was unknown whether this dragon race member was of the Zhu or Fu series, but judging from the purity of the dragon breath, it should be at the 8th level. There were not many 8th level dragon race members on Dragon Island. At most, there were only a dozen of them, and among them, there were only 5 8th level bloodlines. Other than Zhu Lai and Fu Qi, there were only 3 8th level bloodlines. This dragon was one of them. Being grabbed by Yang Kai, this dragon turned pale with fright. The scene of Yang Kai tearing off Fu Qi's arms with a snap of his fingers was still fresh in his mind. He knew that if he really fell into Yang Kai's hands, his ending would not be much better than Fu Qi's. In a flash, a dragon's roar exploded and resounded through the sky. His over 20 feet long body suddenly revealed his original form, and an unparalleled dragon's aura filled the air, giving people a strong pressure. When he revealed his true dragon form, it meant that he was going all out. No matter how strong Yang Kai was, it was impossible for him to crush him with one hand. After all, his size was obvious. Sure enough, after the true dragon form appeared, Yang Kai's hand was immediately pushed away, and his violent strength was also somewhat unable to continue. The dragon race's body swayed and was about to break free from Yang Kai's hand. Yang Kai roared and reached out with both hands, grabbing the dragon's tail. His muscles bulged, and his arms seemed to have swelled up. He used all his strength, grabbed the dragon's tail, and smashed it down. Under everyone's dumbfounded gazes, the giant dragon that was about to soar into the sky actually stopped and fell heavily to the ground like a dead snake. With a loud bang, the ground in front of the palace cracked, and a crisscrossing ravine appeared. A sorrowful dragon's roar sounded. After transforming into an 80-feet-long dragon, Yang Kai's strength was so great that even the dragon couldn't bear it after being pulled and smashed by him. As it raised its head and roared, it spat out a mouthful of dragon blood, obviously suffering from internal injuries. Yang Kai stepped on the dragon's body and stepped up. His eyes were wide open as he scanned the dragon's scales. In just an instant, he determined his target. It was a dragon scale about the size of a wash basin. At first glance, it didn't look any different from other dragon scales, but if one looked carefully, they would find that the dragon scale flashed with light from time to time. The Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the experience of dealing with Zhu Lai, Yang Kai knew that the Dragon Hall's protection technique was usually on a certain dragon scale. As long as this dragon scale was removed, the protection from the Dragon Hall would lose its effect. He reached out and stuck his hand under this special dragon scale. Blue veins popped out on his forehead, and he used all his strength to lift it up. Roar! The dragon roared in pain, turned its head, and spat out a mouthful of dragon breath towards Yang Kai, turning into a boundless chill, as if wanting to freeze Yang Kai. Yang Kai turned a deaf ear to this, his huge body suddenly covered in frost, and even his hair became a shocking white. With a chi, dragon blood splashed out as Yang Kai pulled out the shining dragon scale. Without the protection of the Dragon Hall, the 8th Order dragon's aura instantly weakened. The suppression from Yang Kai's bloodline made it difficult for him to circulate his strength, and his over 20 feet long body actually shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, he had shrunk to only a few dozen feet, and it seemed that he would soon be unable to maintain his dragon's true form. Yang Kai stepped down from the dragon's body and sent it flying with a kick. The dragon fell into the sea, causing huge waves to splash. His body trembled, and the frost on his body immediately melted away. Holding the blood-stained dragon scale in his hand, he swept his gaze over the other dragon race members, his voice chilling to the bone, causing the other dragons to tremble in fear. The first one! Who else? Chapter 3063. In the blink of an eye, an 8th-order giant dragon was crippled. Saying that he had been crippled wasn't accurate, though. All Yang Kai had done was remove one of his dragon scales. Strictly speaking, this kind of injury was almost nothing. If it had been anywhere else, the 8th-order dragon would still be able to fight at full strength and would hardly be affected. But without the protection of the Dragon Palace Hall, under the shroud of Yang Kai's dragon power, he could not even maintain his dragon true form. How could he fight again? Although he was not seriously injured, he had lost the qualification to participate in the battle. This lightning-fast speed and that direct and fierce style made the eyelids of all the dragon race members twitch. While Yang Kai was attacking the 8th-order giant dragon, the hundreds of mortals and Fuchi's women finally reacted and screamed in horror as they fled in all directions. There was going to be a big battle here. How could they dare to continue to stay? In the blink of an eye, there were no more idlers in front of the palace. Those who stayed were all related to today's matter. Zhu Qing and her brother, Jiu Feng, Lu Yan, and Yang Kai. These 5 people were all the combat power on Yang Kai's side. On the other hand, there were still more than a dozen people on the dragon race's side. The difference in numbers was extremely large, but in terms of momentum, Yang Kai stood out like a crane in a flock of chickens. Taking the lead, he suppressed many of the dragon race members until they were out of breath. Ha ha ha! Jiu Feng laughed. Kid, you did well. You should teach these arrogant guys a lesson. Because of what happened more than a decade ago, Spirit Beast Island and Dragon Island did not treat each other well. Seeing the dragon race being defeated, Jiu Feng was naturally happy. He also found Yang Kai more pleasing to the eye. No wonder young Miss could not forget this kid. He was really not a pushover. He secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not bring young Miss here today. Otherwise, if that little girl saw Yang Kai's brave and unparalleled scene just now, her heart would be swayed. Young Miss was at the age when young girls were in love. She was most easily confused by a man's heroic spirit. Yang Kai looked around and shouted, "I'll ask you one last time. Are you all going to give way or not?" The dragon race members were speechless. Only pairs of angry and hostile eyes were looking at him. "Then let's fight," Yang Kai shouted, his nostrils exhaling a hot breath as he stomped his feet on the ground. With a loud boom, the entire spiritual island seemed to shake. His huge body shot up to the sky like a cannonball and pounced towards one of the dragon race. So, when they saw Yang Kai rushing over, they immediately let out dragon roars and revealed their dragon true forms. In an instant, red dragons, white dragons, green dragons, and blue dragons filled the sky. The smallest one was more than 10 feet long. The largest one was more than 20 feet long. The giant dragons hovered in the void. Dragon power filled the air, causing the surroundings to tremble and the universe to be turned upside down. Before Yang Kai could reach them, the dozens of giant dragons opened their mouths and spat pure dragon breaths from above. Scorching dragon flames, icy dragon breaths, emerald green venom, pure origin water that was as heavy as a mountain, and wind blades that seemed to be able to cut the heaven and earth. They attacked Yang Kai from all directions. The power was so terrifying that it seemed to be able to destroy the heaven and earth. Yang Kai roared. His mouth was filled with complicated dragon language. He opened his mouth and spat out a golden light above his head, which turned into a shield. After a series of rumbles, all the attacks hit the golden shield. In just a moment, the golden shield was smashed into pieces. The remaining power did not diminish and landed on Yang Kai's body. Yang Kai left quickly and returned quickly. His huge body fell on the island, smashing a deep hole in the ground. Dust flew everywhere, and his exposed skin was covered in wounds. The dragons were overjoyed to see this. Just as they were about to take advantage of his illness to kill him, they were horrified to find that Yang Kai was shaking his head as he climbed up from the deep hole. His already terrifying eyes were exuding a red light, as if he wanted to eat people. He looked up like an enraged beast, and his body swayed, instantly disappearing on the spot. The dragon's expressions became chaotic, and their hearts were filled with alarm. Their vision blurred, and Yang Kai appeared not far away. He stretched out a hand and grabbed at a giant dragon that was more than 100 feet long. The giant dragon was already prepared. As soon as it saw Yang Kai appear, it immediately tried to escape. The surrounding dragon race also spread out vigilantly. "Condense!" Yang Kai shouted. Space principles surged and turned into an invisible cage, enveloping the giant dragon. The space around it turned into a swamp, containing an extremely strong binding force. The giant dragon was unable to break free for a moment. Recalling Yang Kai's previous vicious methods, it suddenly let out a terrified roar and turned to bite Yang Kai. The dragon opened its mouth, revealing teeth as sharp as a guillotine, causing one's hair to stand on end. Yang Kai's grabbing motion did not change. He clenched his other hand into a fist and smashed it directly into the giant dragon's head. The strength of his punch was so great that it actually smashed the giant dragon's head to the side. Some of the dragon scales on its head fell off, causing it to become dizzy. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yang Kai grabbed the dragon's tail. Before Yang Kai could do the same, another giant dragon had already wrapped around Yang Kai's body. Its huge body coiled up along Yang Kai's feet, like a python hunting its prey. In an instant, Yang Kai was tied to the spot, tightly strangling his body. Seeing this, the surrounding dragon race members immediately rushed to the rescue. It was one thing for Yang Kai to unexpectedly cripple one of their clansmen, but if this happened again, then the dragon race's reputation would really be ruined today. The entire dragon race on Dragon Island could be said to have turned out in full force. How could they allow a human to strut around here? Zhu Qing and the others also finally rushed over. However, the dragon race was clearly prepared. No one knew who secretly gave the order, but more than a dozen giant dragons clearly divided the work and rushed to meet Zhu Qing and the others, blocking them. "Elder Sister Qing, please don't make things difficult for me. I don't want to be your enemy, but I have no other choice." A purple dragon stood in front of Zhu Qing, its dragon mouth opened and closed, its eyes full of embarrassment. This purple dragon was undoubtedly Fu Ling. She was only a rank 6 dragon vein. Facing Zhu Qing, who had a rank 9 dragon vein, she really didn't have the confidence. If not for the Dragon Temple's protection, she wouldn't be able to stop them. The suppression of her bloodline was enough to make her feel helpless. Beside Fu Ling, there was a blue dragon slightly longer than her. Hearing this, she agreed. "Elder Sister Qing, please stop." This blue dragon was the dragon girl who carried the flower basket with Fu Ling and scattered falling flowers along the way. Her bloodline was slightly higher than Fu Ling's, but she was only a rank 7 dragon vein. However, with the Dragon Temple's protection, if she joined forces with Fu Ling, they might be able to fight Zhu Qing and maybe even gain the upper hand. Zhu Qing's face turned cold and she shouted, Scram! The rank 7 blue dragon shook her head and said, "Please forgive me, but I can't agree." Zhu Qing didn't speak any more nonsense. When a dragon roar sounded, she had already transformed into a red dragon of 30 meters long. Her body was emitting a monstrous heat wave, as if there were flames burning on her body. Her huge body was twice the size of Fu Ling, causing Fu Ling and the blue dragon to involuntarily swallow a mouthful of saliva. Although they had long heard that Zhu Qing had advanced to the rank 9 dragon vein, that was only hearsay after all. Now that they saw it with their own eyes, they knew that the rumors were true. Before Zhu Qing, there were only 2 rank 9 dragons on the entire Dragon Island, and they were the 3rd elder and the 4th elder. The 3rd elder was banished to the Dragon Tomb more than 10 years ago, and it was unknown whether he was still alive or not. The 4th elder was more amiable, and many dragon race members didn't feel too much pressure in front of him. But only at this moment did the 2 dragon girls understand that the gap between them and a rank 9 dragon was too big. Even with the protection of the Dragon Palace, the 2 dragon girls still felt a little scared when facing Zhu Qing's true body. When the dragon true body appeared, Zhu Qing had already transformed into a red light and rushed toward Fu Ling and the blue dragon. Like a burning flame, she caused the space around her to distort. Fu Ling and the blue dragon hurriedly intercepted her. Zhu Qing was blocked, and Zhu Lai was also not spared. He had already transformed into his dragon true body and was entangled with another rank 8 dragon, clawing, biting, swinging, and occasionally the secret techniques of the dragon race would burst forth. It was as if there was some deep hatred between them that couldn't be resolved. In the blink of an eye, they were fighting in the sky, and the battle was incomparably fierce. On the other side, Jiu Feng was fighting 2 dragon race members by herself without falling into a disadvantageous position. Her figure was very graceful, moving back and forth leisurely, causing the 2 dragon race members who were chasing after her to be enraged. This was a very bad feeling. Jiu Feng had a lot of skills, but she didn't want to fight them head-on. It was as if she was toying with them, and the more they fought, the more furious she became. "Little girl, if you don't want to die, then scram." Fu Qi faced Lu Yan alone. His body, which was more than 10 zhang long, was very distinct compared to the little girl. His head, which was the size of a house, was close to Lu Yan, and a buzzing sound came from his mouth. It wasn't that Fu Qi was pitiful, but that the dragon race members had their own pride. What kind of ability was it to deal with a 7 or 8-year-old girl? But he soon realized that he was wrong, very wrong. This little girl, who looked like she was carved out of jade, actually had a power that was not the slightest bit inferior to his within her body. When a clear and loud phoenix cry sounded, 2 bright flames suddenly spread out behind Lu Yan's back. The flowing flames turned into a pair of wings behind her back, making a whistling sound. At the same time, Lu Yan's petite body rapidly grew. After a series of distortions, a firebird that wasn't inferior to Fu Qi's in size appeared. The firebird's form was beautiful, but its eyes were filled with pride that was even more intense than the dragon race. It had the majesty of a king. "Phoenix race," Fu Qi shouted, and his eyes couldn't help but narrow. Although he knew that this little girl definitely wasn't as harmless as she looked, he didn't expect her to be a member of the Phoenix race. Dragons were more powerful than phoenixes, but the Phoenix race wasn't weak either. Among the holy spirits, it was hard to say which race was stronger, but if one really wanted to compare, the Phoenix race was even rarer than the dragon race. The dragon race at least had a dragon island with its own inheritance, but there seemed to be no news of the Phoenix race for countless years. The Luanfeng in the savage wilderness, ancient land in the Eastern Territory, wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. She was just a branch of the Phoenix race. Even the Jiufeng that came this time wasn't considered a real member of the Phoenix race. but the one in front of him was definitely the most orthodox member of the Phoenix race. Fu Qi focused and didn't dare to let his guard down. Chapter 3064. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The sun and moon lost their light. The laws of nature were everywhere. The spiritual energy was in chaos. The void collapsed, and the sea rolled up huge waves. The small world where the Dragon Island was located seemed to have become unstable. Today's battle was destined to be recorded in the annals of history. The dragon race turned out in full force. Yang Kai and the others fought on their own. Although there were others to share the pressure, Yang Kai still faced the 7 dragons alone. Everything today started because of him, so the dragon race naturally hated him to the core and took care of him in all aspects. Looking at the whole scene, the most promising battle to determine the winner was between Yang Kai and the 7 dragons. Zhu Qing was not at a disadvantage in a 1 versus 2 battle. Jiu Feng was also 1 versus 2, but she mainly fought in a wandering battle. She couldn't do anything to the 2 dragon race members, but the other party couldn't do anything to her. Like Zhu Qing, it was impossible to determine the winner in the battle between the 2 in a short time. Zhu Lai was fighting one-on-one with his opponent. Both of them were rank 8 dragons, so they were evenly matched. How could it be easy to determine who was better? Although the bloodline of Fu Qi that Lu Yen was facing was not high, the foundation of the dragon race was there after all. Lu Yen had inherited the Phoenix clan, but her growth period was too short and she had not reached her peak yet. As soon as she fought with Fu Qi, she was at a disadvantage. The dragons and phoenixes were entangled, and the dragon roars and phoenix cries sounded one after another. She could only protect herself. She did not seek to defeat the enemy, but she only wanted to help Yang Kai share some of the pressure. She was worried about Yang Kai's safety, and when she was distracted, she was even more overwhelmed. Several battles were basically balanced, and only Yang Kai's side was at a clear disadvantage. The sneak attack failed, and the 7 dragons immediately surrounded him, not giving him the slightest space to perform. They formed a clear layer and used the dragon race's secret techniques one after another. Yang Kai was beaten black and blue, and his huge body rolled in the air from time to time. In less than half an incense stick's time, there were hundreds of wounds on his body. Those wounds were so deep that his bones could be seen, and his dragon scales were stained with blood. It was as if a layer of golden powder was smeared all over his body. Fortunately, Yang Kai's physique had significantly improved after dragonizing. Otherwise, he would not be able to withstand such a high-intensity battle. He would have died many times over. Thanks to his space divine art, he was always able to reverse the void at the critical moment, turning danger into safety. Drops of golden blood sprinkled down, and countless sea beasts in the sea rushed over, swallowing the blood-stained seawater to refine their own draconic nature. Dragon blood was extremely precious, and it was impossible for the dragon race to bleed during normal times. Therefore, even after living on the Dragon Island for so many years, these sea beasts had never had the opportunity to consume dragon blood. But today, the drops of dragon blood were dripping down as if they were free, and naturally attracted countless sea beasts to fight over them. In the sky, Yang Kai and the 7 dragons were entangled in a fierce battle. Below the sea, countless sea beasts were biting and killing each other. The entire world seemed to have gone crazy. The battlefield kept moving, and after a while, Fu Qi's spiritual island could no longer be seen clearly. Yang Kai was panting heavily, and his 8 zhang-long dragon body stood tall in the sky. His eyes were arrogant, and the 7 dragons were glaring at him covetously, surrounding him, insulting the dragon race. "You deserve to die." One of the dragons roared. "You deserve to die." The other 6 dragons responded. Their roars were obviously mixed with the traces of the dragon race's secret technique. When the roars were heard, they turned into formless divine soul attacks and blasted towards Yonkai's sea of consciousness. After fighting for such a long time, they were not as careful as before. Previously, Yonkai's violence of crippling one of their clansmen in the blink of an eye had indeed frightened them. But now it seemed like this person did not have 3 heads and 6 arms, and the reason he could do that was because he was relying on the suspicion of a sneak attack. The Battle of 7 Dragons had already given him a great honor. Even if he died, he would have no regrets. Yonkai did not move and stretched out his hand to pick his ear. He grinned. It's still not certain who will be the one to die. Don't be so sure of your words. It won't end well if you bite your tongue. Stubborn, the dragon race leader roared impatiently. Since you are so eager to die, we will fulfill your wish. As soon as these words fell, dragon roars shook the heavens as the 7 dragons rushed over from all directions, rolling dragon pressure, filling the void. Even an ordinary 3rd-layer Emperor Realm Master would lose the ability to resist if they were hit by this dragon pressure. Although Yang Kai was not so weak, the frivolous smile on his face suddenly disappeared, and his expression became extremely solemn. Although he was unwilling to admit it, facing 7 dragons alone was indeed not a match for them. The dragon race was not easy to provoke. I have to quickly call for help. Thinking so, Yang Kai tried his best to avoid the attacks of the 7 dragons while secretly circulating his divine sense. On the other side, Fu Ling and the blue dragon joined forces to attack Zhu Qing, but they were also evenly matched. The 3 dragons were entangled in midair, fighting back and forth, creating a lively scene. Suddenly, Fu Ling's movements paused for a moment before she sent a message to the blue dragon with her divine sense. The blue dragon understood, and with a twist of its body, it pounced straight at Zhu Qing. But at this moment, the purple dragon transformed by Fu Ling suddenly flew to the blue dragon's abdomen and clawed out fiercely. With a swish, the blue dragon's body trembled and almost instinctively avoided the attack, but immediately afterwards, a sharp pain came from her waist and abdomen. At the same time, the dragon pressure of a 9th-order great dragon enveloped her, and the dragon yuan in her body became blocked, making it difficult to circulate. With a painful groan, the nearly 200-meter-long dragon body shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bloodline suppression. The blue dragon's eyes were filled with panic and confusion, not knowing why such a situation had occurred. When she turned her head to look, a look of disbelief flashed across her eyes as she roared, "Fu Ling, you!" At this moment, there was a light blue dragon scale on Fu Ling's dragon claw, and that dragon scale obviously belonged to the blue dragon. If it was an ordinary dragon scale, it would be fine, but this dragon scale was the existence of the Dragon Hall's protection technique. With the dragon scale removed, the protection technique lost its effect, and the bloodline suppression was immediately displayed. She couldn't understand why Fu Ling would suddenly attack her. If it wasn't for the fact that she wasn't on guard against her, she wouldn't have been hit by Fu Ling's attack and broken the protection technique of the Dragon Hall. Zhu Qing obviously didn't expect that at the same time Fu Ling launched a sneak attack on the blue dragon, she had already appeared in front of Fu Ling, her huge dragon body wrapped around Fu Ling, tightly restraining her. Her sharp dragon claws were stuck on Fu Ling's body, and dark red dragon blood seeped out from the tip of her claws. "Sister Qing, don't!" Fu Ling shouted in horror. Compared to Zhu Qing's dragon body, the gap between her dragon body and Zhu Qing's was simply 2 times. Previously, when she joined forces with the blue dragon to fight against Zhu Qing, it wasn't so obvious, but now that she was facing Zhu Qing, she was terrified. It was as if Zhu Qing could take her life at any time. This feeling of her life and death being controlled by someone else was extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing she could do. Zhu Qing was surprised and didn't continue to attack. She turned her head to look at the blue dragon, then looked down at Fu Ling and asked, "What is the meaning of this?" She also didn't understand the scene of Fu Ling launching a sneak attack on the blue dragon. Her relationship with Fu Ling wasn't very harmonious. "I am brother-in-law's subordinate," Fu Ling quickly explained. "Brother-in-law? It's big brother Yang, Kai." Zhu Qing's eyes suddenly flashed with killing intent. Fu Ling was startled and suddenly realized where the problem was, so she immediately declared, "Brother-in-law planted a brand in my knowledge see before, so I will listen to his orders now." She also understood why Zhu Qing suddenly wanted to kill her. She said that she was Yang Kai's subordinate. So Zhu Qing would definitely think that she had an affair with Yang Kai. It would be strange if Zhu Qing didn't get angry. "He actually planted a brand in your soul," Zhu Qing exclaimed in disbelief, and only now did she understand why Fu Ling suddenly helped her. Fu Ling quickly nodded. "Yes, he just sent an order to attack." "Understood." Zhu Qing withdrew her dragon claws and glanced at the blue dragon. At this moment, the blue dragon had already reverted to her human form, under the suppression of a ninth-order dragon vein. It was meaningless for her to maintain her dragon form, so she might as well save her energy. There was a foot-long wound on her abdomen, and blood was flowing out. She was covering the wound with her hand and glaring at Fu Ling with an angry expression. No one would be in a good mood after being sneak attacked like this. However, after listening to Fu Ling's explanation, she also understood that Fu Ling probably had no choice, but a dragon race member being planted a soul brand by a human was simply a disgrace. Her eyes flashed with disdain. "Big Sister Qing, brother-in-law needs help." Fu Ling looked at Zhu Qing anxiously. "Don't call him brother-in-law. Zhu Lai will not marry you." After Zhu Qing said this, she swung her dragon tail and quickly rushed towards Yang Kai. She obviously knew what kind of person Fu Ling was, so she naturally didn't want Zhu Lai to marry her. "I'm sorry." Fu Ling looked at the blue dragon awkwardly and apologized. "You can tell this to the second elder when the time comes. See if she will forgive you." The blue dragon sneered. Fear flashed in Fu Ling's eyes, but she couldn't say anything else. She turned around and quickly chased after Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing was worried about Yang Kai's safety, so her speed was extremely fast. Her huge body drew a beautiful arc in the air, like a burning flame. Wherever her dragon body passed, even the void would be burned. Although Fu Ling set off later, she couldn't catch up to her, so she was a little annoyed. The order she received from Yang Kai wasn't just to help, but more importantly, to defeat them one by one. This was the key to today's victory. Their biggest disadvantage was the number of people. However, if they could first deal with Zhu Lai, Zhou Feng, and Lu Yan's opponents, they would have 6 people on their side, against 7 giant dragons. Even if they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, their overall strength would definitely be much stronger. Unfortunately, before she could explain Yang Kai's plan to Zhu Qing had already flown away. This made Fu Ling a little uneasy. She didn't know if Yang Kai would blame her later. The distance between Yang Kai's battlefield and Zhu Qing's battlefield wasn't far, so they arrived in just a few breaths' time. Zhu Qing's eyes instantly turned red when she saw them. The 7 giant dragons were almost gangsterly and inhumanely beating up Yang Kai. There was almost no place on Yang Kai's huge body that was intact. Some parts of his flesh were torn off, revealing his white bones. Chapter 3065. Even though Yang Kai was constantly resisting and dodging, his 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. He looked extremely miserable, as if he could be killed by the 7 dragons at any time. Zhu Qing roared angrily, and monstrous flames shot out toward the 7 dragons. The dragons were shocked and they turned to look with Yang Kai. Everyone had the same depressing thought at the same time. Why is Zhu Qing here? A mouthful of flames alleviated Yang Kai's crisis, and Zhu Qing immediately flew toward him. Clearly, she wanted to fight side by side with him and share his burden. However, the 7 dragons only looked at each other, and they already had a plan to deal with her. 2 of the dragons flew out from the crowd and blocked in front of Zhu Qing. The 3 dragons instantly confronted each other, and their dragon might clashed forward, causing the void to tremble and the universe to shatter. Get lost! Zhu Qing roared. The 2 dragons confronting her naturally couldn't back down. One of the dragons said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, don't make a mistake. You are now a level 9 dragon bloodline, and if nothing unexpected happens, you will be the 5th elder of our dragon race. Please consider the big picture and the dragon race." Zhu Qing said coldly, "I'm just a woman, and I don't understand the big picture. I only know that you are bullying my man." The dragon race was furious. "Watch your words. She is just a despicable human. Don't embarrass our dragon race." The other dragon also said in a low voice, "Zhu Qing, have you forgotten what happened more than 10 years ago? That person was no worse than you, and you know what happened to her. Do you want to follow in her footsteps?" Zhu Qing said leisurely, "More than 10 years ago, I didn't understand why she was so stubborn, but I understand now. If I had another chance to choose, I would have chosen to help her more than 10 years ago instead of standing against her." "Unreasonable. You will be banished to the dragon tomb." Zhu Qing, stop. You are the ones who should stop. While the few of them were talking, Fu Ling had finally arrived. The purple dragon that was more than 30 meters long had a beautiful form and a powerful aura. However, as soon as it appeared, it was reprimanded. "Trash!" This voice naturally came from the dragon race. The 7 dragons couldn't understand why Fu Ling and the blue dragon couldn't stop Zhu Qing even after joining forces. Moreover, looking at the current situation, it seemed that the blue dragon had been crippled. Otherwise, Fu Ling wouldn't be the only one chasing after them. Logically speaking, if Fu Ling and the blue dragon worked together, with the blessing of the Dragon Palace, they should be able to hold back Zhu Qing. However, in reality, Fu Ling and the blue dragon only managed to hold back Zhu Qing for a few dozen breaths of time, forcing them to send out 2 dragons to deal with Zhu Qing. The other reprimand naturally came from Yang Kai. He didn't expect that Fu Ling couldn't even complete such a simple task. If Fu Ling could accurately convey his plan and let Zhu Qing help the others to defeat their opponents one by one, then his side would have the upper hand in today's situation. However, Zhu Qing rushed over directly. It was obvious that Fu Ling's task wasn't completed. This made him quite dissatisfied with Fu Ling. Fu Ling's expression was also a little awkward. She paused in midair and felt a little helpless. "Why aren't you going to help?" One of the dragons that was confronting Zhu Qing shouted at her in a low voice. Hearing this, Fu Ling could only rush over to Yang Kai's side. Seeing her arrive, the remaining 5 dragons snorted. Originally, they were 7 against 1 and had the upper hand, although Zhu Qing's sudden appearance forced them to send out 2 people. At least they had 1 more Fu Ling. Their overall strength wasn't too different. Now that they had basically figured out Yang Kai's background, they knew that Yang Kai didn't have any hope of winning today's battle. Now, they only needed to slowly fight and wear down his spirit and strength so that he couldn't use that mysterious space divine technique again. Then they could capture and kill him. Thinking of this, all the dragons looked at Yang Kai with eyes full of ridicule and ridicule. They didn't know what was wrong with this person. He actually dared to come to Dragon Island to cause trouble. What kind of place was Dragon Island? What good would come of daring to cause trouble here? Choose one. Just as the dragons were looking down on him, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head to look at Fu Ling and said something inexplicable. All the dragons were bewildered. Choose one? Choose what? A hint of struggle and hesitation flashed across Fu Ling's eyes. Yang Kai immediately snorted and said coldly, "Don't think that I don't dare to take your life." The several 100 feet long purple dragon's body trembled slightly. Without any hesitation, he opened his mouth and spat out a purple light towards one of the dragon race. The dragon race's body was about the same size as Fu Ling's dragon true body. In terms of strength and bloodline level, it should be about the same as Fu Ling. They were both at the bottom of the hierarchy. Originally, he was focused on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that Fu Ling would suddenly attack him? He was caught off guard and was hit by the purple light. He immediately rolled on the ground and roared in anger. "Fu Ling, are you crazy?" One of the dragon race roared. This scene was too sudden. As a member of the dragon race, she actually helped Yang Kai attack another dragon race. It was simply unreasonable. It was fine if it was Zhu Qing and Zhu Lai, but why did Fu Ling also go crazy? Fu Ling knew that she was in the wrong, but she couldn't defend herself. Her huge body turned into a purple light and pounced towards the target she had set her eyes on. Her opponent finally recovered from his anger and turned to face Fu Ling. In an instant, the two dragons engaged in a fierce battle. Dragon language shook the heavens as they unleashed their secret techniques. Their bodies rolled into the sea and huge waves surged. What did you do to Fu Ling? Not everyone was an idiot. One of the dragon race's eyes flickered a few times as if he had seen through something. He turned around and glared fiercely at Yang Kai. Yang Kai chuckled and wiped the blood off his face. He revealed a sinister expression and said, "Take a guess." The dragon's expression darkened as he felt that the situation was getting out of his control. Originally, with 7 dragons against 1 Yang Kai, no matter what Yang Kai did, they wouldn't be able to do anything. It was only a matter of time before they won. However, Zhu Qing came and took away 2 of their clansmen. Fu Ling turned against them and took away another dragon. Now that the 7 dragons had been reduced to 4, their numbers had been halved in an instant. This caused everyone to feel uneasy. Yang Kai's unpredictable space divine ability was something they had all experienced before. Previously, they had relied on their huge advantage in numbers to surround and intercept Yang Kai without making too many mistakes. But now that there were only 4 dragons left, the situation would definitely not be as perfect as it had been before. If Yang Kai really found an opportunity to break through the dragon race's protection technique, then today's battle would be a complete loss for them. No one in the dragon race would be able to accept this kind of humiliation. While being cautious, the 4 dragons didn't dare to attack rashly. They looked at each other and were obviously communicating something. However, Yang Kai didn't give them the chance to do so. His 8 zhang-long dragon body was wrapped in a domineering aura as he charged forward under the fearful gazes of the 4 dragons. The battle started again. On an uninhabited island, Fu Qi's face was pale and bloodless. He sat cross-legged in a place filled with spiritual energy as he silently circulated his Xian Qi. His arms that were torn off by Yang Kai had been reattached. However, even with the strong vitality and recovery of the dragon race, it wasn't easy to recover from such injuries. It would take at least 1.5 years to return to his peak state. His face was distorted. No one knew if it was because of the pain or something else. He gritted his teeth and cursed as he healed, "Bastard, bastard, bastard." Although the dragon race was humiliated today, the humiliation that Fu Qi suffered was thousands of times worse than the entire dragon race. He had been kidnapped on the day of his wedding, and his bride had even subdued him. That despicable human had even torn off both of his arms. If it wasn't for the great elders stepping forward to vouch for him at the last moment, he would have died today. With that man's decisiveness and viciousness, he would definitely do such a thing. Such humiliation was like a huge mountain pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. He could imagine that after today, his reputation would be ruined. He wouldn't have the face to see his other race members in the future. Thinking about the expressions they would have when facing him, Fu Qi felt a sense of suffocation in his chest. As his blood surged, he opened his mouth and spat out dragon blood, dyeing the ground in front of him red. The figures of a man and a woman kept flashing in his mind. Fu Qi hated Yang Kai and Zhu Qing to the bone. He swore to himself that he would definitely repay today's humiliation 100-fold. Otherwise, his anger wouldn't be appeased, especially Zhu Qing. Fu Qi hated her even more than Yang Kai. Just as he was thinking about this, Fu Qi suddenly sensed something. He opened his eyes and looked forward. His gaze immediately turned ruthless. In the void, not far ahead, there was a person standing there quietly. No, it wasn't a human. It was a dragon descendant. Fu Qi felt the chaotic aura of dragon blood from him. He couldn't be more familiar with this aura. All the bastards in Half-Dragon City had this disgusting aura. Every member of the dragon race hated this aura. It was almost an instinctive repulsion. Fu Qi was naturally no exception. Scram! Fu Qi shouted with a cold expression. He had already suffered great humiliation and escaped to this island to heal his wounds alone. He didn't expect that a dragon descendant would follow him and look at him from not far away. A despicable human had humiliated him. And now this bastard wanted to humiliate him too? If it was any other time, Fu Qi would have already dealt with him. However, he was currently healing and wasn't in the mood to talk to this bastard. He originally thought that if he roared, wouldn't this bastard be scared witless and run away pathetically? In fact, any bastard from Half-Dragon City wouldn't have the heart to resist when facing a pure-blooded dragon race. This had nothing to do with strength. It was a sense of inferiority that came from the depths of their hearts. The division of dragon bloodlines was very strict. The difference between a pure-blooded dragon bloodline and a half-dragon bloodline was like heaven and earth. But to Fu Qi's surprise, the bastard opposite him didn't react to his roar at all. He continued to look at him quietly with a calm expression. Fu Qi was completely enraged. He finally found a target to vent the anger in his chest. He said coldly, "You're courting death." As he spoke, his dragon might spread and enveloped Li Jiao. Chapter 3066. In the next moment, Fu Qi's expression was filled with shock. This was because the scene in front of him was somewhat beyond his understanding. Under the suppression of his dragon's might, that bastard did not have much of a reaction. He merely frowned. And the scene of him being completely suppressed and kneeling down in fear did not appear as he had imagined. How is this possible? This person is just a bastard with an impure bloodline, while I'm an 8th Order Thunder Dragon. The difference in bloodline is like heaven and earth, so why is he still safe and sound? What went wrong? Unlike Fu Qi's bewilderment, Li Jiao was extremely excited. Blocked. He really blocked it. Although he still felt a little uncomfortable and was suppressed a little. After all, the difference between a 3rd Order and an 8th Order was too big. He finally saw hope for revenge. The Dragon Temple's blessing technique was indeed worthy of its reputation. As long as he had this technique, the difference in bloodline between him and Fu Qi wouldn't be so obvious, and he would have the qualifications to fight with his life on the line. As for him, this was the only qualification he sought. If Yang Kai hadn't intercepted a blessing technique from the Dragon Temple and used it on him, he wouldn't have been able to take revenge for Lu Sanyang. All of this was brought about by Yang Kai, so he was very grateful to Yang Kai. "You have the Dragon Temple's blessing?" Fu Qi finally understood and roared, "How could you have the Dragon Temple's blessing?" After he left, the 4th Elder communicated with the Dragon Temple and brought about the blessing technique, so he naturally didn't know. What he couldn't understand was why this dragon descendant had the dragon temple's blessing. Also, he seemed to have a deep grudge against him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have followed him here and looked at him with such hatred. "What do you want?" Fu Chi's face darkened, and he sneered in his heart. "Does this guy think I'm easy to bully just because I'm injured?" "I'm indeed injured, but I'm still an 8th Order Thunder Dragon." Li Jiao didn't answer, and only said indifferently, "I'm Li Jiao." As he spoke, a golden light flashed in his hand, and a halberd appeared. Emperor Artifact, Golden Lion Halberd. This halberd was forged by Li Jiao using the bones of the 12th grade monster beast, the Royal Golden Lion. The Royal Golden Lion was also an ancient species that had gone extinct a long time ago. During the ancient times, it could summon the wind and summon the rain. It could even contend with some holy spirits. Li Jiao had obtained the skeleton of the Royal Golden Lion by chance. Later on, he had found a weapon-refining grandmaster to refine it into a halberd, which had accompanied him for nearly 500 years. It could be said that this halberd was Li Jiao's most powerful weapon. With the halberd in hand, Li Jiao's aura rose steadily. In just 3 breaths, it reached the peak. Facing a Class 8 Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. Even if his opponent was injured, he didn't think he could win. So he put on a desperate stance. Fu Chi obviously noticed this. He frowned and was a little surprised. He didn't know what kind of deep hatred Li Jiao had for him to actually not hesitate to go to such an extent. All of a sudden, a gust of wind blew, and a figure flashed. The halberd was unsheathed, emitting a cold light. Li Jiao had already pounced in front of Fu Chi. His halberd was like a dragon as it transformed into a sky full of halberd shadows that enveloped Fu Chi impudent. Fu Chi flew into a rage. Yang Kai humiliated him, Zhu Qing humiliated him, and now even a bastard wanted to humiliate him. How could the pride of the dragon race be trampled on by others? As he angrily shouted, there was a series of crackling sounds, and lightning filled the sky. The lightning turned into lightning and shot toward Li Jiao. At the same time, he opened his mouth, and a huge ball of lightning smashed toward the Golden Lion halberd. A blood-red light appeared on Li Jiao's body. His pores opened, and his blood essence spread out. The blood-red light was clearly the result of his blood essence. He knew that this battle had to be ended quickly. Only with the courage of his anger could he have a chance to determine victory or defeat. With Fu Chi, the longer the battle, the slimmer his hope of revenge would be. So he didn't hesitate to stimulate his blood essence, hoping to fight to the death with Fu Chi in a few moves. Bolts of lightning struck down and bombarded Li Jiao's body. The blood-red light flickered, as if it could collapse at any time. The lightning ball that Fu Chi spat out also collided with the Golden Lion halberd. With a loud bang, Li Jiao was sent flying. Fu Chi, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, also lost his balance and retreated more than 100 feet. "You're courting death," Fu Chi roared. All the humiliation he suffered today erupted like a volcano at this moment. When he looked forward, his expression couldn't help but change. This was because Li Jiao, who was sent flying, spat out a mouthful of blood essence on his Golden Lion halberd. He formed a few complicated seals and pointed at Fu Chi. Roar. The roar of a beast shook the sky. The Golden Lion halberd suddenly twisted and turned into a huge lion. The aura of a beast king filled the air and turned into a golden light that smashed towards Fu Chi. Feeling the terrifying power of this attack, Fu Chi didn't dare to be careless. When the dragon roar sounded, he had already revealed his giant dragon true body and clawed at the golden light that was flying over. The lion collapsed, and the Golden Lion halberd reappeared. Its light was dim, and it was clearly heavily injured. Even its spirituality was damaged. The most direct reaction was that Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, and his aura decreased greatly. "How dare you provoke the dragon race? You will die today." Fu Chi's dragon body was coiled up, and his dragon head was high up in the air. He was like a god that mercilessly announced Li Jiao's end. However, in the next moment, his expression changed greatly as he suddenly felt an extremely uneasy feeling. When he looked over, he saw a pearl the size of a longan shoot out from the mouthful of blood that Li Jiao spat out. That pearl looked ordinary, but it was as fast as lightning. Fu Chi clearly felt a threat from this pearl that made him feel uneasy. Dragon pearl? You actually cultivated a dragon pearl? Fu Chi exclaimed. It was unbelievable that a mixed-blood dragon descendant could cultivate a dragon pearl. Although the dragon pearl's quality was low, it was undoubtedly a dragon pearl. Every dragon race had their own dragon pearl. The dragon pearl was the foundation of the dragon race, and it was extremely precious. It was equivalent to the monster beast's inner core. The monster beast could spit out its inner core to attack before dying. The dragon race could naturally do the same. However, until now, not many dragon race members had done such a thing, because there weren't many existences that could threaten the life of the dragon race. Even if there were, they wouldn't easily offend the dragon race, let alone kill the dragon race. Spitting out the dragon pearl required even more courage. Although the dragon pearl was extremely powerful, once it was spat out, it would lose the protection of the physical body and could be easily damaged. If the dragon pearl was damaged, the foundation of the dragon race would be destroyed. If it was light, their strength would drop, and if it was heavy, they would lose their lives. Unless it was absolutely necessary, the monster beast wouldn't spit out its inner core, and the dragon race wouldn't spit out dragon pearls either. It was something that would only be done when they were desperate. However, at this very moment, a mixed-blood dragon descendant spat out his dragon pearl in front of Fu Chi, looking like he would either succeed or die trying. What was wrong with this guy? What kind of enmity did he have with him? He actually spat out a dragon pearl to attack. Compared to this guy being able to cultivate a dragon pearl, Fu Chi was more shocked by his decisiveness. Even now, he still couldn't figure out why Li Jiao was so fierce. From start to finish, he only said his name and didn't say anything else. Then, within 3 moves, it was a life-and-death battle. These 3 quick attacks caught Fu Chi off guard. This was Li Jiao's strongest attack, a veteran Third-Order Emperor, Realm Venerable. Even if Fu Chi was an 8th Order Thunder Dragon, he didn't dare to let his guard down. His expression suddenly became solemn. When the dragon language was heard, a dragon's breath was spat out in front of him, which turned into a seemingly impregnable defense. Li Jiao's dragon pearl fiercely collided with it. Fu Chi's huge body suddenly trembled, while Li Jiao spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the clothes in front of his chest. The light on the dragon pearl flickered, but under his efforts to maintain it, the flickering light quickly stabilized. Kacha! The sound of something shattering could be heard. Fu Chi's expression changed again. He had underestimated Li Jiao's determination. He originally thought that he would retreat after a setback, but he didn't expect that this interception would only provoke Li Jiao's fierceness. That mixed blood didn't care about his dragon pearl at all and just desperately urged its power. This was simply insane. Fu Chi's defense was instantly broken, and the dragon pearl arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Just as Fu Chi was hesitating whether to spit out his dragon pearl to intercept it, the opportunity was already gone. The small dragon pearl was like the sharpest weapon in the world. It broke through Fu Chi's dragon scales and blasted a hole in his chest. It came out from his back, bringing with it a rain of dragon blood. Fu Chi cried out in grief. His dragon body twisted and smashed the rocks on the island into pieces, causing dust to fly everywhere. Although the wound caused by this attack wasn't big for his body, it was enough to seriously injure him. His internal organs were all displaced, and the dragon yuan in his body became chaotic and uncontrollable. In his anger, He swung his dragon tail and hit the dragon pearl on his back. Kacha, a crack appeared on the dragon pearl, and the light instantly dimmed. Wah! Li Jiao opened his mouth and coughed out blood. His face was as white as paper, and his body was on the verge of collapsing. He knelt on the ground and took deep breaths, but no breath came out. It was as if he could die at any time. He forced himself to raise his head and saw the scene of Fu Qi returning to his human form. That desperate attack just now wasn't useless. Although he wasn't in a good state, Fu Qi was also heavily injured. At this moment, Fu Qi's face was also pale. He covered his chest and looked at Li Jiao with a sinister expression. His chest was badly mutilated. If they were to fight head-on, he believed that even if this bastard had the Dragon Hall's protection, he wouldn't be his opponent. But this bastard's decisiveness and bravery were completely different from ordinary people. Fu Qi was also caught off guard. If not, how could he have suffered such heavy injuries? This was simply a great humiliation. He stared coldly at Li Jiao and said word by word, "You are dead meat." Li Jiao raised his hand with difficulty and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at Fu Qi calmly. Failed. Even if he risked his life, it was impossible for him to kill a member of the dragon race. This was already his limit. He could only sigh at the unfairness of the heavens. Why were there so many things in the world? Why did the dragon race have to stand above all things? Chapter 3067. Fu Qi walked toward Li Jiao step by step. His eyes flashed with a sinister light. Although his body was swaying, his condition was much better than Li Jiao's. He could see that Li Jiao was an arrow at the end of its flight. He could do anything with just a thought, and there was no way Li Jiao could resist. Fu Qi's anger had reached its peak after being severely injured by a dragon descendant. He decided to use the cruelest method to torture Li Jiao and let him know the consequences of offending him. He didn't care why Li Jiao would fight with his life on the line. He disdained to understand the thoughts of a bastard. Fu Qi took half a cup of tea's time to walk the short distance. He was staggering, which showed that his condition wasn't good either. He stood in front of Li Jiao with the posture of a victor. He looked down at Li Jiao, who was kneeling on the ground and gasping for breath with a cold smile on his face. Li Jiao sighed. He closed his eyes slightly and stretched his neck to stab. If he still had the slightest strength to resist, he wouldn't just sit there and wait for death. But first his golden lion, halberd, lost its spirituality. Then his dragon pearl cracked. Li Jiao's foundation was already injured. He didn't even have the strength to move a finger now. Did he accept his fate? Fu Qi looked on coldly and sneered in his heart. So what if he accepted his fate? He had to pay a corresponding price for offending him. Just as Li Jiao's eyelids were about to close, they suddenly opened again. He looked behind Fu Qi with a face full of astonishment, as if he had seen something unbelievable. His eyes were wide open. Fu Qi saw this and snorted. "You're about to die, and you still want to play tricks?" He thought Li Jiao was trying to distract him. But the moment he said that, he felt that something was wrong. Behind him, there really seemed to be the aura of a living being. Who is it? The hair on Fu Qi's body stood on end as he turned his head to look. He happened to see a scoundrel with a pointy mouth and monkey-like cheeks looking at him with a smile. That smile made him feel extremely uncomfortable. "It's you." Fu Qi frowned as he recognized the newcomer. He remembered that this guy was the person in charge of the construction of the temporary imperial residence. A few days ago, when he and Zhu Lai went to the temporary imperial residence to investigate, this guy was accompanying them. Fu Qi naturally would not forget this guy's ugly face. His servile attitude made him despise him fiercely. In front of the dragon race, the inferior humans would always be like ants. What are you doing here? Fu Chi frowned at him. Everything that happened today was strange. First, a bastard followed him here and fought with him. Then, a human appeared. Once bitten, twice shy. Fu Chi was naturally wary of this person. If it was any other time, this kind of guy wouldn't even have the qualifications to be looked at by him. But today he had suffered heavy injuries one after another, so he was naturally more careful than usual. He always felt that this guy's smile had a thought-provoking flavor, which inevitably made him angry. Wu Chen didn't answer Fu Chi's question. He just smiled and looked at Li Jiao before sizing up Fu Chi. He nodded repeatedly and said, "Good, good, good." After saying good 3 times, his smile became even weirder. He even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips like a wolf that had come out to hunt in the winter and found delicious food. "Are you also here to make an enemy out of the dragon race?" Fu Chi looked at him coldly, the corners of his mouth curling into a sneer. He was not a fool and could naturally see that this guy with a pointy mouth and ape-like chin was up to no good, but this human was only a third-layer Emperor realm cultivator. Even if Fu Chi's condition was not good, and he was seriously injured, this person could not possibly be his opponent. Hearing this, Li Jiao's expression shook as he looked at Wu Chen expectantly. He was already disheartened because he had tried his best but still failed to do anything to Fu Chi now. He was like a lamp that had run out of oil. But if this Wu Chen was also here to deal with the dragon race, perhaps he could use him to take revenge. Make an enemy out of the dragon race. Wu Chen smiled and shook his head. "No, no, no. I'm not here to make an enemy out of the dragon race." Fu Chi said disdainfully, "I don't think you have the guts." Wu Chen nodded. "I'm just here to eat dragons." "Eat dragons?" Fu Chi was startled, obviously not understanding what he meant, but he didn't have the chance to think too much about it because after Wu Chen finished speaking, a bright light suddenly burst out from his eyes and turned into a vortex. When their eyes met, Fu Chi's expression couldn't help but shake as he felt an extremely strange devouring force coming from those eyes, as if it wanted to swallow his soul. His expression changed drastically as he hurriedly tried to look away, but it was too late. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move his eyes. The strange force coming from the other party's eyes was getting stronger and stronger, more and more terrifying, making him involuntarily look at the other party. In just a few breaths, Fu Chi felt his soul shake. His back was instantly drenched in cold sweat, and then his vision turned black as he lost consciousness, standing there stupidly motionless. Wu Chen took a step forward, and under Li Jiao's dumbstruck gaze, his entire person underwent an earth-shattering change. His thin and small body suddenly swelled up, and his sharp mouth, monkey-like cheeks, deer head, and rat eyes distorted. In the blink of an eye, Wu Chen suddenly turned into a dignified, arrogant, and imposing man. This man looked to be middle-aged, and from head to toe, he didn't look like Wu Chen at all. What kind of secret technique was this? Li Jiao was shocked, and his eyes were filled with panic. Even with his eyesight, he couldn't see any flaws before. He believed that Yang Kai also couldn't see through it, and the hundreds of people who built the palace with Wu Chen probably couldn't see through it. This secret technique to change one's appearance was actually so miraculous. Being inadvertently swept by this man's eyes, Li Jiao couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He couldn't resist. If this man who had transformed into Wu Chen wanted to take his life, it would only take a snap of his fingers. This discovery made Li Jiao tremble with fear, and the blood in his body almost froze. One had to know that when he faced Fu Chi, a rank 8 lightning dragon, he had the courage and determination to risk his life, but when faced with this man's casual gaze, his mind was shaken. One could well imagine how terrifying this man was. Ha ha! The man walked around Fu Chi, and couldn't help but laugh out loud. It's really a case of wearing out iron shoes in a fruitless search, only to find it without any effort. When he finished speaking, he couldn't help but lick the corner of his mouth, and his eyes flickered as he looked at Fu Chi, sir. Who exactly are you? Li Jiao swallowed his saliva and asked. At this point, he could see that this guy who had transformed into Wu Chun was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. The reason he had transformed into Wu Chun to sneak into Dragon Island should be because he had a motive. Inferring from the current situation, his motive was probably not simple, and it was very likely that it would shake the entire Dragon Island. However, Wu Chun turned a deaf ear to his words. He still looked at Fu Chi and said, "This king has to thank you for this matter. If you hadn't severely injured him, this king would have to put in a lot of effort to take him down. Tisk, it's also troublesome if your strength is low." Low strength? Li Jiao's expression was aghast. The strength that Wu Qin displayed now was definitely not low. With a thought, he could freeze and rank 8 lightning dragon in place. If this kind of strength was considered low, then what was his strength? Stay here obediently. This king will give you a quick death after dealing with this little dragon. Wu Qin stretched out his hand and pointed at him. Li Jiao's entire body turned cold. When he heard the other party thanking him before, he was hoping that the other party would let him go. However, after hearing this, how could he not know that he would definitely die this time? Forget it, forget it. Anyway, Fu Chi didn't have a good ending, so he might as well take revenge for Lu Sanyang. He didn't waste his life as a man and could die without regrets. It wasn't that he didn't want to escape, but in front of this person, he knew that there was no chance for him to escape. If he acted rashly, he was afraid that he would die even faster. He gently closed his eyes and his face was calm. However, at this moment, a strange change suddenly occurred. A strange aura actually fluctuated from the man's body. When this aura appeared, the man's face changed and he shouted, "Old ghost, what are you doing?" He took a few steps back and his expression became extremely solemn. The expression on his face was also constantly changing. At the same time, the two auras on his body began to conflict and entangle, making him look extremely strange. Li Jiao looked at him in shock, not knowing what was wrong with him. "Don't be presumptuous. If you dare spoil my plans, then I'll absolutely not let you have an easy time. Don't think that I can't eat you." The man roared furiously once more, and the conflict between the auras on his body became even more intense. The wanton force actually caused Li Jiao's skin to hurt. Li Jiao was even more bewildered. As far as he was concerned, this man was clearly talking to himself as if he had a split personality. He'd lived for so many years and had seen many strange things, yet it was the first time he'd seen something like this. As the man spoke, his hands suddenly moved. Moreover, the extremely strange thing was that these two hands formed different seals, and they were extremely swift, causing Li Jiao to be dazzled and unable to take it all in. Moreover, the profundity of those seals caused even Li Jiao to be shocked. He'd simply never heard of or seen anything like it. After a short moment, the man suddenly turned around, and his face was extremely warped as he glared fiercely at Li Jiao, and then he gritted his teeth and shouted, "Quickly fuck off. Do you want to die?" Li Jiao was shocked and faintly realized something, and he pointed at the man and said, "You..." The man roared once more, "Quickly go look for Yang Kai and tell him." As he spoke up to here, the man suddenly shut his mouth and shouted explosively, "It's useless no matter who I look for. No one can stop me today. 2 souls in 1 body. This person actually has 2 souls in 1 body." Li Jiao finally understood why the man in front of him was behaving so strangely. There were actually 2 souls in his body. That was why he was talking to himself and contradicting himself. One moment he said he wanted to kill him, and the next moment he wanted him to escape. Chapter 3068. Li Jiao didn't want to die. He had stretched his neck out earlier because he couldn't see any hope of survival, but now that there was hope, he naturally didn't want to sit still and wait for death. Reaching into his space ring, Li Jiao took out a handful of pills and stuffed them all into his mouth. At the same time, with a thought, a cracked bead flew out from the sea and was swallowed by Li Jiao in one gulp. That bead was his inferior dragon bead. With the dragon bead in his stomach and the help of pills, Li Jiao finally recovered some strength. With a wave of his hand, Li Jiao recalled his golden lion halberd, which had lost most of its spirituality, then struggled to catch his breath and quickly fled into the distance. He didn't know the identity of the person behind him, but he knew that the soul that let him escape definitely knew Yang Kai, so he had to rush over and report to Yang Kai. Unfortunately, the soul didn't explain it clearly at that time, or rather, he didn't have the opportunity to explain it clearly. Otherwise, Li Jiao would have been able to figure out the true identity of that person. Dragon roars shook the sky. Above the void, Yang Kai was entangled with the 4 dragons. Even with Zhu Qing and Fu Ling coming over to share the pressure, he was still at a disadvantage. Dragon race were divine spirits, and the 4 dragons present were all adult dragon race. Although there was a difference in their bloodlines, each dragon race member had the ability to easily crush an ordinary third-layer emperor realm master. Even if he transformed into an 8-meter-long dragon and was incomparably powerful, he was still no match for them. He secretly rejoiced. Fortunately, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling came over to share the pressure. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated. Although the current situation was not good, there was still a chance. He had been waiting for a suitable opportunity to severely injure the 4 dragons in one fell swoop. He still had a trump card he had yet to use. The reason why a trump card was called a trump card was because it could bring about a huge effect when used unexpectedly. Blood dripped from his body, and there was almost no place on his body that was undamaged. His aura was also not at its peak, as if he could collapse at any time. Seeing this, the 4 dragons no longer hesitated and rushed at him from all directions. Yang Kai's body swayed, dodging a dragon's claw, dodging a dragon's breath, and taking another dragon's dragon race secret skill head-on. His body shook violently, but he was caught off guard by the 4th dragon. That giant dragon was the strongest of the 4 dragons present. It had a rank 7 bloodline and was nearly 20 meters long. The dragon bound Yang Kai's body, making it impossible for him to use the space divine technique to escape. Cracking sounds came from all over his body. The other 3 dragons were overjoyed when they saw this. They turned around and rushed over again. Each of the dragons had a cold light in their eyes. If Yang Kai couldn't break free before they pounced on him, he would most likely die today. Kai Yang roared, his eyes flashing a sharp light. At this point, he was unable to conceal anything any longer, and he could only utilize his final ability to fight desperately. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, followed by a look of ecstasy on his face. With a flip of his wrist, an object suddenly appeared in his hand. He then threw the object in his hand at one of the dragon race dragons and roared, "Kill him!" His actions were seen by the other 3 dragons, and they were all shocked. Before they knew what Yang Kai had thrown out, they didn't dare to rashly take action. They had all witnessed Yang Kai's ferocity and tenacity. At this time, Yang Kai's method was definitely not bad. Under everyone's watchful eyes, a round stone flew out. This stone was about the height of a person and was round and smooth, looking very ordinary. "What is this?" Seeing this, the several dragon race dragons were a little puzzled. The dragon race dragon flying towards this stone impatiently swung its tail, trying to sweep away the round stone blocking its way. But when the dragon tail swept the round stone, a sudden change occurred. With a loud explosion, stone chips flew everywhere, and the entire round rock suddenly split into pieces. Such an unforeseen event startled all of the dragons. They focused their gazes and saw a stone golem that was as tall as a human emerging from the rubble. The stone golem's entire body was angular, and its facial features were complete. Its limbs were extraordinarily long. If that was all, it wouldn't be a big deal. However, the key point was that the stone golem's entire body was burning with red flames. Furthermore, there was an aura unique to the Holy Spirit within its body. "Stone fire," one of the dragons shouted, his face filled with disbelief. As fellow divine spirits, the dragon race was naturally no stranger to stone fire. Although stone fire's ranking among the divine spirits wasn't too high, it wasn't bad either. The only thing the dragon clan couldn't figure out was how this stone fire had jumped out of a boulder, and it had been thrown out by Yong Kai above the vast sea. How did Yong Kai do it? As soon as Shi Huiyu appeared, he let out a furious roar. The sound waves that erupted from his mouth were almost visible to the naked eye. Like a shock wave, it caused ripples to appear in the void. The dragon clan, who bore the brunt of it, could not help but stop in their tracks. He instinctively felt that this stone fire was not simple. "Get lost!" The dragon claw suddenly reached out and grabbed at stone fire. So what if he was stone fire? In front of the dragon race, no divine spirit could raise their heads, and this stone fire seemed to have just been born, so he shouldn't have any skills. In the next moment, the dragon race knew that he was wrong. After roaring, stone fire, who was as tall as a person, rapidly expanded. 3 meters, 5 meters, 10 meters, 20 meters, in almost a breath's time, stone fire, who was like an ant in the eyes of the dragon race, actually expanded to a size almost the same as his own. The flames that emerged from his body were fierce and surging, as if they could burn all things in the world. With a bang, the dragon claw scratched at Stonefire's chest, causing dazzling sparks to sputter out and an ear-piercing friction sound to be heard. Stonefire's body staggered slightly, and he took a few steps back, several scratches appearing on his chest. The dragon race was stunned, obviously not expecting such an unforeseen event. Was this still Stonefire? When did Stonefire have such a divine technique? Shirhua was hit by the claw and lowered his head to look at his chest. Then he raised his head. His 2 red eyes were flickering like flames, and a strange laughter came from his throat. Then he suddenly stretched out his arms, grabbed the lower half of the dragon race's body, and fiercely dragged it towards him. With a dragon's roar, the dragon race was caught off guard, and the 2 bodies slammed together, making a loud noise. Then the smell of barbecued meat spread, causing the dragon race to roar in pain, entangled with each other, and fell into the sea, splashing huge waves and rising steam. 4 dragons had joined forces, but because of Stonefire's appearance, one of them had been distracted. So now there were only 3 dragon race left to deal with Yong Kai. Ha ha ha! Yong Kai suddenly grinned, his laughter rolling like thunder. "You dare to be so arrogant in the face of death." The dragon race that bound Yong Kai shouted, not understanding what was so funny. Although today's events were constantly changing, Yong Kai was still at a clear disadvantage. 3 dragons against him, victory was assured. "It's time." Yong Kai's face turned serious, and his voice became low. When the words came out, the 3 dragon race all had an extremely bad feeling and no longer hesitated. They all released their killing moves. The giant dragon that had been using its own body to bind Yong Kai even used all its strength to bind him, not giving Yong Kai any room to struggle. The other 2 dragons also pounced from the left and right, their dragon claws flashing with a sharp cold light, cutting through the barrier of space, directly attacking Yong Kai's vital points. "Dragon, Transformation. When the low voice sounded, the three dragons were stunned. Dragon transformation? With his current appearance, wasn't he still in dragon transformation? It was already an incredible achievement for a human to be able to transform into a dragon's body of 8 feet, but he still wanted a dragon transformation? Could it be that he wanted to transform into a true dragon? The three dragons couldn't help but snort at this thought. In their opinion, no matter how hard Yang Kai worked, he would never transform into a true dragon in this life. This was the limit of their race, and it was not something that could be broken through by human strength. But then, their disdain turned into amazement, because after Yang Kai said the 2 words dragon transformation, the dragon pressure that was already extraordinary rose to a level that made the 3 dragons feel terrified. At the same time, a burst of crackling sounds came out, and Yang Kai, who was already 8 feet tall, began to grow again. The dragon race that had been binding Yang Kai widened his eyes, only to feel an incomparably huge force pushing from all directions, causing his coiled-up body to involuntarily expand. 8 feet, 10 feet, 12 feet, 15 feet. With the blue sky above his head and the void under his feet, Yang Kai was like a towering giant, and a terrifying pressure wantonly spread out, causing the world to tremble and thousands of waves to roll up on the sea. The eyes of the 3 dragons trembled violently. The dragon race that was fighting Zhu Qing and Fu Ling were all stunned, and they all looked over. Zhu Qing was also stunned, but soon a trace of joy flashed in her eyes. She also did not expect that Yang Kai had been hiding his strength all this time, waiting for a chance to counterattack. And now, that chance had come. The difference between an 8-meter dragon body and a 15-meter dragon body was like the difference between heaven and earth. The dragon race determined the strength of their bloodline by their size, and Yang Kai had naturally inherited this characteristic after cultivating the dragon transformation art. The larger one's body, the purer their bloodline. More than a month ago, he only had a dragon body of 15 meters. However, a month later, he was already 15 meters tall. The 3 times difference in size did not bring about a 3-fold increase in strength. In fact, the increase in strength was not that much. However, it brought about a 3-fold increase in dragon vein pressure and bloodline suppression. To be able to grow to this extent in the dragon transformation art, it was naturally thanks to the dragon blood flowers, especially the dragon blood pills refined from the 2 top-grade dragon blood flowers. Most of the results in this month's growth were due to them, and the rest was due to the high-grade dragon blood flowers. If he was given a little more time, this 15-feet dragon body would be even taller. The change was not just in size. The dragon scales that covered Yang Kai's body were originally nothing special, but at this moment, the dragon scales on his body were actually glowing with a faint golden light, as if a layer of golden water had been poured over his body, shining brightly under the sunlight. Chapter 3069. Originally, there were only small bulges on both sides of their heads, but at this moment, they were like strong saplings bursting out of the ground. Their 2 dragon horns stood erect, and their appearance was not much different from that of a real dragon vein. The dragon pressure enveloped the void, making it difficult for the 3 dragons to breathe. It was as if a huge rock was pressing down on their chests, making them feel incomparably vexed. The dragon yuan in their bodies also slowed down for no reason. The 3 dragons were shocked, especially when they discovered that one of their dragon scales was actually flashing with a strong light. The shock and fear in their hearts became even more intense. The flashing dragon scales were the foundation of the Dragon Temple's protection technique. The reason for such an abnormality was clearly because the protection technique had become unstable. When Yang Kai was 8 jong tall, they were not affected by the bloodline suppression, but when Yang Kai transformed into a 15 jong tall dragon, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, the terrifying pressure made them feel a trace of fear from their bloodline. Zhu Lai had said before that the Dragon Temple's protection technique could offset the bloodline suppression to a large extent, but it was only a large part and not completely offset it. When this kind of suppression exceeded a certain limit, even with the protection of the Dragon Temple, it was impossible to ignore the difference in bloodline. Just like when Li Jiao faced Fu Qi, the 3 dragons felt a deep chill and fear when facing Yang Kai. They had to end this quickly, otherwise they would not be able to survive today. The 3 dragons instantly made a decision. After Yang Kai transformed into a 15 jong tall dragon, the look in the dragon's eyes became more and more resolute, and they pressed forward. Yang Kai suddenly punched, and his fist, the size of a house, smashed into the head of the giant dragon coming from the left at an incredible angle. A loud bang was accompanied by a dragon's roar, and the giant dragon's head was smashed to the side by this punch. Several scales on its head fell off, and its huge body kept spinning as it flew into the distant sea. However, with this delay, the giant dragon coming from the right was already very close. The dragon's claws were like unstoppable sharp blades as they ruthlessly clawed at Yang Kai's chest. Yang Kai could not dodge, his body was bound, and even the space divine technique could not be used. If he was scratched by this claw, he would definitely not have a good ending. In this moment of crisis, he felt movement behind him, almost out of instinct. A dragon's tail swept over like a divine whip descending from the heavens, viciously lashing down with peerlessly terrifying power. With a bang, the dragon tail slapped the spine of the giant dragon, accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar. The giant dragon that attacked from the right fell down like a meteor. Yang Kai had a strange look on his face as he swept the area behind him with his divine sense and couldn't help raising his brow. At some point, a dragon tail had appeared behind his butt. This discovery surprised him. Although he knew that he had made great progress in the dragon form's secret technique after more than a month of hard work, he did not know what he would look like after using the dragon form. Until now, a dragon's body of 150 feet, a dragon's horns on its head, a dragon's tail behind its back, and a dragon's scales that glowed with a golden light. This transformation could be said to be earth-shattering. It was completely different from when it was 15 feet tall. With a towering body, Yang Kai looked around disdainfully, feeling as if the whole world was crawling under his feet. For a moment, his heart was filled with pride. The giant dragon that had been restraining Yang Kai could not help but widen its eyes at this moment. All these changes happened in the blink of an eye. 2 of its clansmen had been easily sent flying by Yang Kai's punch and tail, leaving it alone to face the second dragon form Yang Kai, causing its heart to tighten. Its eyes flashed, and its head moved, opening its bloody maw and biting down on Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai crossed his arm in front of him, and the sharp teeth sank into his flesh, causing him to bleed profusely. However, Yang Kai simply sneered, and under the terrified gaze of the giant dragon, he stretched out his other hand, grabbed the dragon's horn on its head, and viciously twisted it. Roar! The dragon's roar shook the heavens as the dragon's horn was broken and blood spurted out from the side of its head. Yang Kai put away the dragon's horn and stretched out a dragon claw towards a certain part of the giant dragon's abdomen. Asterisk chi chi. Asterisk in just an instant. The dragon's abdomen was torn open with a bloody wound that was several meters long. From the wound, the squirming internal organs could be vaguely seen. More than a dozen dragon scales fell, one of which was the foundation of the Dragon Hall's blessing technique. After the light flashed, the giant dragon could no longer maintain its true dragon form and shrank at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the blink of an eye, It turned back into its human form and quickly fled from Yong Kai, clutching its abdomen as blood flowed through the gaps between its fingers, its face extremely pale. Yong Kai's two dark red dragon eyes glanced at it contemptuously, but he had no intention of pursuing it. Without the protection of the dragon temple, this dragon race could no longer cause any trouble in front of him. With a low shout, his huge body fell straight into the sea, but strangely, there was not the slightest splash. A moment later, a violent energy fluctuation came from under the sea, followed by a pillar of water rising. Yong Kai broke out of the sea, each hand holding a dragon. Water splashed everywhere, and a rainbow immediately hung in the sky. These two giant dragons were the two that had been sent flying by Yong Kai just now. His huge palms firmly grasped the necks of the two dragons, dragging them into the air. Yong Kai's hair and beard went wild as he laughed heartily. Exerting force in his hands, the two dragons slammed into each other, and with a loud bang, they were both dizzy. Asterisk hong 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 hong. Asterisk Yong Kai seemed to be addicted to playing with them, constantly making them collide with each other. For a time, dragon blood splattered everywhere, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. After slamming into each other dozens of times in a row, Yong Kai vented his anger and threw them back. Using the same method, the Dragon Temple's protection technique on the two dragons was broken. Thousands of feet in the air, the two dragon race were forced to transform into their human forms. They swayed as if they were drunk, and even standing was extremely difficult for them. They fled hundreds of feet away as they looked at Yong Kai with eyes full of fear and dread. Yong Kai turned a deaf ear to them. His eyes focused on a certain spot, and in the next moment, spatial laws surged, and his figure suddenly disappeared. When he reappeared, he had already broken into Zhu Qing's battlefield. The two dragon race cultivators intercepting Zhu Qing were shocked when they saw him appear. They were entangled with Zhu Qing and were not far from Yong Kai, so they naturally saw the previous scene clearly. The three dragon race cultivators had joined forces, but in the blink of an eye, they were completely powerless to fight back. Now, how could the two of them have the courage to face Yong Kai's ferocity? The dragons might rushed over, and their bloodlines were instantly suppressed to a certain extent. They looked at each other and suddenly turned into rays of light, wanting to escape. Today's matter was no longer something they could solve. In other words, it was not something they could solve by relying on their advantage in numbers. If they wanted to save Dragon Island's face, only the Great Elder and the Second Elder could do it. They needed to hurry over and report to the two elders. But how could they have this opportunity? Just as they were about to escape, the surrounding space became incomparably sticky, as if it was sealed by some mysterious power. Spatial laws. The two dragon race cultivators were shocked and angry. They desperately urged their might to break through the influence of the spatial laws on their bodies. Yong Kai had already pounced on them. He grabbed the tail of one of the dragon race cultivators, and after fiercely spinning it a few times, he smashed it towards the other dragon race cultivator. With a bang, the two dragon race cultivators were sent flying with miserable cries. Yong Kai took the opportunity to pounce on them and took off two of their dragon scales, forcing them to reveal their human forms. What happened next was simple. Yong Kai, who was 150 feet tall, was simply invincible in front of this group of dragon race cultivators below the 8th rank. No one could stop him. After dealing with Fu Ling's opponent, the scene suddenly quieted down. Yong Kai cast his gaze towards the depths of the sea. There, the embodiment was fighting fiercely with another dragon race cultivator. They seemed to be evenly matched. The embodiment that suddenly woke up gave Yong Kai a pleasant surprise. After all, the embodiment had been in a comatose state ever since he fused with the source of the stone fire in the desolate ancient land. This time, He suddenly woke up, which was really beyond Yang Kai's expectation. He had been paying close attention to the embodiment's situation recently. According to his calculations, the embodiment should still need some time to wake up. He didn't know if the embodiment had sensed the situation on his side, so it woke up earlier. But although it woke up earlier, it wasn't a big deal. Yang Kai could feel that the embodiment had completely fused with the source of the stone fire. It was now the holy stone fire. After exhorting Zhu Qing, Yang Kai was about to give the embodiment a hand. But suddenly, a dragon's roar resounded from the depths of the Dragon Island. This dragon's roar was completely different from the dragon's roar Yang Kai had heard before. It was a sorrowful cry. It gave people the feeling that a bird was about to die, and its cry was also sorrowful. When the dragon's roar resounded, Zhu Qing and Fu Ling's expression changed. They turned their heads to look at the source of the roar. Not only them, all the dragon race cultivators on the Dragon Island were the same. That dragon's roar lasted for more than 10 breaths of time before it abruptly stopped. In the next moment, Yang Kai suddenly stretched out his hand and touched his cheek. Because a few drops of something suddenly fell on his face. He raised his head and looked at the sky. He frowned and said, "It's raining on a sunny day. The weather on the Dragon Island is really strange." In the sky, a round sun hung high in the sky. There was not a single cloud in sight. But unexpectedly, raindrops fell from the sky. Moreover, it was a heavy downpour. It was extremely fierce. What made Yang Kai even more surprised was that this rain seemed to be full of spirituality. "It's not raining." Fu Ling's face was pale. She had been staring at the source of the roar. When she heard Yang Kai's words, she subconsciously replied. Her delicate body started to tremble. Zhu Qing's expression was also incomparably pale. She said in a deep voice, "Falling dragon rain, what?" Yang Kai turned his head to look at Zhu Qing. He couldn't help but frown. He vaguely felt that something big had happened. Otherwise, Zhu Qing's expression wouldn't be so solemn. A dragon race cultivator died. Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him. Her face was filled with shock. Yang Kai was startled. His pupils couldn't help but contract. "How did you know?" "That dragon's roar, just now." Even if that dragon's roar was extremely sorrowful, it didn't necessarily mean that a dragon race cultivator died, right? Maybe it was just a serious injury. Chapter 3070. On the Dragon Island, it was raining. The entire Dragon Island seemed to have quietened down at this moment. Everyone's eyes were fixed on a certain direction. Fu Ling swallowed his saliva and said bitterly, "If a dragon race dies, it will turn into spiritual rain. This rain is the rain of dragon death." "Are you sure?" Yang Kai looked at Fu Ling with a serious expression. Fu Ling said, "There's no mistake." Zhu Qing also nodded and said, "There is indeed a dragon race that died." Yang Kai broke out in cold sweat. "It can't be, right? Who did it? Senior 9 Phoenix? Or Li Wui? Could it be that brat Zhu Lai?" Hearing Zhu Qing's conclusion that a dragon race died, he was also shocked. Although he had a falling out with the dragon race today, and even injured a few dragon race members, Yang Kai never thought of killing a single dragon race member. It was nothing to fall out with the dragon race. At most, he would just cut off all contact with them. He was already not used to the high and mighty attitude of the dragon race, so he naturally didn't want to have anything to do with them. But if a dragon race member died in his hands, then the situation would be different. At that time, not only would it make things difficult for Zhu Qing, he would also become the enemy of the entire Dragon Island. With the strength of the Dragon Island, he was still unable to contend with them. Once the Dragon Island made a move, there would be nowhere for him to hide. Therefore, Even though Yang Kai attacked in rage today, he didn't really kill a single dragon race member. All the dragon race members that were injured by him didn't suffer any damage to their foundation. He only broke their Dragon Palace protection technique and ignored them. He wanted to bring Zhu Qing away, so he had to show his strength and strength. But he had always been keeping a distance that was acceptable to the Dragon Island at the same time. But now, this distance was broken. A dragon race member was killed. Who was so daring to actually kill a dragon race member on the Dragon Island? Did they not want to live anymore? Yang Kai's expression instantly became serious. Thoughts surged in his mind as he speculated on the candidate to slay the dragon. It was impossible for Zhu Lai to do so. He was also a member of the dragon race, so it was impossible for him to kill his own kind. Furthermore, he probably did not have the ability to do so. Jiufeng probably couldn't do it either. Yang Kai remembered that she was fighting against two people at once. It was good enough that she could hold her ground. How could she possibly kill the dragon race? Li Wui? In any case, the fourth elder was a Tier 9 colossal dragon. How could he be killed so easily? Could it be Lu Yan? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. If it was Lu Yan, then today's matter would be really bad. Just as Yang Kai's thoughts were running wild, the battlefield where Zhu Lai and the others were fighting also quieted down. Everyone who was fighting left the battlefield and formed their own formations. Their expressions were constantly changing. Jiufeng reached out and caught a few drops of spiritual rain. She had a gloating expression on her face. Which one of your people died? She obviously knew about the dragon race's meteor rain. Her beautiful eyes glanced sideways at the two members of the dragon race who were fighting with her just now. She teased, could it be that one of Zhu Yan or Fu Dun died? Although she said that, she also knew that it was impossible. The great elder of the dragon race, Zhu Yan, and the second elder, Fu Dun, were both existences comparable to the great emperors. Even a martial beast could not possibly have the ability to kill them. Who was it? They actually slayed a dragon. She and Yang Kai had the same thoughts. They were both secretly shocked. Possible candidates flashed through their minds, but they were all rejected. The battlefield here calmed down, and so did the other place. In front of the dragon tomb of the dragon race, 4 figures stood quietly. One of them was a burly man with broad shoulders and a round waist. He wore a dark red cloak, and his expression was dignified. The aura emitted from his body was enough to make the world tremble and space distort. In his arms was a woman who looked extremely weak. The woman's face was pale as she quietly nestled against his chest. Her breath was like orchids, and her long eyelashes trembled slightly. Her expression was calm, as if to her, as long as she could nestle in this man's arms, it would be fine even if the sky fell down. But if one looked carefully, they could still see that under this calm face, there was a deep sense of guilt. On the other side, Grand Elder Zhu Yan and Second Elder Fu Si were in a pincer position, standing not far away from the man and woman. Green light spread out from the Great Elder's body, and the Second Elder's Law of Ice was also pushed to the extreme. They were both facing a great enemy. The man had a rough appearance, thick eyebrows, and big eyes. He was panting slightly, looking like he had consumed a lot of energy. After the spirit rain fell, he suddenly grinned. You don't need this king to remind you what the falling dragon rain means, right? If the two of you continue to entangle with me, I'm afraid all the dragon descendants on the Dragon Island will fall. At that time, the two of you will become the eternal sinners of the dragon race. I don't think the two of you can bear this responsibility. The Great Elder and Second Elder's expressions did not change. At their level of cultivation, it was very difficult to be disturbed by external things. Although the fall of the dragon race was a huge matter, the two of them did not dare to be distracted in the slightest. There was no other reason. The man in front of them was one of the 10 great emperors, the martial beast, Mo Huang. In terms of ability and strength, he was not inferior to either of them. Any bit of distraction or carelessness could give him an opportunity to take advantage of. The fall of the dragon race was indeed a huge matter, but Mo Huang breaking into the dragon tomb and bringing out the exiled dragon girl was also a huge matter. Tisk, Mo Huang saw that the two elders of the dragon race were indifferent and couldn't help but curl his lips. He said somewhat angrily, "How do you want to settle today's matter? Why don't the two of you draw a line? This king will accept it." The second elder said indifferently, "Let Fu Xian go, and never step into Dragon Island again. I will let your people of Spirit Beast Island leave safely." Mo Huang snorted coldly, "Little Xian and I are husband and wife. We have feelings for each other and are in love with each other. Why does the second elder say that this king is holding her hostage? Your dragon race is unreasonable and abides by the rules of the sect. You exile little Xian into the dragon tomb. This king will not settle this account with you. Let me take little Xian away. The two of you can go and settle the matters of Dragon Island. This king will not stop you." Fu Shi shook his head and said, "Fu Xian is the fourth elder of my dragon race. She was born on Dragon Island and died in the dragon tomb. You can't take her away today." Mo Huang sneered, "This king is really going to take her away today. You can try to stop me." "Fu Shi said, then we can only end this quickly." While speaking, the aura on her body suddenly became extremely dangerous. Mo Huang didn't want to talk nonsense with her. He turned his head to look at Zhu Yan and said, "What does the great elder say? If you really want to fight, this king is willing to exchange pointers with the two of you. I'm just afraid that your dragon race is facing a great disaster today and is in danger of being exterminated." Zhu Yan's expression was grave, and he sighed in his heart. Troubled times. It really was troubled times. The changes of Dragon Island today were simply dazzling. Even he had never encountered such a situation in his many years of life. First, it was Yang Kai who possessed the ancestral dragon's origin that went to kidnap the bride. Then, the martial beast brought the people of Spirit Beast Island and barged into Dragon Island. They even went deeper into the dragon tomb and brought Fu Xian out. Before the matters here were settled, another member of the dragon race was killed. Even if the great elder's cultivation was exceedingly high, he also felt that today's matter was incomparably tricky. He was both mentally and physically exhausted. It seemed that the most troublesome matters in tens of thousands of years had gathered together. The dragon race being killed couldn't be ignored. The number of clansmen had always been very small. It had been many years since such a thing happened. The most important thing was that Zhu Yan didn't know if the murderer would, or even had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race. If the dragon slayer still had the ability to kill other members of the dragon race, then he must rush over to deal with it. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. But the matters here couldn't be taken lightly. Zhu Yan was really in a dilemma. Great Elder also insists on making things difficult for this king? Mo Huang asked in a deep voice. He was already a little impatient. Zhu Yan raised his eyes and said, "Mo Huang, this old man has a proposal. Let's hear it." Mo Huang raised his eyebrows. "Let's put aside the grudges between you and Dragon Island for the time being." Fu Shi frowned when she heard that, but she didn't rush to say anything. Mo Huang laughed heartily. "Great Elder is wise." Zhu Yan continued, "The premise is that you have to come with us." Mo Huang restrained his laughter and stared at Zhu Yan seriously, as if he wanted to see if he was joking or not. After a while, he sneered. "Great Elder, are you muddle-headed? Dragon Island has changed. This king naturally should take the opportunity to leave this place. Otherwise, when the two of you are free, I'm afraid that I won't be able to leave even if I want to. Great Elder, please don't humiliate my intelligence." Zhu Yan shook his head and said, "If you don't agree, then this old man can only join hands with the second elder to take you down first. Mo, Huang bellowed. Great elder's confidence is truly breathtaking. Zhu Yan sighed and said, if you are alone, even if this old man and the second elder join hands, we still won't be able to stop you. But you still have Fu Xian with you. How can you go all out? You don't want her to get hurt because of this, right? Mo Huang's face sank. He lowered his head to look at the person in his arms, and his ruthless expression softened a little. Zhu Yan continued. Correspondingly, this old man is willing to give you a chance. If you agree to this old man's proposal, this old man can communicate with the Dragon Palace Hall and beg for the forgiveness of the ancestor on behalf of Fu Xian to see if there is a chance to leave the dragon tomb. Mo Huang's eyes lit up when he heard this. Are you serious? Zhu Yan said. This old man can only promise to give it a try. As for whether it will succeed or not, it will also depend on the ancestor's attitude. Mo Huang nodded and said, I believe you. Then we have an agreement? Zhu Yan looked at him inquiringly. Mo Huang turned his head to look at Fu Xian and said, that will depend on the second elder's attitude. Fu Xian didn't say a word. She suddenly turned into a white light and flew away. Her actions had already expressed her attitude. She didn't agree or disagree. It was obvious that she had tacitly agreed. After all, it was the great elder's proposal. Even if she had an opinion, it wasn't good for her to disagree with the great elder. Furthermore, this proposal was the best way to solve the problem at hand. Seeing this, Zhu Yan nodded at Mo Huang and also turned into a stream of light and flew in that direction. The two elders of the dragon race actually left just like that, because they knew that since Mo Huang had agreed to the proposal, it was impossible for him to go back on his words. After all, Mo Huang's identity was there. Furthermore, even if he went back on his words, so what? He could take Fu Xian and escape this time. But even if he could escape, could Spirit Beast Island escape? If they really went back on their word, the dragon race on Dragon Island might visit Spirit Beast Island in a few days. That was why the two elders left without worries. You're tuning in to the Mystic Fist YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.